at home. Alrighty then, Lorenzo, show us what you got. Mega Frostlass, Mega Scovillain, Basculegion, King Gambit, Sneasler, and Lycanroc.
I love this composition. The Sneasler Lycanroc, I've been thinking about it since yesterday when I first come across it on the broadcast. The Sneasler and Lycanroc as a combination counters and has options against Mega Floette, Mega Charizard, and of course Mega Tyranitar, which are all three of the top megas that we have in our tournament so far, certainly going into day one. And when you have all of that capability to be able to knock out these strong Pokemon, and then you have both your mega Pokemon in the back, but also two other powerhouses in Basculegion and King Gambit, you can see why this sort of team composition starts to do really well. Not to mention that Frostlass is one of those megas, so as is Scovillain, that doesn't want to face down Pokemon like Charizard, but does want to face down just about everything else in the field. And so if you can have this sort of composition where you're covering Charizard really well, and then you're covering the rest of the field very well with another Pokemon on your team, it sets you up very well for success.
Well, Lorenzo is living proof of that. In a moment, these trainers will be exchanging their team sheets so that they can see all of the details you have just seen there in order to get into this game. Open team sheets is how it works around here, as well as best of 3. Juan Pescador on the other side of your screen. They will be running Scizor, Dragonite, Basculegion, Pelipper, Mousehold, and Archaladon. So Mega Scizor is a Mega Pokemon that we haven't seen so commonly, but with its Technician ability, it's going to give a little boost to the underpowered moves like Bullet Punch. And of course with Swords Dance as well, you can get it hitting all the harder, and it's a priority move too, so you can neutralize threats before they even blossom.
Two Mega Pokemon that retain their ability when they go for their Mega Evolution, retaining Technician, retaining Multiscale, which is kind of unusual. So a lot of the time we use our Mega Pokemon to gain something new and maybe more powerful than the previous evolution. But these are also two Mega Pokemon that do not need to Mega to be useful. So both can come to a game, and I think that's really powerful. If you need that extra bit of bulk and an extra bit of power on your priority moves, maybe a little bit of extra resource to get your Swords Dances up on the Scizor, you can go for the Mega there. If you need a little bit more stopping power, maybe a little bit more speed on the Dragonite, then you can go for your Mega there as well. Of course, there's that strong rain mode backing up Juan's Mega Pokemon in the Pelipper, Archaladon, Basculegion, and the Mousehold, of course, to pull it all together to support with the Follow Me sets.
And I really like that the Mousehold has access to manual Rain Dance here as well. We're not just relying on the Pelipper to get things pouring down. Okay then everybody, it's time to get into our first match of day 2. First dream match, that is. It's Swiss Round 11, Lorenzo Profeta going up against Juan Pescador. That's a Frostlass and a Sneasler, and over on the other side, Scizor and Pelipper.
Yeah, nice setup there for Juan, getting the Scizor down early and putting pressure on the Frostlass, but Pelipper in the lead there is not going to have their weather sitting on the field for too long, you'd like to imagine, with the Frostlass in the back. I think one of the key factors of all of these sort of weather wars, we saw it before in Indianapolis, we've seen it a little bit yesterday, holding on to your Mega Evolution until the point where you want to maintain the weather, not only to win the weather war, so to speak, but also to make sure that your weather is retaining on the field for as long as possible. But Sneasler has got other things to say about that Scizor getting a Bullet Punch off, because it is offering that fake out on turn 1.
Absolutely. Frostlass can just go for his Mega Evolution and get that Snow Warning ability active. Turn that rain into snow, and that's exactly what Frostlass is doing. Chilling the air and giving us all of the thrills and chills here in the venue and for you lovely people at home. Here comes that snow, and of course, it's threatened by the super effective damage from Scizor here. Another thing for Lorenzo to contend with is Juan's Pelipper does have access to Wide Guard, so let's see if Lorenzo called that, or if they stayed firm and went for that Blizzard. We've got a Mega Scizor here, now boosting up with its Technician ability. The Shadow Ball does really respectable damage there. That is a critical hit and a lovely way with the special defense drop as well. Couldn't have asked for more from that move. Close combat neutral here into the Scizor. It will be taking that. Sneasler, on the other hand, will be receiving a big old drop to his defenses, restored immediately by its White Herb. Now we turn over to this Sizzle, who wants to get nice and set up. If Sizzle's ready to go, then it will just be able to sweep through Lorenzo's team. And of course, Mousehold there, providing the friend guard support. The Sizzle is down, but certainly not out.
You can see the effect of all of the extra bulk that this Sizzle gains when it goes for a Mega Evolution.
Yeah.
It is like 40 to its base defense, and you can see how it shrugged off that close combat there, was able to get the Swords Dance up, even though the critical hit came in from the Shadow Ball on the Frostlass. Now, with the redirection on this Focus Sash Mousehold, the close combat can go into the Mousehold, but the Scizor is very likely to be able to just fire off bullet punches for the next couple of turns, and now it's down to Lorenzo to try to position their Pokemon in such a way that these bullet punches aren't so threatening.
Punching holes is exactly what Mega Sizzle wants to do, but Juana has to make sure, be careful, that there's no switch into something like a Basculegion or indeed a King Gambit that would take resisted damage from those bullet punches, but would hate to see a close combat coming. Mousehold waggles its paws, and now all moves will be redirected that direction. But it's the bullet punch into the Sneasler instead. It's bringing it oh so low, but it's not quite enough for the KO. Now the close combat, of course, into the Mousehold. It became the center of attention, but the Focus Sash paying dividends. We're down to 1 HP. It's sticking around, 1 HP, as always, infinitely more than 0 here. Sneasler, again, this time it's White Herb not restoring its defenses, but its HP so low, that's not going to come into contention.
A lot of Sneasler, a lot of adaptations to many Sneasler in the format at the moment is to go super, super bulky, and make no mistake, that Sneasler has been trained in its defenses. Exactly how much we don't know, but enough certainly to take that bullet punch. Now the King Gambit's putting a lot of pressure on, and the choice here, I think, is really whether or not you go for a bullet punch or try to get a bug bite down into that King Gambit if you're Juan, but also you got to worry about that potential for the whatever is in the back.
No bug bite on this Sizzle that Juan is running. It's just the close combat and the bullet punch. And of course, a King Gambit hates to see a close combat coming. King Gambit attempts to protect here as well, but it was just Juan scouting out. Scovillain, though, is going to be getting its Moody ability activated. That's the ability it has before Mega Evolving.
But no spicy spray coming out from Mega Scovillain this time, because Lorenzo has already committed the Frostlass Mega Evolution. And it's kind of interesting this turn. The King Gambit is certainly going to be slower than the Scizor, and so a combination of Scovillain attacking the Mousehold would allow King Gambit to kind of get at the Scizor, but not before the Scizor could land a bullet punch into the King Gambit. And so I think the question for Juan is, how does he target in this turn? What Pokemon does he prioritize trying to knock out as quickly as possible while redirecting any damage away from that Scizor?
Scovillain receives a drop to its special attack there from its Moody activation as well, and that is the side on which Scovillain wants to be hitting. It's going to be staying in, and it seems like it's not going to be Mega Evolving either, as Mousehold is once more the center of attention. Scovillain also the center of attention now, with Rage Powder activating the same way. This means that King Gambit cannot go for a Sucker Punch here. As close combat into the Scovillain at +2, of course, it's going to be enough to secure the KO. Again, the Sizzle down so low, it doesn't mind taking these defense drops now. Juan is just going all in, claiming what it can. The most excessive Kowtow Cleave you've ever seen for that 1 HP on the Mousehold, and that friendly family, they're going back to their house.
Both trainers have lost their redirection here, and with Sucker Punch being a big threat on the King Gambit, there's a mind game going on here. It's like, well, if the Scizor is going for a bullet punch to the Pokemon next to the King Gambit, whether it's the Frostlass or the Sneasler coming back in, the Sucker Punch would fail into the Scizor. But both of these trainers know that, right? And so if the Scizor then takes the opportunity to try to get a close combat into the King Gambit, well, actually, then you get into a position where the Sucker Punch is active again onto the Scizor. There's no way to redirect it away from that Pokemon. And then you get into a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, as like, which of these powerhouse Pokemon is going to be going down?
Unsurprising to see the trainers take their time to lock in which Pokemon they're switching into here. Again, everything on the line here in our final day of action at the Turin Special Championships. Sneasler returns, as does Pelipper now. Pelipper bringing the rain back with it.
Okay, and now the Sneasler is offering some fake-out support for the King Gambit. This King Gambit is able to set up a Swords Dance as well, and we saw yesterday King Gambit's being able to knock out Pelipper's in one with a combination of the Swords Dance, the Black Glasses, and of course the Kowtow Cleave. So definitely a little bit of space that this King Gambit wants to have have created for it by the Sneasler's fake out to maybe make it a little bit more threatening coming into this middle stage of the game.
The Pelipper can do at least neutral damage into the King Gambit in response, because what Juan really wants to do is just remove it before it can get this Sucker Punch going on the Scizor, but no way to do that immediately yet. The close combat onto the Pelipper here. It's holding the Citrus Berry, not the Focus Sash, so the quicker Lorenzo gets Juan's Pelipper munching through that, the better. Close combat, though, can just respond into King Gambit. Massive call there. There was no Sucker Punch from the King Gambit into the Scizor. That meant that the Scizor's able to stick around on the field. Is a double super effective hit there onto the Dark and Steel type.
Oh, the Hurricane
super effective in response. Juan just stays firm. Lorenzo thinking, surely you're not going to be bold enough to go for a close combat onto my King Gambit when I can just Sucker Punch you. But Juan says, I see that Sucker Punch and I'm going to provide one in return, and stamps his ticket into Game 2.
Yeah, that's a crazy turn. Lots of reads going on there, but I think Juan's idea was to say, well, okay, if you fake out my Scizor, I get the Hurricane into the Sneasler, knock that out, bring you down to the last two Pokemon. If you start playing on the defensive with the Swords Dance on the King Gambit, then you're not doing any damage to me. Maybe I'll take a knockout in return. If you fake out into the Scizor, then I'm going to be if I fake out into the Pelipper, then I'm going to be trying to get that close combat into your King Gambit. Either way, you're going to be profiting from that situation if you're Juan. As it stands, close combat is not fake out, does not stop any attacks going through, and yeah, double KO for the game.
One wonders what the final Pokemon for Juan was there, the fourth Pokemon lurking in the back, and that's information that Juan will be really pleased not to have revealed to Lorenzo in that game. So Lorenzo can't get a read on the game plan, the full game plan that Juan was going for there. Frostlass made an early appearance in that game, but then disappeared, and we never saw it again. Lorenzo's certainly going to be wanting to get more out of that Frostlass, and the big question for Lorenzo here is Juan going to lean on the same strategy that worked for him in Game 1, or are they going to switch it up? And often we see the top-level trainers having in their back pocket a go-to Game 2 mode.
I think it's so difficult against Rain to bring your Mega Scovillain and sort of feel good about it. You're not getting the Spicy Spray burns onto those special attackers that are typically in Rain compositions, but this might be the adaptation that Lorenzo needs to think about. That Scizor was so dangerous, and a big Fire-type move would be very, very dangerous indeed.
It's going to be Dragonite this time in the lead alongside Pelipper, and a switch up for Lorenzo too, with Sneasler and King Gambit.
Okay, so Sneasler King Gambit here, again, offering that fake out pressure. Whether or not Lorenzo wants to go for it or not is a different question, because both of these flying type Pokemon on Juan's side of the field carry Hurricane. That will be a key knockout onto the Sneasler, which can cause Juan a few problems, especially if our Chaladon is in the back, certainly if Maushold is in the back as well. You do wonder if Juan is telegraphing that Mega Dragonite is the choice this game round rather than Mega Scizor. Maybe feeling like after Game 1, Juan's conditioned Lorenzo to say, hey, that Frostlass, that didn't do too much in Game 1, maybe I shouldn't bring it. Oh, look, here's the Dragonite coming in Game 2.
It's exactly what we were saying. This is the go-to back pocket Game 2 play, as now the Dragonite will be flinching thanks to that fake about. Crucially, the multi-scale is broken, so any incoming moves will be dealing more damage. Weather Ball, so it's going to be neutral into this King Gambit, but it is in the rain, and it's brought down to around 50%, dealing respectable damage. King Gambit, though, is taking the opportunity now to get a Swords Dance up. And fair enough, because neither the Dragonite or the Pelipper can threaten the King Gambit with too much damage. So Lorenzo seems to be playing Juan at their own game with the Scizor from Game 1.
Yeah, I really like this Swords Dance from the King Gambit. It really does put a lot of pressure on Juan's side of the field, and Lorenzo's done a great job in training that King Gambit to take less than 50% from the Weather Ball, and I think that really changes the game, right? If it did slightly more than 50%, then that King Gambit's got to be fearing a double target from the combination of Dragonite with its Weather Ball as well, boosted by the rain, as well as the Pelipper here. There's no switch-in that Lorenzo can do without Mega Frostlass in play to be able to change the weather.
Dragonite, though, speaking of switching, is exactly what's going to be coming off the field now. Maushold coming in instead with his Friend Guard ability, boosting the defenses of that Pelipper here. Is it going to be enough, though? The gunshot is going to be missing onto the Pelipper. That is the risk you take running that move. It's not 100% accurate. You respond with a super effective Hurricane. Sneasler is running all the way back to the mountains of Hisui, climbing back up to its den. The big one-hit KO here. Now, Lorenzo will have to switch something in from the back, but what is going to want to be on the receiving end of what Pelipper can dish out?
Gunk Shot's so powerful in its ability to be able to knock out Mega Floette Eternal, but that is the reason the trainers are wary of clicking that button, because after such a fantastic turn one where Lorenzo really looked like they were feeling in the driving seat, Juan has been able to turn the tables, getting that mouse hold in, avoiding the Gunk Shot, getting the damage down onto the Sneasler to knock it out, and this Basculegion is going to have to work some overtime here to get Lorenzo back into a good spot.
I do respect the play, though, from Lorenzo. Your back's against the wall. You just got to go for a Gunk Shot. And if it connects, then you've suddenly punched a big old hole in Juan's strategy, in Juan's team, and maybe you're able to claw something back. But could this be a 2-0 victory for Juan? Remember, it's best of 3 here. Basculegion is such a powerful Pokemon, all the more so in the rain, and you can threaten some decent damage onto the mouse hole, but it prefers to come out as late as possible so that its last respects is boosted up as much as it can be. Mousehold is, of course, going for the follow me here. I don't think either of us expected Ben for Pelipper to be the main damage dealer for so much of Game 2 as we looked at Team Preview. That certainly seems to be the way. Mousehold hanging on here with its Focus Sash. That family is holding firm, holding strong. We are family, but do they have enough power to overcome? The Weather Ball once again targeted into this protecting King Gambit.
This game is so backwards and forwards now, with Lorenzo correctly protecting the King Gambit from that Weather Ball, getting the damage down onto the Mousehold, getting its Focus Sash, getting it down to Focus Sash. That makes it easy to pick off with an Aqua Jet. The Basculegion has taken a little bit of chip, but this Basculegion is carrying the Citrus Berry. You can see from its HP stat as well, it's been trained to be nice and bulky as well, so it's probably going to take a Hurricane in the Hurricane certainly from the Pelipper and be able to dish some damage back. But that does give a little bit of an opening to Aqua Jet maybe at the Mousehole to knock it out, maybe call a last respects into a Dragonite switch in here, get the King Gambit able to land out those big 2+ sucker punches as well.
Absolutely. Let's not forget, as you say, Ben, that this King Gambit is at +2 thanks to the Swords Dance. Going into the Pelipper there, again, holding the Citrus Berry and the Sucker Punch follow-up isn't actually enough. Getting that Pelipper munching and restoring its HP to around half. The Super Fang, such a nice tech move on the Mousehold here, taking King Gambit down to half of the HP it had remaining as the Hurricane connects with Basculegion. Do we have a confusion, though? After it munches on its Citrus Berry, recovering that HP, that is the risk that can happen with Hurricane, but this Basculegion is keeping its head in the game.
Yeah, it's like really brave move there for Lorenzo to go for a Sucker Punch to lock that in, trying to knock out this Pelipper, but this Pelipper has also been trained to be very bulky. I feel like this is one of the metagame adaptations that has been ubiquitous across all of our trainers. Is bulk is certainly a thing on all of our trainers' mind here. The Aqua Jet would be able to knock out the Mousehold before the Follow Me effect was in play. The Sucker Punch would still go into the Pelipper, but it was able to land that Hurricane down into the Basculegion, munch on a Citrus Berry, and now we're sitting in a similar position, but this time the Pelipper is not going to be able to live that Sucker Punch from the King Gambit.
This King Gambit is certainly looking threatening, and even though it looked like such a good start for Juan when that Gunk Shot was missed, suddenly it seems like they're going to have to take a little bit more time and care as to locking in their moves, because this King Gambit is a threat. The Aqua Jet attempted into the protected Mouseholds here, kind of telegraphed to try and get rid of it. The Weather Ball now into Basculegion, just continue chipping away, and again, perhaps calling a switch in from the back. Kowtow Cleave, though, into this Pelipper. Oh yeah, the bill has spent its last. That's Pelipper down.
Pelipper down and out, and now it's going to be either the Dragonite or the final unrevealed Pokemon that Juan has at his disposal coming in from the back. I kind of think it's likely to be Archaladon or potentially that Scizor. I'd be surprised if Juan benched either of the Steel-type Pokemon in their team, especially with that Mega Frostlass as a potential in the back.
Especially because also the Pelipper is setting up the rain, and that's going to be taking away the fire weakness somewhat onto Scizor. At the very least, because Archaladon will be taking neutral damage. And of course, we have the Scoville and Lurky in the back for Lorenzo. So fantastic team composition, fantastic synergy over on Juan's side. You can see it in their face. They know they are so close to stamping their ticket into the next round of Phase 2 at a 10-1 record. But it all comes down to how they respond to the pressure coming out from King Gambit. And they've decided that this previously Mega Evolved Dragonite is the play.
Okay, so Dragonite coming up with it. The problem with Juan's board is still present. The fact that Basculegion can still knock out that Mousehold and a Sucker Punch can still come from the King Gambit. I feel like there's still some repositioning that Juan needs to think about doing if he's going to be able to get an attack off with that Dragonite. You see the effect of just getting that fake out damage, breaking the multi-scale on the Dragonite. Now it's just... otherwise would be able to easily take a 2+ Black Glasses Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, but now I'd be very surprised if it was able to hold on.
Multi-scale means, of course, that once you're at full HP, you are taking half damage, but as soon as you are even just 1 HP less than that, you are taking the full brunt of damage from your opposing Pokemon. Can Juan turn this into a victory as Mousehold attempts the double protect? It's not going to work. The Aqua Jet actually going into the Dragonite here, just in case perhaps the Mousehold did get that double protect. Sucker Punch is not enough to get the KO onto Dragonite, so now it's all about how it responds. Dragon Pulse, is this going to be enough for King Gambit? No! Oh. 2 HP. That is why King Gambit is the Supreme Overlord, reigning supreme, and it could mean that Lorenzo is going to be the king of this game.
Whoa, that King Gambit surviving was absolutely crucial for Lorenzo going to try and take us into a game 3 here. That King Gambit goes down, then whatever is in the back comes in, but the biggest threats are off the board, especially when you have that Mousehold still in play, still being able to redirect, because Lorenzo is trying to do that extra little bit of damage right to the Dragonite to make sure that it stays on the field. But Friend Guard is the effect that's been keeping that Dragonite on the board.
It's Sizzle the switch in here, the final Pokemon. It can't Mega Evolve. Only one Pokemon can do that. The Sucker Punch now easily enough to get the KO onto Dragonite. And at least for Juan now, you still have Friend Guard that you can switch in from the back. But a couple of KOs, and it looks like Lorenzo might have found the exact counter to what Juan tried to anticipate. Lorenzo was anticipating there because, of course, it was the Dragonite in the lead. And now the Sizzle with the Friend Guard. It's still fine margins here, Ben.
It's so close. I mean, that Mousehold with Friend Guard is going to be able to allow this Sizzle to set up a little bit more easily. But as soon as that King Gambit goes down, the Basculegion gets a little bit of extra power onto its last respects and would still be able to knock out this Sizzle after the Aqua Jet knocks out the Mousehold. And so there's still a little bit of chicken and egg going on here with whether or not the Mousehold protects Follow Me's and whether or not the Basculegion is able to target down that Scizor in the endgame.
And you just wonder what the Pokemon in the back for Lorenzo is. There's still one Pokemon unrevealed. None of them really want to face down this Sizzle, but the Scovillain would be your best bet, especially because there is no more rain active for Juan. Juan is just going to be double protecting here, getting a read onto what Lorenzo's thinking. The Wave Crash targeted into the Sizzle. Again, that big burst damage, exactly what you want, and the Kowtow Cleave as well. May as well go for it, because if it's redirected, only one of them will be going into that Mousehold, because then it will go down.
And you can't lock into last respects if you think you're going to be able to try to knock out the Mousehold before you can get at the Scizor here. I do wonder if there's something to be said for Juan getting a Sword Stance up here on the Scizor, but there's the Protect coming out, failing. Mousehold finally going down. That Friend Guard is off the board. Now this Scizor is going to be vulnerable, but Bullet Punch comes down into the King Gambit. We will see the reveal of the final Pokemon that Lorenzo has brought. If it's that Scovillain, we're going into a game 3. If it's the Frostlass, I think we've still got a little bit of game to play.
Oh, it's the Scovillain, Ben. Let's see here. This Scovillain does, of course, have access to the Overheat. And there's no Mega Evolution spent, of course, over on Lorenzo's side of the field. So this is exactly the counterplay that you want to have into the Bug and Steel type on Juan's side of the field. Double super effective damage coming out there, and the Basculegion is going to be hitting pretty hard with those last respects.
Okay, so here is the Mega Scovillain, in fact, adding a little bit of insult to injury there. The Sizzle really isn't going to be able to take an Overheat. Couldn't take it before, definitely can't take it now, but also there's the Rage Powder Spicy Spray to come into effect here, and if this Sizzle gets burnt, it's even more unlikely to be able to take it all the way.
I really like this play from Lorenzo here because, of course, Overheat can miss, but the last respect in itself is enough to take care of that Sizzle. And Lorenzo is taking us into a game 3. Whoever wins this next one will be progressing through with a 10-1 record to Swiss round 12.
That was so back and forward in the early stages of that game, wasn't it? Whereas Lorenzo had a great turn 1, Juan had a great turn 2, Lorenzo had a great turn 3, and then the waters got a little bit muddy along the way. That friend guard staying in play, I think there was a double protect on the mouse hold to keep it there, and you saw how important that was. There's a little bit of targeting going on that maybe we'll talk about a little bit later on that turn. But going into game 3, now Lorenzo has shown that they're willing to not take their or bring their weather Pokemon of choice to this matchup against a rain team. And you wonder if Juan's thinking like, hey, can I just do the rain thing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing. Of course, Dragonite in the lead would really incentivize Lorenzo to lead Frostlass from their end. But Juan, of course, will know that. It's so difficult. Speaking from experience from both of us heading into a game 3, thinking, well, kind of all bets are off now. I've revealed most of the techs I have up my sleeve. So it's all about trying to sort of think 2, 3, 4, 5 turns ahead, thinking, well, my opponent's expecting this, so I should do this, but they might expect that, so I should do X, Y, and Z. Goodness me. And everything is on the line. Whoever wins this one is most likely progressing to our top cut, and whoever loses is looking a little bit more dicey.
One of the things I'm thinking about at the moment is whether or not that Lycanroc actually has a place in this main matchup. Both close combat boosted by the tough claws is really strong into our Chaladon and Mousehold. You've got that Accelerock. The priority is really, really strong. This Pelipper does not have the ability to protect itself. The Dragonite is weak to rock as well. And even though it looks a little bit counterintuitive, bringing the rock-type Pokemon to rain, I'd love to see it in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, this Lycanroc here does have the Focus Sash. Exactly. A little bit more longevity there, and at least even with Rock Slide and Accelerock, you're dealing neutral damage to the Sizzle rather than totally resisted. But you do have to be wary of the wide guard on Pelipper, which would be blocking any Rock Slides. That's the trade-off for not having Protect. It's going to be Sizzle and the Pelipper, because if there's a Scovillain in the lead, the Rain will be keeping that Sizzle so much safer. But Lorenzo is relying on the lead that worked for them in Game 2 with Sneasler and the King Gambit.
Okay, so leading things off the same as Game 2 for Lorenzo, but Juan going back to the lead that won them in Game 1. Getting that Mega Scizor in play was so important, and now you've got this gambit between whether or not the Sneasler goes for a fake out into the Pelipper. Mega Scizor gets a Swords Dance for free. Is it the double target into the potentially Mega Scizor with a close combat and a Kowtow Cleave to try and take it low enough that a Sucker Punch can knock it out? Or, in fact, is it just going to be the Pelipper getting a key KO on that Sneasler that's gone down so early in the games that we've seen already?
And in the very first game, Juan decided to switch in the Mousehold for the Pelipper for the Friend Guard boost onto the Sizzle. Are they thinking along the same line? Well, this time King Gambit was just a bait for this fish to bite on the hook, because now Basculegion's here, Pelipper's staying in, and it's going for its Mega immediately on the Sizzle here. So it's got a big old boost to its defenses. Let's see if it's enough to see it through to a victory as the Fake Out connects onto Pelipper. It won't be moving this turn. Swords Dance, so Juan is setting up. It's been very back and forth in that sense as well. Swords Dance Sizzle Game 1, Swords Dance King Gambit Game 2, and now Swords Dance Sizzle again Game 3.
Yeah, Swords Dance getting up is really big, but we saw that Sneasler before was able to take it. The Basculegion switch in coming in, not only a defensive switch for the King Gambit away from a close combat, but also a really offensive switch because it's resisting the Bullet Punch and a big Wave Crash in the rain, uncontested by any other weather, is something that the Sizzler is not going to appreciate. Probably going to hang on, especially if the Mousehold could come in for the Pelipper here to activate the Friend Guard, but certainly not required in this situation. I think this is the perfect adaptation for Lorenzo. Getting the Basculegion in the rain earlier in the match really does put the pressure on Juan.
Yeah, it's really nice play from Lorenzo here. And of course, that's exactly what you want out of a switch. You want to be gaining ground at all times. A defensive pivot, sure, but if you can apply that offensive pressure too, all the better. And this is exactly what you have to do in Game 3. Stay one step ahead at all times. There it is, exactly that. The turn 1 play in Game 1 is now the turn 3 play in Game 3. The Mousehold switching in, or indeed turn 2, as the Wave Crash tries to connect down onto the Sizzle.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that Protect there as well. So the health bar's looking healthy, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a stallier game here, because again, these trainers just need to get the advantage, everything on the line.
where Lorenzo in games 1 and 2 was playing a little bit offensively with the picks and the Pokemon that they were using, trying to get those big priority damage in, this time as trying to preserve all of the pieces for later in the match. And that defensive switching is allowing the space for Juan to get those boosts going. Juan's taking great advantage of saying, like, okay, I can attack, but maybe I'll attack one turn later just to make sure that this Scizor is in a nice spot where the damage that Lorenzo is threatening with that Basculegion can be redirected to the Mousehold, and the Scizor can gain a little bit of foothold. But even though he's got his boost, Basculegion coming in to try to support that Mousehold.
Basculegion mirror, I was going to say, this Mousehold and Scizor can barely touch the Basculegion on Lorenzo's side. Mousehold is going to be protecting as the King Gambit gets off this protect as well. Again, it's unsurprising to see the trainers play Storly like this. How much is the Wave Crash going to be doing into Basculegion? Still so much damage in the rain, and this is exactly what Lorenzo wants. He wants to get Juan on the back foot here.
Yeah, it's a really big amount of damage. It's nice to see that Basculegion having that Citrus Berry to munch on to get its HP back. But the problem being the Mousehold is still in play there to redirect attacks from the King Gambit and redirect attacks away from the Basculegion that's just come in for Juan there. And so Basculegion in the rain turns out to be pretty difficult to deal with on both sides of the field. This King Gambit is still not going to appreciate a Wave Crash to the face.
And Juan's Basculegion is Choice Scarf, so it's going first and foremost. Oh my goodness, this King Gambit, call it a cat, I think it's got 9 lives. It's down to 21 HP, where we saw a 2 HP survival in the last game. And now the Wave Crash into the Mousehold, of course, bringing it down to 1. These trainers are stepping on the gas after a pivotty first few turns of this game. But 1 HP with that Focus Sash, it's still on the field, and that means the Friend Guard is still active. Not anymore. It's going back to its Mouse House. That Mousehold is down, and the Friend Guard is gone with it.
Yeah, Lorenzo's done really well here. One of the reasons that I think players have pivoted away from the initial Choice Scarf Basculegion is just because that it doesn't give you the opportunity to change up your moves in a match. And now Juan's completely on the back foot now, because the Basculegion on his side of the field is locked into the Wave Crash, which can be countered by a Sucker Punch. But if the Scizor comes in, the Bullet Punch can knock out that King Gambit on low HP, and then this Basculegion can go for another Wave Crush again, probably knock itself out on the other Basculegion because it's at such low HP. And again, there's the value of having, 1, the bulkier Basculegion, but 2, also that Citrus Berry to keep it in the game.
That Scizor indeed coming back out here, and yeah, with that Technician boost, should be enough to claim those 21 hit points over on the King Gambit on the other side. Basculegion Mirror is not something we've seen in either of the previous 2 games. These trainers switching up their strategies masterfully. The experimentation, the creativity, just the endless options is exactly what Pokemon Champions has to offer.
Yes. I'm just looking at this board state. There's so many different things that can happen on this turn. As it happens, Juan deciding to retreat the Basculegion away from a potential Aqua Jet. The Scizor playing defensively. Juan not wanting it to go down to any shenanigans whatsoever. And here's the Wave Crash going down into it, because the Basculegion on Lorenzo's side of the field is so to speak uncontested. I wonder if that's a timing decision that Juan made. That you've only got 1 Pokemon that you can switch in from the back, and that's Pelipper after the Mousehold has gone down. The rain goes down, but I think like Juan is probably valuing Basculegion being there for the end game much higher than the rain overall on the field. In fact, the rain is probably a downside for Juan at this stage, with the Basculegion on Lorenzo's side of the field so healthy and putting so much pressure down onto the Scizor.
Juan must be thinking it's surely that Scovillain in the back for Lorenzo. So how do I get around that? I need to have a Basculegion in the back that can just get off a big Choice Scarf Last Respect into it before it can even do anything. Now the Bullet Punch is enough to claim the KO onto this King Gambit finally. That is finally the first Pokemon removed here for Lorenzo too. Wave Crash now targeted outside of the rain into this Scizor. It's still so much damage. It's brought down just below half HP. Basculegion though here is able to munch on its Citrus Berry, and that could exactly be what this Basculegion needs in order to have what it needs to eke it out to see us into the end of this game. Now, the tailwind set up by Pelipper means that this Scizor is going to be acting all the faster, and it is indeed that Sco villain coming in from the back for Lorenzo.
Well, does this Pelipper have his glasses on is the question, I mean, that everyone has on their lips. The Pelipper is really not threatened too much by the Basculegion nor the Sco villain overall, especially not in tailwind. But if it's able to get that Hurricane down into the Sco villain, may not be enough to knock out Mega Sco villain in one, but Sco villain's on that kind of border where it's not very bulky, but because it's a redirector, people invest in its defenses to be able to take as many attacks as possible before it goes down. So if the Sco villain goes down, there's still a question about how do you deal with this Basculegion, or do you allow the wave crashes to, if you're Juan, to go down onto the Basculegion so it's at low enough HP for you to be able to knock out?
This is so exciting. What a thrill to be treated to such high-level play here in our first Dream Swiss round of the Turin Special Championships in Phase 2. Mega Sco villain is exactly the play. Any damaging move going into it will burn the attacker, putting them on a timer and neutralizing their physical attack. The Hurricane is going to connect outside of the range. The Sco villain is brought down to 28 HP. Spice Spray burns the Pelipper. It doesn't mind that too much. It's not a physical attacker. Now, the Giga Drain coming out from Sco villain, not good for some recovery here. So crucial, because speaking from experience, it can be so annoying trying to deal with a Sco villain that just will not go down. Speaking of that, Pelipper can now munch on its Citrus Berry as the last respect brings out 12 HP, but the burn, it's on 2 HP. This has been the match of 2 HP. King Gambit in the previous game, now Pelipper as well, but it's going down at the end of the next turn.
Giga Drain also very big because it takes it out of a Choice Scarf Aqua Jet range from the Basculegion, and the Basculegion would burn itself and then likely go down to the burn, especially since the Pelipper is not long for this match. The only way for this Pelipper to survive past this turn is to be able to switch out and come in a little bit later in the tailwind, but then you're not putting on any offense, and that Basculegion on the Lorenzo side of the field is still in such a great position to be able to be on the offensive. Doesn't mind that Juan is in the tailwind environment because it was already slower than the Basculegion Choice Scarf on Lorenzo, on Juan's side.
Absolutely. My goodness me. The margins could not be finer as we approach the end game here. Juan is going to be retreating that Basculegion now. Scizor coming in instead in the face of a Sco villain, but Sco villain is just going for the Rage Powder, calling that it wouldn't be going for the Overheat into a Basculegion there. Hurricane, though, this time is going to be missing onto the Sco villain. I mean, it's only 70% accurate outside of the rain. Last respect onto the Scizor. It's going to be enough for the KO. My goodness gracious me, after such a decisive win in Game 1 for Juan, it looks like Lorenzo might be the winner after all, as Pelipper now goes down to its burn. Might be a Pelican, it might summon the rain, but nothing is going to be curing that fiery damage. And the forfeit's locked in. It's going to be Lorenzo Profeta claiming the victory here in Swiss round 11.
The Italians have been such a strong region in the format.
Yeah, Mega Scizor, like we said, as well as Mega Tita, the dual combo of Megas here, archetype that we've been seeing the trainers popularize a bit more. No Dragon Dance on the Tyranitar, so it's just more there for support and maybe disruption against the Charizard Y teams. But like we said, there is the support via the Incineroar Sinistra, but the Basculegion is a Choice Scarf. So what we're saying, wall breaker potential. Como-O can also maybe have some ground to stand on, but it feels a bit awkward going into this matchup against Arash's Delphox, let alone Mega Floette and the Vivillon.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at the Basculegion, it's got a positive speed stat alignment there, where that is going to possibly, if it's maximum investment there, allow it to get the jump on Mega Delphox, which if you go Adamant, which is the plus attack stat alignment, then you kind of don't get that speed increase. So that gives Roberto a nice option where you can lean into that Basculegion. If the Delphox does come to give protection, maybe for that Mega Scizor that could come, I still feel like the Tyranitar probably feels a little bit more stable. It hits the Sinistra, it hits the Vivillon, it hits the Delphox and the Incineroar for super effective damage.
Yeah, and the Delphox essentially does 0 to the Tita unless it picks up like a burn or too many nasty plot setups. Championships, but that might be a strategy from Arash's side. Mega Floette is looking really nice as long as you can control the Sizzle. Chopple Berry, Mouse Hold with Feint and Super Feint. Depending on its speed, we can see it's an impish stat alignment, so it might not be trained to be the fastest. Is there with amazing support with the Friend Guard ability too.
Yeah, the impish stat alignment really is going to help it out against these physical threats on Roberto's side to just support the Floette and allow it to get those Calm Minds up. Because once you've got a couple, maybe even one under your belt, it's going to really start to threaten what is a big threat in that Mega T-Tar, if that does come with the Draining Kiss. It keeps you topped up. And you've got to remember as well, Incineroar, I think, for Arash, going to be a real key component here to be able to cycle in those Intimidates and drop them onto the Tyranitar. And there's no drawback here. There's no King Gambit. There's no Defiant or competitive on Roberto's side of the field to punish those cycling in and out. So Arash can lean into that Incineroar. Has to be careful with it. You don't want to bring it in on a Rock Slide, or if Basculegion's active, on a Wave Crash as well.
And I think that's such a good point that you've made. The Incineroar feels like the most opportune Pokemon. It also has a Pasho Berry if there's any aggressive Basculegion lead that comes to the fore, trying to capitalize off of dealing so much damage, reducing its resource availability from the get-go.
Yeah, and this is where I think you've got to be very dynamic with your switching, which you can do if you've got that Sinister, because you can switch things in and out. Remember, Roberto's also got their own Incineroar, so they can cycle that in. Probably not going to be as useful for that Intimidate, but the fake out support that it will allow to slow down what Arash is trying to do and prevent that setup from the Floette that can be so disruptive.
And here we go! Make some noise! We have got the leads! Game 1, Arash is going for Mega Floette, Incineroar, and we have got the Mega Sizzle and Roberto's own Incineroar coming to the fore.
Yeah, we got active fake outs that are very useful. Intimidate, we talked about that from Arash onto the Sizzle. Going to be the start of trying to keep that in check. Now, do you go for your own fake out into that Scissor just to prevent it setting up this turn, or a Bullet Punch straight out the gates into the Floette while you try and get your Calm Mind up? The problem that you've got is you're in front of an opposing Incineroar that can go for a fake out, stop you in your tracks here, or worst case scenario, I think, would be a parting shot out from that Incineroar on Roberto's side into the Floette, using that parting shot to lower those stats that might be trying to boost up.
Yeah, and both the Incineroars are careful stat alignment, so we don't know if that was a speed tie interaction with the Intimidate going first over on Arash's side. Clearly, Roberto may be fearing just that. Mega Floette now making sure that it sets itself up before going on the offensive. Mega Sizzle follows suit immediately after. Basculegion clearly being brought here in order to be able to threaten one of Arash's Pokemon, maybe in anticipation of an obvious fake out.
Yeah, fake out now, just landing into that Scissor here, going to prevent any sort of Swords Dance, Bullet Punch into that Floette, and gives the room for that Calm Mind. So here it begins. And now with the Intimidate, the Incineroar off the field for Roberto, you haven't got the option to go for that parting shot to lower that special attack that has just been boosted. Now, the Scissor is still a big threat because even though it's -1, it's still going to be hitting that Floette for big damage, especially when you combine it with the Basculegion that's just come on the field. It is Scarfed. It has got the natural speed advantage in this scenario, so the Floette is very heavily threatened. Is this a scenario where you say, okay, I'm going to protect my Floette, bring in Sinister for the Incineroar here, and then I've got that redirection next turn, or I've got the following turn, the option to just cycle that Incineroar back onto the field. The problem doing this slow progressive switching around, it does give room to the Scissor in front of these Pokemon to now go for a Sword Stance, which would undo any of those Intimidate drops that it's had.
But something to factor in as well is you need to make sure that you're covering ground with what you can, but no, there's no defensive play from Arash's side. This looks like it's just going to be a wipeout onto the Mega Floette. Unprotected, Arash trying to get some ground, make some reads, but unfortunately wasn't able to get out on top. Roberto absolutely smelt it, caught it, dealt it, as well at the cost of the Mega Sizzle because of the Flare Blitz.
Wow, what a trade here. Roberto taking the opportunity and saying, if you do not protect that Floette, I am punishing it, and doing exactly that. Taking a trade for the Mega Scissor, but I think you'd be quite happy about it. We know the dynamics of this Mega Floette team. Once that key piece falls, the rest of the team struggles to get the damage onto the opposite side of the field. So now Roberto feels like they're in a bit of a driving seat, but of course, we can't underestimate what Arash is capable of. Still got a lot of tools left to be able to come back into this match. Can they do it?
And the fact that you've got Sinister now kind of taking the form of the main damage output onto this Basque Legion, which at the moment is the biggest threat from Roberto's side, is pretty key.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think it's easy enough now. If you are Roberto, you can go for the Wave Crash again into the Incineroar. We know it's locked into that. Or you could maybe just switch it out, keep it preserved for later on, where you've maybe been able to dispatch of the opposing Incineroar, and then you can lock into Last Respect and really start to utilize and leverage that Pokemon.
Okay, Sinister now on the field in place of the Basque Legion, clearly respecting the Sinister on the other side of the field. Flare Blitz, though, not doing that, going for the Sinister, dealing 50% damage, putting it within range for a follow-up, but because of the Mousehold now being on the field, it's able to redirect in the subsequent turn. Matcha Gotcha, dealing negligible damage, and imagine it would have dealt so much more, that Incineroar's Flare Blitz, if it weren't for the Friend Guard coming onto the field at the same time.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think the Friend Guard very useful there, but the Sinister threaten this next turn. You've got the Follow Me support from the Mousehold, but there's only so many turns that you can do that. I just find it really difficult for ways for Arash to get rid of this Incineroar. It feels more likely the Incineroar on Roberto's side will end up knocking itself out through damage that it's dealing to the opposite side of the field, rather than Arash applying that pressure from their end. So I think all to do for Arash. I think Roberto needs to manage this because they've still got a lot to do. Get rid of the Sinistjet, opens up the door for the Basque Legion to come in, and on the flip side, can lock into that Wave Crash and deal with the Mousehold and that Incineroar pretty effectively.
Yeah, and it does feel like Arash is definitely on the back foot here ever since that Mega Floette just essentially been dropped so quickly. You're trying to get supportive Pokemon to act as your main offensive pieces, and that's just not enough as long as that Basque Legion is allowed to get huge damage dealt on Roberto's side of the field. So that's enemy number one from Arash's side, and that's why Roberto's aware of that, trying to get rid of the Sinister.
Yeah, and a nice switch now back into the Basque Legion, and it's applying pressure to the Mousehold now with the Wave Crash, right? But you've got the option where you can flip turn out onto the Mousehold, just bring back in your own Sinistjet, get that hospitality, keep your Incineroar in a nice, healthy position, and the Mousehold is doing damage, but it's every time only doing 50% damage each and every time, so it's not in a position where it is going to threaten a knockout at any point.
Intimidate now back onto the field, -1 on the Basque Legion, going for the flip turn. Pasho Berry does activate, dealing very, very small chip damage. They're about 41 hit points, and at this point, trying to get the pivot action going is really cool when you've got that Sinister to be hopping back in and out dependent on the situation. It's a great way to be able to be immune to any sort of Super Fangs at the time, but most importantly, the hospitality brings that HP back up on the Incineroar. Although Super Fang was trying to target Roberto's Incineroar, did miss, and we've got this stalemate scenario where little damage is being dealt, but it's sort of like a tango dance on when you could get the Basque Legion in, threaten with the Last Respects, and there's no Mousehold, or threaten with a Wave Crash when there's no Sinister.
Yeah, it's a really tricky scenario here, because although it feels like Arash is definitely on the back foot, which they are, they've still got a way to kind of get themselves back into this game because of the pieces that they've got and the intricacies here, where, like you say, Costa, one of those pieces has to fall if you're Roberto to kind of have that clear way to victory. But with the Sinistjet being able to pivot in and out, and how Arash is playing this Incineroar, it is going to be very difficult, and it'll come down to whoever does take that first piece and can close things up.
Yeah, Roberto not taking up the opportunity of going for the Flare Blitz focus into what was the Mousehold, maybe anticipating the Sinister switching there, wanting to play a bit more safe, brings the Basque Legion back on the field and gets a life Jude going. So what we're saying, you need to make sure that you have enough sustained potential on the field in order to not lose one of those crucial pieces.
Yeah, the Incineroar now is heavily threatened, and I think Roberto's got the opportunity where they can go for a Wave Crash into that slot, because you can only pivot out into the Mousehold. That comes in, that's going to take a lot of damage, and the Pasho Berry has been utilized on that Incineroar, so we'll take full damage from the Wave Crash. You do have to worry about the potential Rage Powder here, though, so that can be drawn in from the Sinister. Does Roberto read into that and maybe go last respect in regards to that? You do leave these two Ghost types open to taking a throat chop if that Incineroar does stay on the field, but also you can kind of quell that a little bit by switching your own Sinister out into your own Incineroar and just going for that last respect into the Sinister.
And I was going to mention the mouse hold is always an option because of the perfect synergy of being able to have this defensive backbone that covers one typing with another. Even if there was a last respect going into the Sinister, don't need to be met with that normal type immunity, but it seems to be the flip turn into now the mouse hold slot that had switched in for the Incineroar, to the point where you're able to have the friend guard benefit as well online. We've got the Matcha Gotcha dealing a bit of damage onto Roberto's Pokemon, but I wouldn't be surprised to see yet another Life Dew coming out in order to get that HP going, but it's going to be the Matcha Gotcha going for the damage.
This is really nice because it covers that mouse hold switching, and if you can pick up a burn here, it would be very useful onto this Pokemon just to help that little residual chip each and every turn, because once that falls, you kind of pin those two Pokemon onto the field, the Sinister and then the Incineroar, and then it becomes a lot easier to leverage your Basculegion if you're Roberto, because right now, as we're seeing, the cycling, the switching, the revolving door of Pokemon is making it very difficult to close this match up.
Yeah, and Arash is handling a bad situation as best as he can. Obviously, just proving that he's lost so much momentum, but he's still trying to keep it up in a tumultuous situation where he's on the back foot.
Yeah, now we're going to see that mouse hold again switch out. The Incineroar come in, drop an Intimidate, and it's going to apply more pressure to the opponent. Sinister, but what a great switch here from Roberto. The danger is if you get caught with a Matcha Gotcha on this but see the Protect this turn, so really good call from Roberto.
Absolutely nailed it. Parting shot, trying to cover that slot, but most crucially now, we're in the situation of you've got the Wave Crash potential or the last respects. Which do you lock in with? Which Pokemon do you expect to switch out?
Or do you just go for the flip turn again just to say, okay, well, I'm going to continue this cycling. If the mouse hold comes in, it might not pick up the knockup, but I get it a little bit further, closer towards pinning and getting rid of one of these pieces, which is also useful. But that Sinister, like you said, is in a really difficult scenario here because the double up from an Incineroar and a Basculegion is going to be enough to pick up the knockout there, and you can't freely switch it into the mouse hold either, so it's a really difficult scenario here for Arash now after that previous Protect. We do see the Incineroar leave the field once again.
Arash is hoping Friend Guard will be able to assist the Sinister to make sure that it can survive Wave Crash. Actually, doesn't even go for the Sinister. No Rage Powder redirection there. Finally gets rid of the mouse hold. It is no longer on the field in this game one. Parting shot goes into the Sinister. Wants to make sure the pivot action is going. Roberto does not want to risk any sort of missed opportunity of a damage calc not going in his favor. Brings the Sinister back in right next to the Basculegion.
Yeah, the Sinister coming in now. Would have liked to have seen an attack there. The extra health that you get back on the Basculegion's but here it is. The Matcha Gotcha is coming out into the Basculegion, and it does some respectable damage, but not enough. Not enough. Not
and no burn.
You're looking for, and again, no burn. I think you're fishing for that. If you get the burn there is that lifeline, but now it's going to be very difficult with the Incineroar forced back onto the field. Roberto's got the option now where they can switch out their Basculegion into their Incineroar, dropping all important Intimidate. You get rid of the Sinister, and then the Basculegion's in the back waiting to come in and deal with this Furline.
Yeah, and Wave Crash is locked in right now. So like we said, it gives more of a prompt and motive for Roberto to continue getting the cycling, but he doesn't want to get caught out by that Incineroar on the other side of the field, because Sinister over on Roberto's side doesn't have Protect. It's got Trick Room instead.
Yeah, that's, you know, and it's going to be a matter of time now, I think. So it's probably gathering your thoughts and thinking about how you can approach game two. You know how difficult it's going to be if the Floette was still in play during the early part of the game. If Arash just went for that Protect there, I think things might have been way, way more difficult for Roberto to break through this wall that Arash is setting up. But we're going to see another switch. The Incineroar dropping in place of that Sinister. All important Intimidate here. And a Wave Crash straight into the Incineroar. -1. but so much damage.
But not enough because of the Intimidate drop, and we see that Roberto was willing to stay in there, not expecting the Rage Powder to come out because it has to go for the Machagotcha in order to be able to cover the Bastion Legion. Flare Blitz goes into the Incineroar. Machagotcha, is it gonna Macha get the Bastion Legion? No, it's gonna go for the Life Dew instead, wanting to make sure it recovers a bit more of that HP in order to be able to set the board and allow Incineroar to kind of act as like a main damage user, and obviously have the option to go for the Machagotchas only when appropriate.
Yeah, you've still got to deal with this Sinister on Rash's side as well now, back to full health, of course. And right now, locked into Wave Crash, if you see the Rage Powder come out, there is the option where Rash's Incineroar could go after the Basket Legion. It's probably low enough health to go down to a Dog-type attack, even -1 from this point, and then it becomes a bit of a further stalemate. So still have to be careful with your decisions here. If you're Roberto, maybe you want to switch in your Sinister here, top up your own Incineroar to help that deal with the opposing Sinister. And then you've got, like we say, once the Sinister goes down, the Incineroar becomes a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah, and Arash does have the option of going for Protect on the Sinister in order to be able to scout out Roberto's play here and get a bit more of a vibe of what he's trying to go for. Maybe better position himself, anticipating the Sinister switching, which seems to be the case, but Rage Powder is now on the line from Arash's side. We're going to see the Incineroar move first yet again from Arash's side, which may be giving us quite an inkling on the speed interactions. Flare Blitz bringing Sinister down to 100 hit points, but it's still got a lot in the tank, and we've got a face-off between same Pokemon on either side.
Yeah, this is difficult. Now Arash in the position where they could potentially protect their Sinister and go after Roberto's with their own Flare Blitz and try and knock that out, because if you can secure that, you force then the Basket Legion back onto the field, and then you've still got the Rage Powder active to protect your own Incineroar to maybe claw this match back. Like I've said earlier in this game, Arash is still going to find it very difficult to deal with the opposing Incineroar on Roberto's side of the field. Just don't have the answers there, so probably will still come down. But one way to help deal with it effectively is these constant parting shots to weaken these Flare Blitzes that are so detrimental.
Oh, 38 hit point survival, and yet again confirming Arash's Incineroar is moving first. We got the burn that is going to be adding additional residual damage at the end of the turn. Life Dew on Sinister, with Roberto actually moving first, giving us a bit of a juxtaposition between both of these same Pokemon having differing speed training. Life Dew also coming out, but the fact that the burn is adding to the additional residual damage could prove to be quite key for a certain ranged KO.
Yeah, the burn probably likely to speed things up here, but now as we see, the Incineroar on Roberto's side is struggling to get the damage because of those constant parting shots. The one option that you could have is you could decide to go for your own parting shot into the opposing Incineroar. It is risky because of the speed interactions here. Your Basket Legion will come onto the field before that Sinister attacks. If it goes for the Machagotcha, the Basket Legion's already taken quite a lot of damage. It could put it in a really awkward spot, but just to get rid of those drops that you've taken and get it fresh onto the field again, it is an option if you see Incineroar being part of your end game.
Yeah, and yet another parting shot onto Roberto's Incineroar, now actually being shared from one to another, obviously exchanging a couple of conversations between them, but actually only Roberto can switch out to another Pokemon that he's got available. Is going to be the Basket Legion. The question is, are we going to see the commit from the Machagotcha over on Arash's side? It's not going to be moving. Actually, it's moving first. This may well actually be a speed tie between both of the Sinistras, as we saw Roberto's move first in the previous turn with the exact same move of Life Dew. So, like we said, I think the crucial thing here that Arash has identified is that Roberto may be trying to go for an end game where he's got last respects enough to pick up the Incineroar and the Sinistra if at a low enough HP range.
Yeah, that's very true. And the berry that we've got on the Sinistra on Arash's side, the Cassie berry, is the big problem here, because if that had been disposed of already, last respects is an easy bring in now, just utilize it, but is it going to be enough to take down this Sinistra? And the fact that it's also got Protect as well makes it a risky thing, because if you go for the last respect. It protects, and it allows maybe the Incineroar to get an all-important attack off. But no, there it is.
No Rage Powder from Arash's side. Wave Crash wipes out the competition. Incineroar is finally down, truly feeling like the raid boss with the support on the other side of the field. Matcha Gotcha is going to double connect. It's picking up the KO onto the Basque Legion, but it's all about resource management. Roberto has the Incineroar in the back. That is going to be the main key piece in picking up the KO over on Arash's and finally putting an end to this game one in what has been an amazing exchange of constant, consecutive board positioning at the highest level.
Yeah, incredibly well done there from Roberto. And yeah, getting the better end of every single trade in that game. Trading the Mega Scissor at the start of the game for the Mega Floette. Such a pivotal piece for Arash. And then, as you can see in the end game, picking the perfect moment to lock in with that Rage Crash to get the Incineroar. And that trade locked the game.
Yep.
Signed, sealed, delivered. One step closer to moving in to Top Cut.
So, now if you're Arash, you saw that there wasn't a Tita. Are you considering bringing the Delphox or not?
It's hard because it disrupts that support network. If you're going for the Floettes, you've got a support network that you need. You need the Sinistcha, you need the Incineroar. There is the option there. Do you drop the Mouse Hole? That is very, very useful with that Friend Guard, and it gives you a really good option of protection against the Basque Legion in particular if it locks in to the last respect. So do you make that matchup a little bit worse and drop the Mouse Hole for the Delphox in hope of being able to get the Scissor? I don't think so, because I think you saw how well Arash dealt with the Scissor. Said, if you're going to take down my Floette, that was the one thing that you can say. You made the trade there. The Flareblitz went into it, and you took the trade. The problem, I think, you look back at that turn is Arash could have just protected the Floette and Flareblitzed and then took the Scissor down. And I think from that point on...
would have been safe.
Arash would have just ran through the remaining Pokemon on Roberto's side quite effectively. So there is that one turn where you say, well, things could have played out differently. It's easy saying this. That's what you need to do, but I think you've got to protect that Floette better than Arash did in that first game.
I'm going to raise you one step further. Do you think Roberto's going to expect Arash to bring the Delphox and make an adaptation with a Tita?
No.
No?
No, I really don't. I think
stick to it?
I think we're going to see the same fall from both trainers. They make sense in what each trainer is expecting. I think it's going to be picking those pivotal moments like we saw in that first game and getting them right.
All right, let's find out. It does seem to be the case from Arash's side. Mega Floette and the Incineroar yet again, but a bit of a change-up from Roberto. Rather than leading with the Mega Sizzle, we are going to be seeing the Basque Legion alongside the Incineroar of his own.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Roberto has got the Mega Scissor in the back. But not leading it this time, wants to avoid that initial Intimidate, because now once it comes onto the field, of course, it is going to be in a position where it hasn't had that attack drop and will be threatening that Mega Floette even more. But, as you say, the Basque Legion adaptation here is a really nice one, because it gives that instant ability to put a Wave Crash -1 onto the Floette. We saw the damage of that in Game 1, so it's going to be able to launch that. It threatens the Incineroar, of course, as well, with flip turn potentially there, and getting rid of that Pasture Berry that's such a thorn in Roberto's side.
And we got a confirmation that Scizor is here for Game 2 as well. There could be a very interesting interaction of a potential read Arash could be going for, anticipating the flip turn. Going out, bringing the Sizzle back in, maybe going for like a raw Flare Blitz into the Basque Legion, but it's going to be a tough one to do. His back is against the wall. Flip turn does indeed proc the Pasho Berry, but because the Sizzle switched in the slot of which Incineroar was in on Roberto's side, there could be a way to get around that and bring the Incineroar back in.
Yeah, it's a really nice pivot here from Roberto to drop another all-important Intimidate onto the Incineroar and then have active Fake Out going into the next turn. We're probably going to see Arash parting shot themselves. Which slot will it be into? It's probably more likely into the Incineroar.
Oh, it's a Flare Blitz read!
Oh, he's caught it! That's huge!
Oh, wow! He tried! He was trying to catch out Roberto there. He might must have felt so much pressure in that scenario, but Roberto was one step ahead.
Oh, and so close to getting it right. Just the other slot. So great play here from Roberto, but getting away with it in a rush, trying to catch that switch, knowing that the scissor might be on its way in. But now in that spot, not going for the parting shot, has that Incineroar stuck on the field, and it is going to be susceptible to a fake out here from Roberto's Incineroar, whilst that scissor is in the perfect position to say, I'm going to Mega Evolve, I'm going to Bullet Punch, or even if you suspect a Protect on that Floette this turn, because I don't feel like Arash is going to give it up so easy. Do go for a Sword Stance here.
He's going to have to. He wants to put the pressure on as fast as he can, really, in order to regain that momentum, switching the mouse hold in right now in order to be able to give some sort of damage buff against this Mega Scizor, which you never know, might just go on the offense. Bullet Punch, is it enough? No, because Friend Guard is that useful. However, there could be a potential of a double up. This is a +1 Moonblast from a Fairy Aura boosted Mega Floette, dealing so much damage. They're about 60%, not quite enough. Parting shot, the pivot action is going. It is targeting what was that Incineroar slot, anticipating or trying to cover the switch in there, and we've got the pivot. Now, this could be the Bastia Legion in order to threaten that damage from the get-go.
Yeah, you're almost forcing the mouse hold here to have to use that follow me redirection to protect your Floette, but you do have the opportunity with that redirection, though, of course, to go for a Draining Kiss here into maybe that scissor. It's going to be teetering on the edge whether the Draining Kiss is enough to get it going off the Moonblast damage, but you've got probably more recovery from the Bastia Legion here with that Draining Kiss. So whether you do it and put your Floette into a better position, we're going to see, but it's not going to have the opportunity of Flip Turn coming out, getting that all-important damage onto the mouse hold. More importantly, no Bullet Punch coming out from the scissors, so what has it locked into?
Potentially the Bug Bite in order to maybe guarantee some damage, but might just go on the aggressive with the setup of the Swords Dance because of the Hospitality coming into effect. Hoping it's going to survive the Moonblast, but I'm not sure it would have actually, but going for the risk, the Sinistcha is actually down, completely ignoring the sizzle in that scenario that could have proved to be quite crucial, because the Sword Stance now puts such a big pressure onto Arash's side. The fact that he didn't capitalize off of potentially getting rid of it from the board.
Yeah, great play here from Roberto, piling on the pressure, the Hospitality. Sinistcha going down, but getting that all-important health onto that scissor. Now in a position where you've got the Wave Crash, it can go for super effective, not super effective, but big damage into the mouse hold. It's going to be enough to pick up the knockout. It will be super effective damage if the Incineroar tries to come in, and even the Intimidate will only take that scissor down to +1. It's +2 at the moment, and that Bullet Punch is threatening a knockout onto that Floette. Arash pinned here. Don't know what they're going to do, but they're going to have to start switching things up, and does that give even more room to Roberto to pile this pressure, keep it constant, to try and lock this game up?
Follow me. Redirection is now online. Bastia Legion is going to be moving first with the Wave Crash. Can it pick up a KO from that range? It can. We have not got a defensive play from the Sizzle. It may be within range of a KO from the Moonblast, as we saw Mega Floette was able to outspeed in the previous turn, but it's ignored yet again. The Bastia Legion is down with a critical hit, which at that range I do not think matters because of the Calm Mind setup in the previous turn. Mega Sizzle Bug Bite picks up the KO onto Mega Floette. That is a resisted hit, but because the Sword Stance is set up, it's enough, and Arash has lost his main damage sweeper, left with just the support crew.
Yeah, but the Incineroar is in a prime place to come in, drop an all-important Intimidate onto the field, and then put a bit more pressure onto that Scissor. The big thing here is that the Scissor's got the Bug Bite, which is so useful, in particular being able to hit that Incineroar for neutral damage, and also doesn't really mind if the Rage Powder comes out because it'll be doing respectable damage to that Sinistcha as well.
And like you said, it's a bit interesting of an interaction just because of the fake out potential speed ties as well. We've got the Mega Sizzle maybe susceptible to a burn as well from the Matcha Gotcha.
Yeah, that is a big problem here. I think it's going to be hard to take down this Incineroar. +1 Bug Bite, is it going to be enough? I don't know.
+1? Yeah. Maybe not.
Maybe close. But then you've got that redirection from the Sinistcha that allows the Incineroar room to be able to kind of get those attacks off. We're just going to trade fake outs probably this first turn, at least from...
Uh-oh!
But a slower fake out getting caught.
was trying to hope that he can somehow get the read onto Arash there. Matcha Gotcha. It's quad resisting, of course, on the Sizzle, but it does have that secondary effect of picking up the burn, which could be quite detrimental, but not for that turn. Mega Sizzle right now allowed more room to be able to try to go on the offensive, but Incineroar on the other side of the field is looking very threatening.
Yeah, I think if you are Roberto, do you protect your own Scissor here and maybe go for the Flare Blitz with your own Incineroar into the Sinister, try and catch that out, try and remove that before... Because one Flare Blitz from the opposing Incineroar, even though it is -1, it is going to be enough to take down the Scissor. It's probably got one attack in it, really.
Flare Blitz trying to catch it out, but Roberto needs to play safe. Goes for the Flare Blitz into the Sinister. This is at -1. Thereabouts, very close to that 50% mark. Might well be a roll if there isn't a life tube, but doesn't seem to be the case. The name of the game from Arash's side is sustainability. You need to make sure both of your Pokemon are healthy enough to be able to directly threaten the Sizzle. And this might be a reverse sweep potential, right? We've got the Sinister being an MVP right now next to that Incineroar directly threatening the Sizzle.
Yeah, it does feel like that because this turnaround, the Scissor has just protected it. Can go for another one, but if it fails, then you're just going to take a Flare Blitz. You want to get some value out of the turn, or its last turn if it does stick around. You Bug Bite into it. We're going to see he's going for the double protect, and it fails.
And the Flare Blitz from Arash's side, and a huge breath and sigh of relief from himself means he's able to finally quell the Mega Sizzle. It is so huge to be able to avoid that double protect if you're Arash, to keep yourself in the game. Flare Blitz is not going to be dealing that much damage regularly, but it was a critical hit, let's not forget. But the fact that Sinister is still on the field, you've got life G support, means that you're going to be able to out-sustain Roberto's.
Yeah, and yeah, there we go. We see the full fit locked in from Roberto. Arash pulling it back and getting more for their trades this time around. I think that was the big important thing. Didn't get anything in return for losing the Floette in Game 1, but Game 2, way smarter about the Moonblast. It would have been obvious and really tempting to go after the Scissor to say, let's remove that, but removing the partnering Pokemon, the Basket Legion in particular, the Sinister before that, I think they were the two key pivotal pieces that would have allowed Roberto to kind of close this game up and then move on to Top Cut. But Arash saying, no, I'm going to ignore the Scissor. I've got the Incineroar in the back. I can come in, I can deal with that. Firstly, I need to get rid of this Basket Legion to free up my own Incineroar to do the job for me later on.
It's an absolute nail-biter because it really was down to the most fine margins of not only the damage calcs being enough because of the chip damage dealt, but the positioning. It's so board heavy in this matchup. So going into Game 3, we anticipating the same leads. It worked out quite well for Arash. This time round, better decision-making like we said, but Roberto did switch it up from Game 1 going to Game 2. Is it a Game 1 run back?
Yeah, and there was an interesting interaction as well. I think when the mouse hold was active on the field next to the Floette, and you had this scenario where you could have bullet punched, knowing that the Follow Me would come out, and then follow up with a Wave Crash into the Floette, and you would have probably got through that turn and preserved the Basket Legion. But I think in that scenario, Roberto's probably worried about an Incineroar switch in there and wanted to cover the mouse hold with the Wave Crash, why we saw things play out like that. And then the Bullet Punch not chosen as the option, the Bug Bite. But it meant doing that play, the drawback of it, losing your Basket Legion, which was the downfall of Roberto in that Game 2.
All right, Game 3. There's the Delphox. The change has been made, and it has not been met on Roberto's side. He is not liking the look of that Mega Delphox across from his Sizzle.
Yeah, really great adjustment here from Arash, especially coming straight out of the traps. The Delphox is going to apply a lot of pressure to that Scissor and force it off the field here. Does that create an opening for you to get that all-important nasty plot? The Incineroar is something that you're going to have an answer for in the back. What is Arash's answer to the Incineroar? Because right now, but it's not looking good. You're not going to be able to hit it for super effective damage, and it's going to be able to constantly disrupt your side of the field with those parting shots that can try and keep it in check. Right now, we've got the active Fake Out. We know which Incineroar is faster than the other. Arash seems to have the jump on Roberto, so it is going to have the advantage with Fake Out here. But do you maybe just say, if you're Roberto, if you don't Fake Out my Incineroar, I'm going to parting shot into Delphox?
Yeah, I feel like we know that Arash is just wanting to just go on the offensive. He's got the aggressive advantage from a get-go. Both of our Pokemon that can Mega Evolve have Mega Evolved. The Scizor is at -1, which can be a bit of a detriment, but the real question is there going to be a read of the nasty plot setup here, or going on the offensive? Roberto playing risky. It's paying off right now. No fake out on either side. We've got double setup from either side as well, and Arash's Incineroar is going to move first, goes for the parting shot, bringing that +1, now back down to neutral, and you got the pivot.
Yeah, that's a really brave thing to do in front of a Mega Delphox when you're Mega Scissor. Going for that sword stance, paying off here, because you are back to neutral, so you still will have that decent attack stat to lie back on. The Delphox, though, on the other hand, has just nasty plot. It is +2 special attack at the moment, and now with its partner in crime, the Sinistcha coming onto the field, has perfect redirection support for that. Anything that comes in. Parting shot really useful from the Incineroar, of course, taking it back down to +1 special attack, but a +1 special attack Delphox is still very scary. What you bring in, the Basculegion feels like the best option here, but like we've said, the Rage Powder active on that Sinistcha in a position to perfectly protect that Delphox this next turn.
This is really rough for Roberto. I've got to be honest. You're on the back foot. One Heat Wave connect and you're done. You've got the Rage Powder available with the Sinistcha over on Arash's side of the field. It is a Grass type, it is a Ghost type, and the Last Respects doesn't even have any boost going. It's at 50 base power right now. This Delphox, I don't know how he's going to be able to overcome it.
No, I really don't. The Protect coming out from the Scissor because it's so heavily threatened from that Heat Wave. Rage Powder, yeah, in response coming out. We're just going to say a flip turn, maybe into the Incineroar. That could be a possibility here. And you can see the value of that Choice Scarf allowing you to get the jump on the Delphox before it is able to attack.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see yet another nasty plot now from Arash's side, taking him up to +3 in order to be able to ignore any future parting shots and directly threaten the KOs that he needs to. And no, he's going on the aggressive right now. He's like wanting to try to catch Roberto out as much as possible, maybe respecting that Sinistcha, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Roberto, getting themselves into a position now where they've got that threat of the fake out to go on to the Delphox this next turn. And you can't ignore the Scissor as well. The Bug Bite is going to hit for neutral damage. It's not resisted because of the Psychic and the Fire typing onto that Mega Delphox, so you will get respectable damage onto it. You can't allow it to just take damage for free. So the Sinistcha in a position now, I mean, we could just see a double Protect to burn this fake out turn, or we could see something like an Incineroar switch in now for the Sinistcha and a Protect on the Delphox. Have you got room to maybe go for another Sword Stance if you're Roberto? It's very risky though in this scenario, and is it going to give you much more value rather than maybe just targeting that Sinistcha if you expect it to switch out with a Bug Bite, hopefully catch it if it stays in, or an Incineroar if it switches in for it, and then just fake out the Delphox.
Okay, that is going to be some important chip damage depending on whether this hospitality-based Sinistcha is going to be able to survive the turn. Sword Stance has been set. The Scizor is absolutely dancing around with now a +2 in its attack. This is exactly where Roberto wants to be. However, Arash is probably going to try to go for the recycling of the board state piece next to the Delphox.
Yeah, and I think you can do that. You've got to protect this Scissor this next turn, but you're kind of almost forced to go for a Heat Wave here with the Delphox now. You're going to be susceptible to a Dark-type attack from the Incineroar if you leave it open. Now we are seeing that cycling. We're seeing the Intimidate come back onto the field. This Scissor now will be a +1 in its attack as it does protect from the threat of that oncoming maybe Heat Wave.
Yeah, because there wasn't much room that Roberto could make there, right? Because even if he does, let's say, try to go on the offensive, the Heat Wave always covers him, so it forces him to have to go for a parting shot into the Delphox yet again. Now down to neutral once more. Nasty plot essentially has been foregone, and you've got the redirection available yet again if the Sinistcha does get brought in, but no, you want to go on the offensive. The Basculegion is immune to fake out. It can directly threaten the Delphox, and we've got that back and forth between the support, making sure it covers for the sweeper.
Yeah, it's a really great pivot here from Roberto to kind of pin this Delphox now, where it really is threatened. The Basculegion kind of covering the Scissor, giving that protection. It's still got to be a little bit wary about the Scissor, because there is the play where Arash says, okay, I'm just going to protect my Delphox, assuming that you're going to Wave Crash or Flip Turn into that, and then leverage my Incineroar to get the all-important Flare Blitz into the opposing opposing scissor, remove that threat, and once that's gone, things get a little bit easier to manage. But as we've seen in games 1 and 2, it is about protecting that main important Pokemon. And if you let them go down, the rest of the dominoes fall apart.
Oh, the fourth Pokemon revealed being the Mousehold, switching in favor of the Delphox Wave Crash, dealing so much damage. But this could be Arash's opening to go for the Flare Blitz into the Scizor if it's able to survive, which it does. 82 hit points. Pasho Berry is consumed from the Scizor, but it doesn't care because it is KO'd. It will not care at all. Arash being able to remove the biggest damage sweeper piece of Roberto, still allowing the Incineroar to survive even with so much recoil damage dealt to itself.
Yeah, great play here from Arash, showing why they're not out of this just yet, taking down the Mega Pokemon. Now the Intimidate, the Incineroar cycles back in, and the Basket Legion in a great position, right? I don't know how Arash deals with this Basket Legion effectively, because now you've got the active Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar. You go for the Wave Crash into the Mousehold, or vice versa.
Yep.
And all you've got in the back is a Delphox that cannot switch in on this Wave Crash. So Roberto positioned pretty well. You do have redirection, though, will help you, but for one turn only with that Mousehold. Have you got the ability to deal and dispatch of this Basket Legion that is such a threat right now?
It sort of feels like you need to be able to have both the Sinistcha and the Delphox on the field at the same time, and Incineroar having lower HP in order to not be able to essentially get rid of the Sinistcha in one fell swoop. Mousehold going for the Protect the Wave Crash, will be targeting the Sinistcha, which has switched in. Are we going to be seeing a double up here? Flare Blitz is very potent right now. It will be able to whittle down the HP on the Sinistcha. Roberto's made the read because of the Friend Guard still being active on the field. It's not enough to pick up the KO, but this is what we're saying. The fact that the resource is so low right now from Arash, it really marginalizes the amount of flexible turns he has remaining.
Yeah, and how'd you get around this now? Yeah, you've got two redirectors on the field. They can kind of protect each other, I guess, whichever way you go. Follow Me will pull in one way, Ridge Paddle will pull in the other. But the Sinistcha probably is going to be able to take a Wave Crash from that range. Mousehold's definitely not going to take a Wave Crash. No. So you can't allow that to happen. But Mousehold hasn't got any offensive capabilities. Do you switch that out maybe into Incineroar, preserve that to kind of keep and leverage with the Delphox for later in this game?
Switch outs abound. We have got the Incineroar now dropping the attack of the Basket Legion. It's going on the offensive. It goes for that target, picks off such a crucial piece in Arash's Game 3 strategy, but it does allow a free switch in for the subsequent turn. We're going to be seeing Mousehold go for the Super Fan. It does connect, wanting to make sure it puts it within range of a Heat Wave in the following turn by the Delphox. Flare Blitz dealing a bit more recoil damage to itself, but at the trade-off of getting that burn onto the Mousehold, essentially putting it on a timer. But this is what we're saying. The Delphox needs to have a redirector on its side of the field and deal the damage, connect with the Heat Waves, or even just get rid of the Basket Legion, really.
Yeah, and it is entering the field again. It's got that Follow Me support here from the Mousehold for this turn, so at least one Wave Crash can be dodged. But have you got enough to be able to get rid of this Basket Legion with one attack? It is the Psyshock that it will be relying on, not the Heat Wave to deal with that Basket Legion, but going for that allows the Incineroar the room to either go for an all-important parting shot. Roberto definitely in the driving seat still here, all to do for Arash going into this next turn.
Yeah, it's totally not over. It's just about making sure that you don't miss a beat, because just one turn is going to change it. It's going to decide which of these trainers may potentially make it through to the top cut. Basket Legion has switched out. Sinistcha is going to be able to come back onto the field and restore a bit of HP over on the Incineroar, potentially actually putting it within range of surviving a Heat Wave, if of course they do connect at the cost of the Sinistcha now being subject to it. But the Nasty Plot is the way to guarantee, if you're able to connect with your Heat Waves, you're able to get some outrageous damage, even at that range from the Incineroar, to potentially be susceptible to a KO.
Yeah, the Nasty Plot's nice from Arash. It puts that Psyshock in a better position to pick up the knockout onto the Basket Legion if it can connect onto that slot. But again, both trainers have got that redirection support on the field now. Sinister is not going to want to take a heat wave, but can you afford to go heat wave in a game where the Basket Legion is threatening the knockout? The wave crash into the Delphox here can be redirected into the mouse hold for this next turn. But the Sinister is still in the back for Arash, so there is a lifeline, and with that boost to the special attack, it is in a position to start picking up knockouts onto the threats on Roberto's side.
I feel like Arash has room to go for heat waves now. Even if it is, let's say, not going to pick up a K on the Basket Legion, it's going to put it within range for a subsequent heat wave to do so. If you parallel it with a Sinister Breen for a redirection the following turn, even when your mouse hold does go down, Incineroar is now on the field. You can see Roberto is really trying to put the pressure right now. What's Delphox going to do? We're going to find out after the Basket Legion moves first, goes for the flip turn, will finally quell that mouse hold, leaving the final redirecting option for support with the Sinister next to the Delphox. Delphox, what are you going to do? When the Sinister comes in, surely it has to be heat wave. You don't want to get caught out by a side shock, but you need to be able to connect it. Hospitality, though, is going to make sure the Incineroar doesn't go down quite yet. Heat wave double connects. It gets rid of the Sinister. It puts the Incineroar within maybe range of, depending on rolls, but I don't think it's actually enough.
No, I don't think another heat wave will be enough to get that Incineroar nowhere near enough. It does mean that you're going to have to go for a couple of heat waves. If you've got the room to do that, though, then you know the Basket Legion is in the back for Roberto. It can come onto the field now. It does outspeed this Delphox, but Arash has a lifeline in their Sinister that they've still got access to help with the redirection. How healthy is it? Well, we're gonna see as that hospitality activates. It's not healthy at all. No. It is not gonna be able to take a last respect here. And you've got the play where you can just lock last respect into that Sinister, fake out into the Delphox. Now you could go for the double protect just to burn through this fake out here if you are Arash, but then you're gonna have to make sure that next turn, the following turn, is the one that is decisive. So you've got the room to be able to get rid of at least one of these threats on Roberto's side.
But Arash has protect on his Sinister, something that Roberto does not have. So is this a potential double protect?
This is, what I was saying. Right? I think the double protect come out here, burn that fake out, as we're going to see, and then the next turn after that is the decisive one, where we are going to see potentially Arash make a decision. Do you go heat wave to try and remove the Incineroar? We know the damage there. I think you have to lock in to the side shock, sacrifice your Sinister, and then have you got enough single target heat wave to deal with this Incineroar? That's what it's going to come down to.
Surely you do. You're at +2 right now. You need to put it within range. The Incineroar, though, on the other hand, it's only got Flare Blitz as a main offensive move against this Delphox, which is 100% HP-wise. So I think the favor is in Arash's side. You just need to make sure that you don't get caught out in any way and you play to your outs. Rage Powder. Now make sure Basket Legion, that is Choice Scarf locked into last respects, will now be susceptible to the side shock. Is this the moment that Arash Amati is going to potentially make his way through into the top cut? Basket Legion is left wide open. Side shock at +2. Special attack. Of course, it's enough. The Incineroar, though, maybe needs a couple of critical hits and a crucial miss of a heat wave, but going for the parting shot. Now at -1, this adds a bit of volatility in terms of not being able to pick up the one shot onto the Incineroar with a single target heat wave.
But the one problem that we've got is normally you'd see a dark type attack on Incineroar. Roberto's can only rely on the Flare Blitz here. So that's why we're seeing the parting shot as Arash in response to that saying, right, you go for those parting shots as much as you want. I'm going to supersede it. I'm going to get another attack boost. Remember, Flare Blitz coming out. It is not going to be anywhere near as effective as Roberto needs it. It looks as though Arash will put themselves in a spot where they're going to be able to seal this up. It all comes down to heat waves, though. It is going to come right down to the wire.
Heat wave miss into Flare Blitz crit is what Roberto is hoping for, and that's even if the damage calc is enough, but it doesn't miss. Arash Amati
there we go!
Is able to go ahead and potentially make his way through into the top cut.
Wow, right down to the wire. Arash Amati moving into top cut here at the
two-time international champion back in 2017, where he absolutely tore up the format. But Lewis Markle, with his 6 accompanying Pokemon, the Mega Floette being the preferred Mega Evolution single of this team composition, but you've got the wall breaker potential of that Bastion Legion male choice Scarf Jolly in order to make sure it gets those speed benchmarks covered. And then you've got setup King Gambit, black glasses, no steel type coverage needed when you are packing such a huge punch.
Yeah, some really interesting stat alignments here on the Pokemon in particular, because you look at the Floette, it is more of a setup Floette, but it's got that boost to its speed rather than the special attack that you would normally see. So something that might be giving Lewis the edge in these games where it's surprising opponents, getting the jump on things that you wouldn't expect it to. Also, if you look at the Sinistcha, it's going to be hitting a little bit harder. Got the stat alignment giving it a boost in that special attack. The Matcha Gotcha going to be hitting maybe a little bit harder, but there is a lot of setup there. You've got that Floette, you've got that King Gambit. Can't rest on your laurels against this team, because if you give it an inch, it will take a mile, and Lewis will get these Pokemon set up and start carving its way through your Pokemon.
Yeah, the unconventional stat alignments can prove to be quite key. So with this new introduction, it adds an additional layer of mind games and a bit of clarity in terms of what your lines have to be. So something to consider if you are Davide, with the Como O potentially being out of contention of rocking up to this matchup, because surely you always bring Mega Floette over on Lewis's side. But we've seen it time and time again, the Mega Gengar acts as such an amazing deterrent to Mega Floettes. If you get that Shadow Tag lock going, especially with that Tinkaton, which is an amazing support Pokemon with the Encore Disable interactions and strategies available.
Yeah, and I think one of the beauties about this team is the Tinkaton, the stat alignment there, the speed boost to it, it catches opponents out because it lines up perfectly with that Gengar, and then can put that Encore Disable lock on opposing threats that maybe weren't suspecting it or felt like they were a little bit safer than they actually are in front of these Pokemon. But like you say, it's going to be very difficult for us to get any momentum with that Floette when you're looking at Pokemon like the Gengar, like the Tinkaton, that in particular threaten this Pokemon so hard. The Gigaton Hammer is one of those attacks that just needs one to get off, and probably Floette will fall afraid. Gengar as well, one of those Pokemon gets the lock on, gets the Perish set up, and you've got the maneuverability to shut down those big threats from the opposite side of the field with that disruption.
All right, leads for game 1. What are we thinking? Lewis essentially trying to go for a wall break potential or a setup with the Floette?
I think you've got a wall break potential. I think the Basque Legion's always a nice lead to come out, because if the trap does go up, you've got that ghost typing, you can switch out to something a little bit freer, get away from the Perish if that is the line of thought from the Vides side of the field, and also the Sinistcha as well, one of those other ghosts. It gets around that trap so effectively and really makes it difficult to get the lock with the Perish on those Pokemon.
All right, we're about to find out our first match of Top Cut. Davide is opening up game 1 with Mega Gengar, Tinkaton as the chosen lead versus the Sneasler and the King Gambit over on Lewis's side. So we're going to have a faster fake-out potential from the Sneasler. However, the Shadow Tag will come into effect for the next turn, and that is a severe consideration that may force Lewis to try to make an adaptation.
Yeah, and you've got to be very careful, especially if you are the King Gambit, because of its speed, it will underspeed the Tinkaton, and the Gengar will be subjected to the Encore Disable lock, so it could find itself just struggling. So you've got to be careful, supported right. The Sneasler opens the door for that with that faster faker, like you say, and you've got the opportunity now to potentially go for a fake out Sword Stance. But do you go for that in front of these Pokemon, or do you maybe just switch out if you suspect that lock? Because falling afraid to that Encore Disable makes it a lot easier to deal with.
Oh, Davide potentially factoring in the fake out from Lewis's side. Wants to be able to bring in his own for the subsequent turn in order to be able to get a lock on. But the King Gambit, it's going to be switching out. The Basque Legion Teeny will be entering and directly threatening that Mega Gengar, because of the speed interactions of the Tinkaton switching out first means the Intimidate is actually not going to be able to impact this Basque Legion, which is going to be hitting for full damage at neutral.
No, fake out coming out. Is the close combat the option? Here it is, and it's caught. That Incineroar with it. Yeah, and doing some really big damage damage, valuable damage. What a great play from Lewis, predicting the play from David, where you say, okay, the Gengar is going to get the lock on. I don't want my King Gambit in that spot where it is going to be susceptible to that trap with the disable Encore. I'm going to get Basket Legion in now. I'm going to put a lot of pressure onto this Incineroar that's got an active fake out this next turn. And not only that, I can put a lot of pressure onto that Gengar that is stopping me switching around so freely right now.
Such a strong opening play from Lewis's side, and Davide doesn't have the Intimidate in the back to be switched in to lower the damage output of the Basket Legion, which is going to be hitting very, very powerfully. So now forcing him into a spot where he's immediately on the defensive and he doesn't have a reliable switch in, maybe sacrificing a bit of resource availability of the HP on the Tinkerton to switch the Incineroar back out, but it's just going to be a protect.
Yeah, protecting here from any incoming or switching from that Basket Legion if a flip turn comes out there. Just the Dire Claw choosing from that Sneasler, but the Wave Crash now coming out. It will be into the Gengar. Will it be enough? It won't be enough, but it's doing really good, considerable damage.
But this is going to be a trade. No, he doesn't focus down on the Bastion Legion to be able to pick up the KO there. He goes for the Sneasler. Will be bringing it down to 57 hit points, but this may have been a missed opportunity from Davide's side.
Yeah, just suspecting that maybe the flip turn comes out, wants to catch it onto that Incineroar. Why we saw the Protect there and get a valuable, maybe a Shadow Ball into that Sneasler, just to be able to get it into a position where you can pick up the knockout. But now with that initial Wave Crash, the Gengar is forced to protect this next turn or switch out like we're seeing, and it leaves that Incineroar vulnerable. It's just protected. It can't go for it again.
Okay, Como-O has made its way onto the battlefield. The Incineroar has been felled. Davide already losing one of his Pokemon means the foundations around the Encore disable shadow tag strategies are plummeting. Wave Crash will not be dealing as much damage onto the Como-O because of the Dragon typing resisting the water, but now we're in a spot where Davide is clearly having to try to focus down on, okay, if I can get my Como-O set up, maybe that can allow me more breathing room to get rid of both the Sneasler and the Basket Legion, but you need to be able to maintain your Mega Gengar to cover for the Mega Float potential in the back.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You've got to keep that for later on. It's taken a considerable amount of damage already, so all the reliance now on that Como-O. Can you get it set up? Well, you've got a good option with the Tinkerton that's coming now. It's got the fake out. It'll be able to stop that Sneasler in its tracks, but you also have the ability now, if you're lost, to switch out Pokemon if you want to. We're just seeing a Protect from that Tinkerton.
Ooh, okay, trying to scout out the scenario right now and seeing, hey, you know what? I want as much HP recovery and availability on my Tinkerton. Anticipating the double up into the slot, not even going for the Clanging Soul, apologies, going for the Clanging Scales. Does get rid of the Sneasler, but maybe this is a scenario where you might not have wanted that, although now that the fact that Tinkerton has not been damaged at all, even if the Mega Floet does come onto the field, it's going to be threatened by a Gigaton Hammer.
Yeah, but it all comes down to the speed and the combination of a Wave Crash and then maybe one of those bigger attacks like a Dazzling Gleam could be enough to potentially pick up this Tinkerton. They are generally a middling defensively, right? Is it going to be able to take that double up? It's a free double up from Lewis into that slot, and the Dazzling Gleam will be enough to cover that Como-O this turn. So in a real pinch of the situation, and it all comes down to whether the Floette outspeeds the Tinkerton, which you would say from the stat alignment it maybe will.
And we're gonna have to figure this out. This could be huge. Wave Crash goes into the Tinkerton outside of a critical hit. It's not enough to pick up the KO. Bastion Legion goes down to its own recoil. What's it gonna be? Is the Tinkerton gonna bring the hammer down? It is! It's going into the Floette! And the Floette! It survives on 6 hit points! Such a crucial survival! Dazzling Gleam picks off the Como-O as well as the Tinkerton. You've got the double KO, leaving Mega Gengar on its own against the King Gambit alongside the Floette. So even if it is timid with its stat alignment, it's bulky enough to survive that interaction.
Yeah, that just shows how well Lewis has trained this Floette to survive such a threatening attack here. And now the King Gambit could come in and help clean up this first game. And this has been backwards and forwards and right down to the finest of margins.
There we go. The white flag has been waved for this game 1. If you thought we hadn't seen spicy action so far, well, think again. This is the epitome of it. And Lewis Markle is 1 game away from making his way through to the top 8. But Davide, back to the drawing board, needs to be able to force a game 3.
Yeah, it was really difficult because Lewis getting every turn right, really, down to the last turn, right, where I think the first turn played out, going for the close combat, catching the Incineroar on the switch in, and then getting the Basket Legion switched in as well at the right time, preserving the King Gambit for the late game.
Yep.
And then the Basket Legion able to apply that pressure, and then with the Sneasler as well, you know, just doing so much work, forcing that Tinkerton out when it came back onto the field later on in a position where, yes, it can get that Gigaton hammer off.
Yeah.
That speed interaction is really useful for going into game 2, but being able to take it is another thing. So David now knows that to get that Floette with the Tinkerton, you're going to need to get a tiny bit of chip damage onto it first.
So the question is there going to be, I'd say, a real focus on making sure you can preserve the Incineroar as well as you can versus that game 1? Because the fact that you took so much damage meant that you don't have that recycling action going of having 2 fake out users online, but most importantly, those intimidates as well with the Basket Legion putting on so much offensive pressure.
Yeah, the Basket Legion, I think, is the thing that you're going to have to deal with a lot better than you did in that last game. Maybe Sinister comes to this game. It can switch in on those waves crashes, especially because you've got so much protect across the board if you're Davide, where you can kind of scout out what that Basket Legion locks itself into and then adapt appropriately from that point on. Sinister might be one of those Pokemon you can bring in. It gives a little bit of alleviation with its Rage Powder on those key pieces that you need to be able to move in the match.
Here we go, game 2. Are there going to be any adaptations? Not from Davide's side, opting to go for the Tinkerton, and the Mega Gengar following suit is Lewis. So closely afterwards with the Sneasler and Kingambit, and something that may be worth noting is that naturally speaking, Mega Floettes should be able to outspeed with the positive speed stat alignment versus the Tinkerton, so it may come down to no match 32 speed investment in that Mega Floette in order to allow it to survive that crucial hit.
Yeah, you would say there's some defensive investment there to kind of allow it that, but it keeps it speedy enough. But we've got a good amount of information going into this game too. Do we see things play out like they did in game 1? Well, that's where you could maybe take a little bit of an advantage here if you are Davide, where you could go for the fake out into the Sneasler if you expect it to lock in with a close combat, and then try and get that Perish lock started. That's an option here because the Kingambit, again, is one of those Pokemon. Do you want to leave it on the field? This is where Lewis could say, I'm going to call your bluff. I'm going to keep my Kingambit here, and I'm going to attack into that Gengar and fake out into the Tinkerton.
Oh, this is going to be a close one. Tinkerton has not switched out as opposed to that game 1. Protect, though. Mega Gengar wanting to make sure it is keeping Lewis's Pokemon true and tested. Double Protect, wanting to scout it out and make sure that we got potential Encore disable shenanigans going, which is definitely the case right now.
Yeah, which is really difficult for this Kingambit to kind of contend with now because it is going to fall afraid to that Encore disable combination. Yes, you can go for the Sucker Punch, but again, it's not going to land if the Gengar doesn't choose a damaging attack. Why we're seeing the Protect here. Has the Sneasler got a way around this, though?
It's going to have to go for the potential close combat into the Tinkerton to avoid the Encore interaction there, but oh yeah, the Encore actually going into the Kingambit, and Sneasler wasn't able to move first, showing that the training is so crucial here, given that it's an adamant, so it's not even max speed.
That's a slow Sneasler, very bulky. But yes, getting caught out by this lock, and now the Kingambit has just went for that Protect. It can go for the Sucker Punch again, but why is the Gengar going to attack in this scenario, right? It's not going to. It's going to go for the Disable, and I think the Tinkerton can follow up with an Encore here. The Dire Claw isn't threatening the Tinkerton. It's got the immunity there, and the Gengar can shrug that off like it is a breeze.
And I did notice a bit of a head shake from Lewis's side, just knowing that he is in an absolutely locked down down situation. The fact that you cannot switch any of your Pokemon out, you've already gotten the disable onto the close combat from the Sneasler, only having to opt to go for the Diaclaw, hope for a status condition, not yielding any sort of result right now, and the King Gambit is locked in to the Protect. The Perish has been perfectly set up right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Lewis, even at this early stage of the game, because now you're just going to bide your time. If you're Davide, you've got the time to do, you can double protect, you can throw some more disable encore about onto the field, really disrupt what Lewis is trying to do even further, and then at the time is right, switch these two Pokemon out for whatever you've got in the back that are going to be able to come in, sponge up whatever the threat is on that Sneasler and the King Gambit, and then allow them to go down to that Perish.
Yeah, and there's no reason for you not to go for Protect here with the Gengar. You want to make sure that you avoid any sort of Diaclaw shenanigans. Tinkaton's Steel typing means that it is completely immune to the Diaclaw Poison typing. Completely free to go for the Encore now because of the prior disable on the close combat. So this is the absolute perfect scenario for Davide to be able to guarantee a double KO via the Perish means onto the Sneasler and the King Gambit.
Yeah, this is perfect for Davide. Like you say, this is a perfect scenario on how to get Perish and disrupt and make it so seamless as well, because you're not taking any damage in the process. All you're doing is biding your time, waiting for each and every turn to go past. It does give Lewis the time to formulate maybe a plan of how they can try and come back into this game. It's going to be very difficult in a 2 versus 4 situation, especially because with 2 Pokemon remaining after this Perish expires, it does mean that another Perish song will be enough to stop the timer, and 3 turns time after that, it will be game Davide.
And that is essentially what was identified, and Davide has been able to do this so well. And there's no real drawback right now. You're going to be able to time the switches appropriately with that Tinkaton leaving the field. You've got the Fake Out now available from the Incineroar. The only way out is a sleep.
Oh,
it's the sleep
there it is.
that Lewis was fishing for. This is quite unfortunate, but still not the absolute end. Yes, it is very annoying because Fake Out's no longer available. So Gengar, the slot has to switch out. But the question is, whatever Pokemon is coming in, how much damage is going to be able to handle?
The Tinkaton could switch in here on the Diaclaw and not really worry about that or any of its effects. So, and then it gives the Incineroar time to potentially wake up, which you need it to do to support the end game. And here is that Tinkaton in place of that Mega Gengar.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best switch in order to make sure that you can essentially, you know, take as little damage as possible. It does have Sugar Berry, so it doesn't get any recovery, but Diaclaw just doing respectable chip damage over time. Incineroar, most crucially, now finally burning its first turn of sleep. But the trade-off, not in favor of Lewis's side. King Gambit and the Sneasler falling victim to the Perish Son, forcing a 4 versus 2 affair right now, and Davide has got so much momentum on his side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, there is the fact that the Incineroar is asleep, but it has the potential to wake up this next turn. You've got active Fake Out now on the Tinkaton as well, so you can slow down at least the Floette that's come onto the field. But the problem is that Basket Legion, if you had one Pokemon in the back to come in to try and pull things in your favor, that's the Pokemon you can lock in with that Last Respects and hope that your Floette has enough in the tank to deal with that Incineroar. That is the only Pokemon that we know currently of that resists that Last Respects.
It could be a scenario that Davide switched it up and has brought the Sinistcha over the Como-O, which would be amazing, and it seems to be the case, and this is what you need to do, but at what cost? You need to be able to essentially ensure the redirection is available in order to be able to safeguard yourself away from the Last Respects. We've got the Mega Floette now embracing the Fairy Aura on its side of the field. Just a very safe protect from the Tinkaton. This is a good way to be able to cover all outs. Cassib Berry has been proc, but this is going to hit so hard, just barely surviving. If this is a Dazzling Gleam, because of the critical hit, it might actually pick up the KO, and the redirector that Davide needed in order to ensure he doesn't fall victim to a Last Respect sweep is no longer on the field. Was that trade worth it?
Wow, I don't know. It definitely doesn't feel like like it right now. And things are going to get very difficult because now you've got the Incineroar to come back in. It is asleep. You don't even have the fake out support here. So a last respect into the Tinkerton and a Dazzling Gleam will be enough. We know the Gigaton Hammer isn't enough to get that Floette. But the one thing that you do have is you potentially have some disruption with Encore if you can take a last respect. Can you do it though?
At -1, there is a good chance, but it just depends on how much defensive investment there is with the Tinkerton. And also, do you feel like it was a roll survival of the Floette because of with the Gigaton Hammer in the previous game?
That's
and
the
just
big thing
go
to
for
roll.
the absolute damage potential of the KO.
Yeah, and there is the potential there, but we're not seeing it this time around. The Tinkerton switching out. It is the Gengar. If the last respect comes into this slot, this will be the last respects for this Gengar as it does fall free.
It is down out of this game. Davide is not going to be able to outpace the Floette. I think this may well be over. Lewis has been doing such an amazing job keeping Davide's Pokemon in check. The Gengar absolutely just in an awkward spot. Tinkerton, no matter how helpful you've been, you cannot get yourself out of this scenario.
No, there is no way around this last respect now. You might be able to get the Floette, but it's not locked itself into anything that puts it susceptible to the Encore, and you cannot ignore this Basculegion. You cannot slow it down. The last respect is inevitable, and Lewis has played this so well.
There we have it. Last respects, not quite been enough to pick up the KO. Gigaton Hammer, however, not doing it either. 22 hit point survival. This feels absolutely calculated. Floette, Dazzling Gleam, Dazzling Display. Not quite enough to pick up the KO, but this is all gone and done. Forfeit in. Lewis Markle progresses to the top 8.
Remarkers brought together with that Lycanroc as well and Sneasel. Basculegion King Gambit here is very, very strong, and Lorenzo has already proved that he knows when to bring the Frostlass, when to bring the Scovillain, and actually when he doesn't need those Mega Pokemon. I can hear the crowd cheering Lorenzo on in the background. This is so great. You can see how happy he is to be here on stream. I hope, Lorenzo, that you're not feeling too much pressure in this moment and can give us the show that we know you can.
Oh, absolutely. You've already done it once on stream today. Lorenzo clearly cannot believe it, but it's a team that he knows how to pilot so very well. And the set of options like Swords Dance on the King Gambit, really wanting to put Louis Fonvier under the thumb here. And now our trainers are exchanging their team sheets. They're going to have access to all of the information that we're showing you right now, but who will be able to use that information to their greatest advantage. Louis with Delphox, Floette, Basculegion, Incineroar, Sneasler, and Sinister. The crowd is going absolutely wild for our first ever top 8 in Pokemon Champions here in the EU region. Of course, Delphox, once it goes for its Mega Evolution, gets the Levitate ability. It's going to be shrugging off any ground type attacks, being able to set up itself with the Nasty Plot as well. So its moves are hitting all the harder. Floette too can set up not just its offense, but its defense with the Calm Mind here. And Sinister able to switch in from the back with that all-important HP recovery and hospitality.
So many small decisions on this team, whether you play Substitute or Nasty Plot on the Delphox, whether you play some other supportive move. I think Delphox also gets the ability to Encore. Whether you drop the Moonblast, the Dazzling Gleam, or the Draining Kiss from your Calm Mind Mega Floette seems to be a choice that is different among different players depending on exactly how they want to play it. Also, the stat alignment there, modest on the Floette, not boosting the speed, so maybe a little bit more comfortable playing from a disadvantage in terms of speed against other Mega Floette. But then you've got the Focus Sash on the Basculegion that's going to make a big impact to how that Pokemon runs, not just because it's using the weaker Liquidation, but also because you have to commit 2 attacks into it to take it down.
And now we've got to commit to our top 8. Hey, let's hear everybody in the venue for Louis Fonvier versus Lorenzo here. And it's Floette and Basculegion leading out for Louis. Basculegion and Frostlass for Lorenzo.
Basculegion apiece, and the stat alignments on both of these Basculegions are adamant, so there's no information as to whether one could be faster than the other. These trainers will have to figure these things out on the fly, but one thing's for sure, that Frostlass is going to be able to outspeed both of Louis' Pokemon, and if he wants to, because there's no weather on Louis' side of the field, going to be able to set up that Aurora Veil and maybe just stop those key KOs going down into Lorenzo's team. The downside of this Floette on Louis' side of the field, not having Moonblast, is you lose that ability to get that big point pressure in really early in a match, and you almost have to commit to going for a Calm Mind to really start dealing that damage down.
Also boosting your special defense, of course, which we would love to do in the face of an incoming Blizzard, potentially. But Frostlass, if it does get the Snow Warning ability active with its Mega Evolution, could get the Aurora Veil up, boosting up the defenses of all types of move over on its side. Floette has gone for its Mega Evolution, the Fairy Aura radiating out from that beautiful flower. Here comes Frostlass with the big Blizzard. Do we have any cheeky freezes to speak of here at our Masters Top AA? Apparently not. They're safe for this turn at least. Now the Dazzling Gleam connecting down in kind over onto the other side of the field. Frostlass not even Mega Revolt here. The immediate last respects with no KOs claimed, but that's exactly what Basculegion does. And Lorenzo's Basculegion is swimming back to the depths.
Can we just note here that there's no Mega Evolution on the Frostlass coming into this turn? That's telegraphing the Mega Scovillain in the back there, potentially for later down the line. And you can see the difference between Frostlass and Mega Frostlass and all the special attack that it gains when it Mega Evolves. But a big KO there for Louis. The King Gambit does, though, get an opportunity to come in. And I think the important thing here is that the Focus Sash and the Basculegion is broken because the Basculegion and the Focus Sash unlikely to be trained defensively enough to be able to take a Sucker Punch. Certainly not from the Black Glasses set that Lorenzo is running now. And so even though it looks like Lewis has got a real front foot here, taking a key Pokemon out, put some damage on the Frostlass. It's the King Gambit coming back in here that gives the opportunity for a little bit of momentum on Lorenzo's side of the field to even things up.
And momentum is exactly what Lorenzo's going for with this Mega Evolution now, so even if that Scovillain is in the back, he's not going to be able to go for it on that Pokemon. And now, whereas the Blizzard before just happened to connect on both targets, it's guaranteed to. With the Snow coming out and no Aurora Veil with the Snow Defense boost, is able to have that Aqua Jet so much better. The Sucker Punch failing, potentially because the Basculegion was going for its own priority move. Now the Aurora Veil is set up. So, Lorenzo's team is able to soak up so many more hits, but going for the Mega Evolution on such low health, how well can it take this Dazzling Gleam? It's going to be enough, even with the Aurora Veil, and the Frostlass has been felled.
King Gambit, though, taking that Dazzling Gleam like an absolute champ here, trying for the Sucker Punch into the Basculegion and failing because of the Aqua Jet, rather than going for the guaranteed Kowtow Cleave into that slot to be able to make sure that if the Basculegion didn't protect, that it was going to be doing a little bit of damage, a lot of damage picking up the KO there. Now Sneasler gets an opportunity to come back in, but it's dangerous here, right? You've got the Diaclaw on this, sorry, not you, don't have the Diaclaw on this Sneasler, instead you've got the Gunk Shot, and that always has a chance of missing the Floette. And so a combination of Sucker Punch, maybe even Kowtow Cleave if you predict the Aqua Jet, and the Gunk Shot could be enough to pick up a double KO here. And we know that Sneasler is looking pretty safe because the Mega Floette on Louis' side has committed the Mega Slot. Unlikely that that Delphox is in the back. So some combination of Sneasler, Sinistcha, and Incineroar.
Sneasler will just be keeping itself safe this time around, so will the Floette. So we turn our attention over to Basculegion and King Gambit. A matchup that's pretty one-sided, but the Aqua Jet was attempted into the Sneasler. Now, where did King Gambit go for? It went for the Swords Dance. This is a play that worked so well for Lorenzo earlier on in our first stream game of Phase 2 today. King Gambit is now at +2 in its physical attack.
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference about like how he's going to be able to, or how Lorenzo is going to navigate the later game, especially if that Incineroar is in the back. Even a Sneasler in the back, a Sucker Punch would be able to do a great deal of damage to it, especially with the extra Intimidate coming down onto this King Gambit and raising its attack from the Define ability.
Goodness gracious me, so now this King Gambit is at +3 to its attack stat. Sneasler gets its attack returned thanks to the White Herb. Basculegion will be scouting out from beneath the depths here. Sneasler attempts the Gunk Shot and it does connect, but it's into the Incineroar. But Louis freshly switched in, bringing it down to basically exactly half HP, but now the Citrus Berry recovering a good amount. If that had been the Floette, it would be down and out. Let's hope that the Sneasler's feeling accurate when the Floette is on the field.
That Incineroar took exactly the right amount of damage from Louis' perspective, coming in and activating the Citrus Berry, making sure that another Gunk Shot isn't going to be able to take this Pokemon down, but it is in range, certainly, of a close combat now after the the Intimidate comes in and the White Herb mitigates that, neutralizes that attack drop on the Sneasler. And now the question is like, where do you click the fake out button into? Probably the King Gambit. You want to make sure your Basque Legion can actually act on this turn and maybe try to knock out that Sneasler.
Well, it's not going to be able to this time. That is another Protect coming out from Sneasler, and King Gambit gets his Protect off as well. Lorenzo back against the wall. Just 2 Pokemon remaining. The fake out attempted. Of course, you're going to want to Protect in front of that. Otherwise, you'd be flinching, unable to do anything this turn around. Liquidation attempted into the King Gambit as well. But now Lorenzo can just scout out. Having protected, much less likely to be able to do that on this turn. Let's see how it unfolds.
So, well, Louis can lock into Aqua Jet to take away the ability for the King Gambit to go for a Sucker Punch, but then you're only Aqua Jetting turn after turn after turn, right? And so, not necessarily a nice position for Louis to be in. Needs to play a little bit defensively, bringing the Floette in to try and take a close combat, getting the double Protect, I think, on that Basque Legion to protect it from any... Oh, no.
Ooh, okay.
Attack last turn. Close combat going into the Floette here, and the King Gambit gets a chance to act, but this is the time where you can make a call.
Here we go. Is this going to be enough with the Swords Dance? Yes, it certainly is, and that is Louis' Floette down. Even though Lorenzo is down to their final 2 Pokemon, they're showing that they can still turn this around. Louis has just lost their first. Now the Aurora Veil wears off as well, so the Pokemon on Lorenzo's side of the field, they are not taking these attacks half as well as once they were. Sneasler is joining the fray now for Louis.
And now there's 2 fake-out Pokemon that Louis has access to. The White Herb has been burnt on the Sneasler on Lorenzo's side, and when that comes back in, it's going to be doing quite a lot of work against the Sneasler, but it's still powering up that King Gambit. And with the Black Glasses, now it's at 3 stages of increased attack. I wouldn't actually be surprised if the King Gambit was able to knock out the Sneasler with just a Sucker Punch on its own, depending on how this Sneasler has been trained by Louis. If it's one of those defensive ones, probably going to hang on, but if it's a little bit less defensive, then maybe the King Gambit can flip a matchup on its head where close combat looks like the threatening thing, but actually Sucker Punch does the job.
Yeah, stacking with the Black Glasses, of course, is something that we all know too well how much damage it does. Not very effective. Suddenly looks like neutral damage, or sometimes even super effective as the Incineroar comes in now. No choice, really, because the King Gambit's locked on the field. Now the King Gambit is at +4 in its physical attack. And with that, maybe the Sucker Punch would do the trick for Lorenzo. Let's see if it was locked into. No, just the Protect over on Louis' side of the field. So, able to scout out.
Okay, King Gambit going for the Protect, but failing because Louis is going for the defensive plays overall. Now another opportunity for a fake out plus a close combat on the board. And this is the board state that Louis was going to aim for as the controller gets reconnected there. Well, okay. So in that position, in the position that we were in there, what Louis was trying to get into a place where he was the Incineroar comes in, gets the fake out pressure onto the King Gambit after the King Gambit has played defensively already, so that the fake out, the Protect is likely to fail again. The fake out goes into the King Gambit, and then the Sneasler on Louis' side can knock out that King Gambit.
Well, Incineroar is going to be switching. Is it going to be a knockout claimed on this Basque Legion? Switching in freshly for Louis as King Gambit now keeps itself safe once more. Turning our attention to the Sneasler. The close combat connects into Louis' own Sneasler. It's resisted damage, being a part poison type, but at least you've got a good amount down there. The White Herb spent, so no recovery of those stat drops over on Lorenzo's side. King Gambit keeping itself safe from a close combat. Both of these trainers trying to gain some ground here. Of course, Lorenzo taking all the time they need, already at a 2 Pokemon disadvantage. But we've seen it before, how they can still claw this back.
Yeah, it's like now everything pretty much is in Sucker Punch range, except for maybe that Incineroar in the back on Louis' side. And so while this King Gambit looked like it was under the thumb a little bit earlier on with the Mega Floette on the field, that double tap into the Floette on the switch-in was so important for keeping this King Gambit safe.
Here we go. It's a +4 Sucker Punch, of course. It's going to be enough to pit the KO here, resisted as it is by the fighting type. So punching holes through Louis' team, and all of a sudden, trainers, both of our trainers on stage have 2 Pokemon remaining. And now the Liquidation gets the defense drop, and so the King Gambit is at +5 in its physical attack. Of course, running Liquidation, it means that you're not taking any recoil damage from Wave Crash, but it has the added effect of potentially reducing the target's defenses. And now this King Gambit could not be hitting any harder. We are at full power, maximum attack, +6. This King Gambit wants to cleave its way through to the grand finals.
Unfortunately, there's a Basculegion with an Aqua Jet, and I think that defense drop takes it over the edge for the Aqua Jet to be able to knock that King Gambit out before it even does anything. And so the only route that Lorenzo may have to try to mitigate this is to be able to... No, he doesn't have Dire Claw.
Okay.
Only has Gunk Shot.
That's right.
So there's no opportunity to stop this Basculegion from attacking later down the line. A fake out going into the King Gambit, just getting it as close to KO range as possible. Critical hit doesn't matter at all in this spot. There's the Aqua Jet into King Gambit. 6+. Now you're off the field.
Lorenzo is down to just their final Pokemon there, choosing not to protect the King Gambit and hoping that Sneasler can turn all of this around. But with so many defense drops, after so many close combats, and the White Herb already spent, it's going to be as thin as paper, and the battle has ended. The towel is thrown in. Louis is 1 game up in our Masters Top 8A here at the Turin Special Championships.
What a great game. What a great game. Absolutely down to the wire. I think the fake out plus the Aqua Jet probably would have put it into range, the King Gambit that is, of being knocked out in the end game overall if Lorenzo wasn't able to play defensively on it. But you know, you saw Louis take the early advantage. Lorenzo down to their final 2 Pokemon for turn after turn after turn, making it so difficult for Louis to convert any further in this match. And now Louis, taking the first game, must feel the pressure start to ease up a little bit, knowing that they've got 1 game in hand. Now Lorenzo's looking into game 2 thinking, what can I do this time?
But of course, we saw earlier on in stream, Lorenzo took the first game loss and then won the next 2. This is not a stranger to someone turning the battle around. So that's exactly what Lorenzo's going to be helping to do here. It was such a fascinating decision to Mega Evolve the Frostlass when it was on such low health early on in game 1 in this set, because that was a huge amount of momentum lost here for Lorenzo, and there was no Scovillain in the back anyway.
You know, I think that's a little bit of the pressure on the stream, right? I think Lorenzo may have thought that he'd gone for the Mega Evolution on the Frostlass on turn 1. Maybe just didn't quite get that input in, but that's, you know, fair play, Lorenzo. We've all been in that situation under high pressure. Top 8 of the Turin Special Championship. We can forgive anything like that going on. Now, what happens in game 2? Say, like, you look at turn 1, game 1, where the Basculegion was out on the field. What if that wasn't a Blizzard? What if that was a Shadow Ball into that Pokemon? Basculegion was so critical to Louis' game plan across that match, especially when Lorenzo was able to knock out that Floette. Yeah, maybe that's one of the adaptations. Maybe not a Pokemon adaptation, but maybe a play adaptation going into game 2.
Now let's play our game 2 here, trainers. If Louis wins this, they wrap up the set. If Lorenzo wins, we go to our 3rd game in this best of 3. Frostlass in the lead again alongside Basculegion. And Incineroar and Floette, a bold choice to lead the Incineroar in case that King Gambit was out in front.
But a really nice one in this situation. You definitely want to get some pressure down onto the Basculegion on Lorenzo's side if you're Louis early in the match, and especially now getting a great opportunity, even though Fake Out isn't active at all because it's in front of 2 Ghost-type Pokemon. The Incineroar is threatening a nice big Flare Blitz into the Frostlass to take down that Mega Pokemon of choice. Louis has the space on this turn to start thinking about getting the Carmine boosted, getting that Mega Floette in a position where it can dish out some real damage.
And I think Carmine is what they want to be going for, because if this now Mega Frostlass sets up an Aurora Veil, of course the damage will look all the more pitiful heading into Lorenzo's side of the field. Mega Frostlass is here, and with Snow Warning, just like that, the snow is pouring down as well. And and in kind. Here comes the response. The Mega Floette coming out from Louis. As you identified, Ben, the Floette in a relatively safe position to try and get boosted up here. The Fairy Aura boosting up the power of all of the Fairy-type moves it should choose to go for. But in fact, it's the immediate Blizzard onto both targets. Not very effective onto the Incineroar, but every little bit of chip damage is going to add up. And the freeze onto the Floette. Louis head in hands. This could be exactly the ticket Lorenzo needs. But then the Floette immediately thaws out and gets the Dazzling Gleam. A sigh of relief from Louis there. And again, chipping in return. The throat chop, super effective though, onto the Mega Frostlass. And it's down, having just got off a mainly resisted Blizzard. Is that going to have been enough ground to have covered? Only the rest of the match will be able to tell us. Now the wave crashed down into the Floette, but it hangs on with 15 HP.
What a crazy, crazy turn of events on turn 1. And the freeze mechanics have changed in Pokemon Champions, right? You can only stay frozen for up to 3 turns overall. And so, you know, even if it was a freeze and it maybe impacted 1 turn, the likelihood is that the fall was going to happen sooner or later. Now the Sneasler comes in, doesn't have to risk any sort of gunk shot in this situation to try to knock out the Floette because the Floette is so low. Basculegion can take care of that for Lorenzo, and now Sneasler gets to put some pressure onto the Incineroar on Louis' side of the field. But I feel like if you're Lorenzo, you've got to find the time to dig in and call the switch. If Louis wants to play a little bit defensively with that Incineroar, bring it back in a little bit later on, because that's how you try and get a bit of a foothold in this game now that you've lost your Mega Pokemon of choice.
And Mega Evolution is, of course, what it's all about. Even if Scovillain is in the back, it can no longer Mega Evolve. The close combat is enough to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar under the thumb as it was from that sharp clawed rabbit. And now the Sneasler, its defenses softened up. Its White Herb already spent. No, now it's coming into play, so its defenses now back up and firing. But any successive close combat and its defenses will be dropping. But look at that. The Dazzling Gleam is just dishing out damage. Not attempting to get set up with the Carmine Tear, just chipping away. And it will all add up as the Floette has its last respects paid.
That's the pin on the Incineroar slot. You close combat with the Sneasler, and then you last respects into that slot just in case the Basculegion comes in. Take it down to its Focus Sash, and then you can focus it a little bit later on. So really nice lock in there for Lorenzo. Louis holding their ground, though, getting that Dazzling Gleam off does put Lorenzo under a lot of pressure. There's 2 Pokemon left in the back for Louis. You'd like to think that there's probably that Basculegion that did so well for them in the last game. That's going to be paired up with the Sneasler, bringing the fake out pressure, bringing the Aqua Jet pressure on the Basculegion down to this Sneasler that's pretty low at this point.
Yep.
And is likely to drop its defenses even further.
Exactly that. The Sneasler had such reduced defenses in Game 1, and it was the last Pokemon standing. Lorenzo is going to be wanting to turn it around so that it's a Pokemon, if he is left with just one, that can soak up a little bit more damage than that. And now the tables have turned. In the previous game, it was Lorenzo who had lost 2 Pokemon so early on, but now in this game, it is Louis Fonvier, both Mega Pokemon down. We're just playing honestly here, Ben.
It looked like in Game 1 we had the situation, because the Basculegion on Louis' side of the field is holding the Focus Sash, doesn't have to train defensively in the stat points that it can put across the board. It can train to be a little bit faster. That gives the opportunity for Louis' Basculegion to go first as the Aqua Jet gets exchanged. Here's the last respects into the Basculegion to knock it out. We're down to 2v2.
2 versus 2, no more switches allowed. And let's see how the board state is going to shape up. Let's see the final Pokemon that Lorenzo went for. It is this King Gambit that has proven so good for him in previous sets so far this tournament. It's staring down a Sneasler, and it hates to do that with big fighting type damage. But let's see.
There is a world where a combination of close combat from the Sneasler on Lorenzo's side that has its unburdened speed boost activated, plus a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, could be enough to knock out this Sneasler on Louis' side of the field. And then King Gambit versus Basculegion is a match that King Gambit likes to be in. Here's the Sucker Punch coming down into it, only 42 hit points.
So much damage. The responding close combat. Is this going to be enough? I think it should be. It is just about. And the Sneasler goes down on Louis' side of the field. This is what Lorenzo needs. They have to win this to take us into a Game 3. So now, all eyes on this Basket Legion. The final Pokemon for Louis into the Sneasler. That liquidation claims the KO. And as you say, Ben, Kingambit loves to be against an Basket Legion here, but there are certainly some mind games at play.
There's definitely mind games going on here. Kowtow Cleave is usually the first move that comes out in this sort of board state, where you don't want to risk the Aqua Jet doing a little bit of extra chip damage to you. You're sort of forcing Louis to play liquidation rather than playing Aqua Jet in turn one. And every time that this Kingambit for Lorenzo has to act, Lorenzo has to think about whether or not it's going to be one or the other. Last Respects doesn't risk the defense drop, but the defense drop or Defiant Boost wouldn't make any impact in this game. Basket Legion goes down to Sash to the Kowtow Cleave. Here's the mind games. Who is it that is able to get this right? Does Lorenzo take us into a game 3, or does Louis' tournament journey continue into our top 4?
Protect on the Basket Legion, so Kingambit, whatever it's gone for, that Basket Legion is safe. Of course, what's going on here is the Last Respects, the Basket Legion outspeeds, and we just saw there it would be enough to get the KO onto the Kingambit. You could go for an Aqua Jet there, and that would make a Sucker Punch fail onto the Basket Legion as well, because of the speed interactions.
Kowtow Cleave twice in a row.
Aqua Jet.
Is this the switch up to Sucker Punch?
Sucker Punch or Kowtow? It's the Kowtow Cleave! It's going to be Lorenzo! He calls it, and he's going to take us into a game 3, holding their nerve there, recognizing that Louis was going to go for the Aqua Jet over the Last Respects. Oh, wow. Is history repeating itself here? Lorenzo Profeta, the prophet who foretold from our first stream game that they could turn a 1-game loss into a 2-game win. Are they about to do exactly the same here? 1 game down against Louis, and now claiming 1 victory in game 2. It's now everything on the line. It comes down to a best of 1.
Wow. Yeah, we were talking at dinner last night when we were at those sort of mind games going on, where it's like one of the players that made it all the way into phase 2 says like, yeah, I always change up on turn 3. Well, if you'd have changed up on turn 3, that would have been a game lost there. Lorenzo just holding their ground. So exciting. And now into game 3. What is the adaptation here for both of these trainers? It's so hard to call between them because they're bringing such great pieces to the match. It's just about how they sequence these attacks.
They are bringing such great pieces, but at the same time, Frostlass has been pretty underwhelming in both of the games so far. It's got some decent chip damage off with Blizzard, but I'm just not sure it's providing enough value for Lorenzo in this situation.
Yeah, it's certainly a great call there, Charlie. It's like just the ability to get some redirection going, maybe make the Basket Legion that little bit more threatening over the course of a match. Or, I think, you know, trying to hold it a little bit later in the game so that you have that Mega Evolution and Shadow Ball. Maybe you get the Aurora Veil in the late game to be able to stop that. Last Respects being a 2-hit KO, make it a 3-hit KO instead.
But the Focus Sash on Louis' Basket Legion is such a thorn in Lorenzo's side as well. You can see how long it was able to stick around on the field. You can't just get rid of it in 1 hit. It has to be at least 2. That is the strength, the beauty of the Focus Sash. The players are locked in. It all comes down to this. One of them goes out of the tournament right here, right now. One of them continues through to top 4. It's going to be Floette and Incineroar for Louis. For Lorenzo, we're going to see on the field Frostlass and Basket Legion. Let's hear everybody. It all comes down to this.
All right, kicking things off here, the Frostlass coming in the early game again, wanting to spread a little bit of damage down. It went down in game 2, turn 1, for not really achieving too much other than a little bit of extra chip damage across the board. That chip damage did matter, making sure that Incineroar going down to a close combat, putting that Floette in range of the double up as well, taking it down so low, put the pressure onto Louis. But Louis has yet to start setting up these Calm Minds, instead just wanting to spread damage with the Mega Floette across the board. Is this the game that he tries to go for the Calm Mind?
That is one thing that this lead does for Lorenzo. You can't fake out either Pokemon with the Incineroar, and that means the Floette is so much less able to get those Calm Minds set up. Lorenzo is going to want to be getting rid of the Floette as quickly as they possibly can. As once more, Frostlass goes for its Mega Evolution and gets the snow pouring down. The response in kind, Floette goes for its own Mega Evolution. It's called the Eternal Flower for a reason. Let's hope that it can stay strong and true for Louis here in Game 3 of Masters Top 8A at the Turin Special Championships. Our first in EU to use Pokemon Champions. Frostlass is getting the Aurora Veil set up, but of course it's only going to be around for 5 turns. It will expire. How much ground can Lorenzo claim in the meantime? Oh, so much damage. A critical hit on the Basculegion there from the Dazzling Gleam. The Citrus Berry recovering a decent amount of HP. The Flare Blitz, though, into the Frostlass is super effective, but the Frostlass is able to hang on. That snow defense boost that benefits the ice types. The recall onto the Incineroar, and there's no burn in sight. Wave Crash now is going to deal recall. Speaking of that, back to this Basculegion. The Floette is able to take it relatively comfortably, but on such low health, how many more Dazzling Gleams is it going to be able to dish out?
Well, that looks kind of close to being able to be knocked out by a Blizzard from this Mega Frostlass. We saw it in the previous games. It did about that much of a health bar, so we'll have to see in whether or not Lorenzo feels confident in going on the offensive there. There's also the opportunity for this Incineroar to get knocked out by a combination of Blizzard after taking 2 lots of damage, one from Recall, one from Blizzard, and then
here we go. The 3 HP on the Floette. It's going to be enough to hang on here, and it's able to get off another Dazzling Gleam, and that could be absolutely crucial. Lorenzo with their head in their hand. Frostlass is down. This Basculegion is brought so low as well. The Throw Chop super effective, and just like in Game 1, history repeats itself because we have 2 KOs immediately claimed over on Lorenzo's side of the field. Could Louis be the one to progress through to our semi-finals, as King Gambit, of course, is going to join the fray here, and alongside the King Gambit, it will be Sneasler once more.
Is that Incineroar really fast?
It's pretty speedy.
Pretty speedy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Pretty slow Basculegion as well, being able to get the Throat Chop down onto it before the Basculegion was able to get any Wave Crashes or anything else into it, not even an Aqua Jet to come out there. Now, Lorenzo once again down to their final 2 Pokemon. But this King Gambit and Sneasler has proven in previous games that it has what it takes to make Louis' life really, really difficult. Now, Louis bringing that Incineroar into the back in favor of the Basculegion.
Basculegion once more, such a crucial Pokemon in Regulation Set MA, and the close combat was targeted down into the Incineroar slot. Of course, the Ghost taking no damage. Yet another Dazzling Gleam, 3 HP and a Dream. As King Gambit gets this Swords Dance up, is boogieing, getting its attack power firing. As soon as that Incineroar switches back in, it's going to get another boost to its attack. If there's one Pokemon that can turn this round, like we've seen time and time again, it would be this King Gambit.
Yeah, it's definitely powerful enough to pick up the big knockouts that it needs to. If that Sneasler is in the back, this is what Lorenzo's preparing for. If Lorenzo doesn't go for that Swords Dance, the end game where the Sneasler comes back in starts to look real dicey, real quick, if you don't have the opportunity to get that Sucker Punch damage into it. Now, Louis playing on the defensive, just knowing that they've got to whittle down their position into a place where they've got a little bit of fake-out pressure on the board.
Okay, it's the Gunk Shot into the Protect there. It's not a miss onto the Floette. Yet another Dazzling Gleam. This Floette doesn't even need to set up these Calm Mines. You can see just the ground that Louis is claiming here. As a reminder, that's their final 2 Pokemon, and that's it. The towel thrown in. Louis Fonvier is progressing through to our semi-finals in Turin. Offense. And certainly Hyper Offense isn't what they're playing this time around. But before we go to that team, let's take a look at Giuseppe's.
Yeah, we got the classic Charizard Mega Y coming out here, but no Floette as the counterpart. Instead, Incineroar, the Mega Pokemon of choice here for Giuseppe. Basculegion and King Gambit. Now, the Choice Scarf has been falling off massively in popularity overall with the Basculegion. Many Citrus Berry, many Mystic Waters, many Focus Sash, but not so many Choice Scarf. It's clearly doing what it says on the tin here. The King Gambit, the choice for low kick rather than Iron Head is a crucial one here, where you've got Basculegion, where you've got Incineroar with that Flare Blitz. You've got a little bit more cover into an Eternal Floette, and so you can just try to make the matchup into King Gambit that little bit easier. And Whimsicott and Garchomp, those 2 staples of the format there, rounding things out. A lot of support there for the Whimsicott. Encore locking your opponent's Pokemon into a move is something that, certainly can be very, very detrimental.
Speaking of locking Pokemon into things they don't want to be locked into, we do have a Mega Gengar here. Yes, this Gengar can Mega Evolve and get its Shadow Tag ability activated, meaning that Giuseppe's Pokemon cannot switch out. Floette as well, more offensive set with Light of Ruin rather than Calm Mind. Massive damage, but massive recall in return. Incineroar, Kingambit, Sneasler, and Kommo-o here for a different mode of play.
This is taking the Perish composition into a bit of a different direction.
Yeah.
There's the opportunity to use that Perish mode if you have a really good matchup with it, get the Gengar, the Incineroar, the Sneasler in. Most notably, no Sinistra to support as a redirection of choice for that more direct Perish mode team where that's your only option. But I really like the mode of play where you bring out the Floette, maybe the Kingambit, maybe the Kommo-o. You start dishing out as much damage as possible, get yourself a 2 Pokemon advantage, and then you click the Perish Song button when your opponent cannot switch. That's the other way to trap some Pokemon on the board.
Let's get into it, everybody. It's Marco Silva versus Giuseppe Musico. Let's hear you in the venue as Whimsicott and Charizard hit the field for Giuseppe. Marco leads Floette and Incineroar.
Fake out in play. The Calm Mind potential is in play for... in fact, the offensive potential is in play for Marco here. No Calm Mind on that Floette whatsoever. But Giuseppe looking like they're in a really strong position to start getting some damage down from the Charizard into that Floette. The difference between the non-Calm Mind and the Calm Mind variants of Floette is, you really do need to get that big damage into Floettes early before they set up their Calm Mind so you can dish out the damage to them. But in this case, Giuseppe can take a little bit more time because there's no threat of any boosting up.
But Marco's going immediately for this Mega Evolution onto the Floette. Whimsicott is just keeping itself safe. Charizard is also not going for its Mega Evolution. That's because it too is going for the Protect. So just burning this fake out turn.
And Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Floette. So bouncing off those Protect Shields, not doing any damage this turn.
Parting Shot attempted down into the Whimsicott here, but it's not going to be able to switch out that easily. So now, heading into the next turn, we start afresh.
We start afresh with the ability for Charizard to go for its Mega Evolution, get the Sun. You got to make sure that you're getting the most out of that Sun if you're Giuseppe, so you don't want to click the Mega button until that Charizard is ready to start coming out swinging. And now, the Incineroar looking in a great position to just get a Parting Shot out and reset Marco's board. The Kommo-o looks really nice in this board state if the Whimsicott gets knocked out, but Giuseppe knows that, bringing out the Whimsicott into Incineroar to get that fake out going.
Another active fake out, and now another Mega Evolution too. Drought is going to get the Sun, beaming down on the field. This Charizard Y will have its firepower amplified to the max. Here it comes, of course, the Incineroar with their Flare Blitz is hitting all the harder as well. Dazzling Gleam resisted by Charizard, neutral onto the Incineroar here. They take it pretty handily as the response of the Weather Ball, fire type of course now, into the Floette over on Marco's side of the field. Massive damage here. You may as well just not risk a miss with a Heat Wave, as nice as spread damage is. It's not like the Incineroar is taking much from it anyway. Now the Parting Shot over on Marco's side, dropping the offensive pressure that Giuseppe's Incineroar is exerting. All the more so, of course, because we're in the sun and those Flare Blitzes would hit so much harder.
Giuseppe really wanting to get some damage down into the Floette. It does really one main job. It means that there's only one Light of Ruin in the tank overall for this Mega Floette. And so with the Sneasler coming in to match this Incineroar in terms of bringing the fake out pressure to the board, but also it's putting some pressure down into this Charizard. Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field is at risk of going down to a Light of Ruin. Probably not a Moonblast, though, overall, given the Incineroars in these teams tend to be built to be very, very defensive. So these players keeping themselves tit for tat here in terms of the overall damage, but especially if that Kommo-o is in the back, Giuseppe's really got to make sure that Whimsicott is kept safe.
Fake out. Charizard not going to be acting this turn around. The Dazzling Gleam once more. Again, dealing respectable chip damage, and Incineroar looks like they might not be able to take one more of those, but it'll be close as Charizard won't be acting this turn. The parting shot reducing the offense that this Floette is going to be able to dish out, and now Giuseppe is able to pivot a Pokemon in from the back.
Yeah.
But what will want to be greeted by another Dazzling Gleam?
That'll be a Whimsicott, I think, coming out here. The Sneasler just went for the fake out, so Giuseppe wanting to bring that in to get that Encore lock in play. And here's where the mind games carry on being in effect, right? And so both of these players well versed in Encore. Encore are Pokemon that's use fake out good. And so they'll both be thinking like, well, the Sneasler's going to switch out. How do I take advantage of that if you're Giuseppe? And maybe if you're Marco, you're thinking, well, is this the turn to make an aggressive read? Just go for the Diaclaw, knock out the Charizard, and put some extra damage down with that Floette. The other factor here is that Whimsicott's Moonblast are also boosted by the Floette's Fairy Aura. So this Floette is probably in range to get knocked out by a Moonblast this turn.
And so Marco switches it out for their own Incineroar coming back into the fray. Two special attackers, Intimidate, that goes for nothing. The Tailwind now coming out from Giuseppe's Whimsicott. This means that this Charizard is oh so speedy, and it's going to outspeed this Sneasler with the Heat Wave here in the sun. The Sneasler is not down. It's brought down to 11 HP. Diaclaw, though, responding onto the Charizard. That will be enough for the KO. So has this Charizard done all it needed to do? Only time will tell.
With that Charizard going down, it's sort of telegraphing here that Marco may have brought their King Gambit in the back to close out this game. Garchomp coming in for Giuseppe, looking really good. Coming in without any Intimidate in play. There is a fake out in play, but the fake out would damage the Incineroar, put it definitely into Earthquake range from that rough skin ability on the Garchomp. And of course, this Sneasler still under threat of being knocked out by a Moonblast from this Whimsicott, especially since we're in Tailwind now. So Whimsicott will be going first before that Sneasler.
Garchomp, of course, if the King Gambit is in the back for Marco, that's going to be an issue as well. So now Marco has to channel their attention into getting rid of that somehow. The switch, the reveal of the Floette once more. Again, down to about a quarter of its HP here, and boosting up Whimsicott's Moonblast as well with the Fairy Aura. Sneasler won't be taking any damage this turn around. The Moonblast targeted into the Floette. Really interesting to see how much damage this will do with that Fairy Aura. It's going to be enough to pick up the KO here. That is the Mega Evolution down for both of our trainers.
Trading the Mega Evolution so early in the game, but also trading the Focus Sash on that Whimsicott there. So that's been broken for later in the game. I'm sure Marco will be thanking Giuseppe for that after the match, regardless of which way this goes, because it means that this Whimsicott can go down a little bit more easily. And now we see it is indeed the King Gambit that is in the back. But with that Charizard knocked out already, this King Gambit is in a little bit of a better spot. But as you rightly say, Charlie, that Garchomp is staring it down, and it's looking like it wants to shake the ground.
Exactly that. And how do you deal with the Garchomp in a timely manner if you're Marco? The Garchomp is holding the Citrus Berry as well. It essentially has a third longer health bar than what is appearing on screen. Sneasler will be retreating in favor of Incineroar coming in, providing a very important Intimidate here and an active Fake Out heading into the next turn. Moonblast. The Incineroar is the target. It's going to be neutral damage. It's brought down to about half HP. Garchomp is able to get this Earthquake off. Just how much damage is it going to do? The King Gambit actually takes it pretty handily. Yep. So now, Marco's King Gambit needs to be able to claim an advantage on this turn.
There it is.
Force Dance is exactly the advantage we are talking about here. Of course, any successive Sucker Punch is going to be hitting all the harder.
Two Dark-type Pokemon that are insusceptible to the Encore pressure that Whimsicott is putting on the field, and so can go for those status moves, can go for their protects, can go for the Swords Dances to get that advantage up. And now Marco gets the opportunity to really put the pressure down into Giuseppe's side of the field. If this Incineroar cycles out and back in again, maybe you have to sacrifice the Sneasler if you're Marco to get that board position, but locking that Garchomp down into even further decreased stages of attacks may allow this King Gambit to come through with a Kowtow Cleave and to be able to get itself into a good position. But it's a real uphill battle, and you've got to find exactly the right moment to make the moves.
Fake out attempted now into the Whimsicott. Garchomp has gone for yet another Earthquake, showing that they don't mind reducing the HP on their own Whimsicott on previous turns, but this time around, able to be safe from the damage. The King Gambit cannot take one more of those Earthquakes. The Incineroar is down. How's the King Gambit going to respond? Going for the Kowtow Cleave. Will this be enough to claim the KO onto the Garchomp?
Oh.
Yes, it certainly will. The Rough Skin brings that King Gambit down to just 30 hit points, but maybe it's done enough here, and the Garchomp is down. The Tailwind is down and out as well. Whimsicott can provide another one heading into this next turn. The Incineroar is going to be brought back out. Does Marco have in their arsenal the Incineroar, King Gambit, and Sneasler what they need to claim a victory?
Yeah, this is going to be tight now where the Garchomp goes down. This is why players are using the Swords Dance Black Glasses set. We've seen it in so many regulation sets beforehand in the Scarlet and Violet era. King Gambit is very strong on that set for a reason. Here's the Intimidate coming back in for this Incineroar. The White Herb coming out for the Sneasler. The Defiant coming out for the King Gambit. Completely ineffectual, but there's not enough HP on either side of the board to work with here. And it looks like Incineroar is going to be in range of a Sucker Punch. Whimsicott may be in range of a Sucker Punch as well. There's a Fake Out on board, but there's also the Encore pressure from the Whimsicott. So there's so many different scenarios that this battle can take. And I think we could talk about this one all day. It's the mind games that are in play.
Absolutely. Marco's health bars are looking oh so dwindled, and of course these are Marco's final two Pokemon. But we've seen Marco have that back against the wall time and time again and come out on top. The Fake Out into the Incineroar now, that's the flinch. But the Encore is indeed targeted from the Whimsicott into that slot. Giuseppe is looking pretty pleased about that. Now the Sneasler is locked into an utterly useless move for the next few turns. Kowtow Cleave boosted up, the Incineroar is down and out as well. It's just a Whimsicott. It's not known for its offensive pressure, but is it going to be enough to turn things around for Giuseppe here?
Well, now Marco's King Gambit has to take the opportunity to just Sucker Punch over and over again until the Sneasler is no longer encored. And then, yeah, eventually this game ends up with Marco winning. Giuseppe and Marco both know what the score is, and so Giuseppe is forfeiting in that spot.
Giuseppe is so close to claiming their first major win, but Marco, a trainer who's no stranger to such massive wins, a three-time international champion, shows just why they were able to accomplish such an impressive feat. Now we're about to head into game two of this three-game best-of-3 set. Giuseppe seems to be doing all of the right things there, but just caught out of position in the very end of the game. The Whimsicott was on the field for a surprisingly long time, and I wonder if eating up all of those Earthquakes from the Garchomp was something that Giuseppe wanted to happen.
I think Earthquaking yourself is a really good move to be able to do over and over again, especially if you've got a Grass-type Pokemon that can actually just take a lot of those hits and isn't necessarily needed to be at high HP to put the pressure on that it needs to in the end game. So I think Giuseppe making a really wise call there to know that the Whimsicott health is less important than dropping down as much health as possible on Marco's side of the field. And so, yeah, I think a lot of the time these games come down to the micro decisions. We're going to be getting more as we get into game two. Two top trainers battling each other down. The Gengar, the adaptation here for Marco.
Oh, very nice. We can see potentially this Peritrap mode coming into play. This is a strategy that is notoriously difficult to execute, but trust it into the hands of someone as accomplished as Marco Silva, and it could very much work in your favor. If Marco wins this, they progress through to our semi-finals. If Giuseppe wins, then we go to another battle.
Yeah, it's like this Gengar only has the opportunity to go for a Shadow Ball rather than the Sludge Bomb that it's well known for running, and that really does create a lot of different scenarios. It means that the Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field is that little bit safer from any sort of damage that could come down into it. And especially since this Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field has both Flare Blitz and Throat Chop, the Disable on the Gengar isn't going to be able to lock the Incineroar out of doing any particular type of damage. So this does feel quite uphill for Marco, but he's chosen the Gengar to come to this game for a reason.
Absolutely, he has this go-to alternative strategy in his back pocket. It's going to be a Mega Evolution apiece here. Charizard is going to be hitting with so much damage, but Gengar might just be able to sponge up those hits all the better. Now it's gone for its Mega Evolution as well. The fake out now faster over on Marco's side of the field, and Giuseppe's won't be moving this turn around. The Heat Wave now is going to dodge on the Gengar. That is the one target that Giuseppe needed to hit there. Would have done so much damage to this Gengar in the sun. That could have sealed it right here, right now, but only time will tell as the Shadow Ball is going to conjure all of those spooky specters, bring the Charizard down to just above half HP.
That's big, big, big damage that's not gone into that Gengar, and Marco, I'm sure, was very happy to see that turn play out there. I think that's why Giuseppe in game one went for the early Weather Ball into the Floette rather than the Heat Wave, because this is the risk that you run. If it does connect, it's looking really, really good for Giuseppe, but now Marco gets half damage onto that Charizard, and even so, the fact that it's above half hit points does make it more likely that the Charizard is going to be able to get another attack off. In combination with the Incineroar, Marco is still not safe with the Gengar whatsoever. It'll really depend on what Pokemon Marco has brought in the back. Is it that Komodo?
Oh no! The Heat Wave, the Incineroar dodges. The Gengar this time is going to be hit. Goodness gracious me. The Gengar is brought down to about a third here. The Shadow Ball. Is the Charizard going to be able to take this? Was it just a damage roll? Yes. 14 HP now. The special defense drop in such low HP anyway. It doesn't matter too much. The throat chop, though, coming out from Giuseppe's onto Marco's Incineroar here. Again, just chipping away. The Flare Blitz, though, onto the Charizard for Giuseppe. And now that Mega Evolved Pokemon is down.
Well, it could have been a Gengar that was feeling nice and toasty in this game. As it stands, the Gengar is feeling nice and healthy overall. Doesn't need too much health. And this is the play pattern that we were talking about in Team Preview, right? You try to take 2 early KOs of those significant Pokemon, and then after that, you go for the Perish mode. Now, though, Garchomp looking really, really good in this position. In the back could be King Gambit, Sneasler, or Komodo. 2 out of 3 of those are not going to enjoy taking any Earthquakes from this Garchomp whatsoever. And so, even though you don't want to Earthquake your own Incineroar, there could be a Whimsicott in the back that's not worried about switching into a Sludge Bomb that Giuseppe could use to his advantage.
Protect, not always a move we see on Incineroar, but Marco's Incineroar does have access to it, and the Dragon Claw was attempted into that slot. So now, over to the Gengar, going for its Perish Song. All Pokemon on the field will be fainting after 3 turns. They're also locked on the field, thanks to the Shadow Tag ability from the Gengar, but the Throat Chop, enough now to claim the KO onto the Gengar. And so both Giuseppe's Pokemon are pretty vulnerable here. One of them should have to go down. He's going to have to stagger his switching ins and outs in order to get around that one. But at least now you've quelled that massive threat that Marco brought.
Something we didn't talk about in the last turn is that the Throat Chop actually went into the Incineroar on Marco's side on the last turn. So it wasn't even able to pivot out and do that like switching around that Gengar teams like to do. Instead, just the Gengar going down to the Throat Chop and the Incineroar holding on the field to try to give Marco a little bit of flexibility here until the Throat Chop at the end of this turn effect wears off and the passing shot can go in again, supported by the fake out that the Sneasler brings in. But we've seen it time and time again on the broadcast. Sneasler doesn't have to go for fake out in this position. Instead, it can just go straight on the offensive, get a close combat into the Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field and try to pick off some of that advantage. Maybe if Marco is able to take a KO this turn on one of the Pokemon on the field and the other one does not switch, that Perish timer could become really influential.
Yeah, you're going to have to switch into the threat of damage over on Giuseppe's side. And of course, Giuseppe has to win this game in order to take us into a third one. Fake out. Garchomp not going to be acting this turn. The rough skin means that Sneasler is no longer at full HP. The Garchomp, of course, flinching there. It is the White Hope Sneasler not focused sash. As a parting shot now coming out, dropping the offensive pressure that Marco's own Incineroar is exerting. And now Giuseppe will have to reveal the final Pokemon from the back. Which one is it to be? It's going to be the Whimsicott again. Tailwind and Earthquake your way through. It could be just what Giuseppe needs. The parting shot. Whimsicott not going to be hitting as hard as once it was with those Moonblasts. But if there's also a Floette in the back, then it's still boosting, well, the Fairy Aura, not an option anymore because, of course, the Mega Evolution been spent on the Gengar here. So now Marco has to work out which Pokemon will be coming in Incineroar stead. There's only one in the back. We will have the reveal of all 4. And will it be enough to take Marco through undefeated into our semi-finals?
Yeah, it's like crazy how close this game has been so far. It's that King Gambit that did so well for Marco in game 1. There's a perish timer on Garchomp going down to 2, and so now Giuseppe's got to make sure that he brings out that Garchomp quickly enough. But you can see the kind of pin here with the King Gambit coming in, knowing that the Incineroar that was on the field before has to go out and then come back in later to reset the perish counter. It's like, hey, I've got a King Gambit here and I'm ready to take that Defiant boost.
Goodness gracious me, that's exactly what's going to happen. Incineroar coming back in now too, and this means that Garchomp and Whimsicott not hitting half as hard. Garchomp switching out, coming in from the back, Incineroar, so offering up this Defiant boost over to Marco's King Gambit now. Is that going to be what seals the deal for Marco heading into the semi-finals? Now attempting an encore onto the Incineroar that was once a different Pokemon is not going to be locked into any moves whatsoever as King Gambit gets boogieing, it gets its physical offense bolstered all the more with that Swords Dance. It's now at +3.
Yeah, +3 is very, very dangerous as far as King Gambit goes. And Whimsicott is not going to be offering too much offensive prowess. The Intimidator coming down onto the board as well. And so, yeah, this Incineroar on Marco's side is going to have to maybe put some pressure down onto the Whimsicott on Giuseppe's to be able to keep this King Gambit safe enough to be able to put some real offensive pressure down.
Marco's Incineroar the faster, as we saw earlier in this game, getting that fake out down. Now the Moonblast just chipping away over at Marco's Incineroar here. So the flinch over on Giuseppe's side. The Kowtow Cleave at +3. How much will it do to this Incineroar? It's still so much damage, even though it was once so healthy.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, and you know that the Garchomp in the back will go down to the Kowtow Cleave as well. And so the question is, like, how do you reposition against this King Gambit in any way, shape or form? The Whimsicott does have the ability to protect, the Incineroar does not, and so if you don't switch the Whimsicott out, then the Kowtow Cleave can just go straight down into this Incineroar, easily pick up a knockout. If you switch out the Incineroar into Garchomp, well, the Garchomp goes down, and then the Incineroar comes back in and gives this King Gambit a little bit more of a boost. Sucker Punch, though, going into this King Gambit there, the parting shot, the move of choice to try to get out of dodge.
Moonblast once more just chipping away, and it won't be able to take one more of those. Parting shot onto the Incineroar on Marco's side, meaning that Garchomp can come back in. It will have to take a big amount of damage potentially from this King Gambit as it does so, but the Garchomp loves to see a King Gambit in front of it. But is it going to be enough to be able to claim the KO? The parting shot now onto the Garchomp as well. So Marco potentially calling that, knowing that if the Garchomp was coming into that slot, then the King Gambit would be so pressured. Now the Incineroar will be switching into the Sneasler here. It's the only Pokemon remaining for Marco, fighting an active fake out onto the next turn. So now the trainers will have to lock in with all of this information.
It's so difficult if you're Giuseppe trying to play against this continually cycling fake out pressure. It's usually Giuseppe that's doing this sort of rotating around, but this King Gambit is stopping it in its tracks, doing so much damage. A nice call from Giuseppe being able to get the breaking the Sucker Punch mind game and being able to get the parting shot out into the Garchomp. This is the main way that the King Gambit can the Giuseppe can pressure down this King Gambit, but because of the parting shot dropping the attack down on the Garchomp and the ability for it to come in this turn, it would need a critical hit, and so Giuseppe realizing that it has to come back for now, give this Defiant boost another one on Marco's side, and then try again a little bit later.
So I believe we're talking a +4 King Gambit at this point. Whimsicott will be protecting here. The White Herb activating finally on that Sneasler. The Sucker Punch attempted now, but it's not going to work. The Dire Claw also attempted right into the Whimsicott. That's not going to work either. Yes, we'd expect this pivoty kind of play from trainers at this late stage of the tournament. Top 8 here at the Turin Special Championships. Marco already a game up, but which of these trainers is going to be sealing their spot in the semi-finals?
It's so tough, but Marco's definitely in the driving seat in this game. Just needs to connect one of these Sucker Punches or Kowtow Cleaves into one of Giuseppe's Pokemon to be able to take it all the way. And then you can just carry on going for your Sucker Punches into a Garchomp that definitely cannot switch, only has offensive moves and Protect. And yeah, eventually you run out of Protect. Eventually, to be fair, eventually you also run out of Sucker Punches there. Dire Claw going into the Sneasler, locking it. No, Encore going into the Sneasler, locking it into Dire Claw.
Locking it into Dire Claw, but Dire Claw is not the worst move to be locked into by any means.
No.
Sure, it might not be doing too much damage to something like the Garchomp, but it could still, of course, get those status conditions going. The counter cleave now. Whimsicott is brought down to 1 HP. The handshake is already exchanged here. Whimsicott is brought down to its focus sash. It looks like the forfeit might already be locked in, and we have a winner of our top 8 here in Turin. It's going to be Marco Silva in our semi-finals.
Stars not quite yet found that hitting mark, but clearly this may be different this time.
Yes, definitely going to be at minimum able to add a top 8 finish at the Turin Regional Special Championship and hopefully further. But let's have a quick recap of Arash's team with that Mega Delphox, Mega Floette, the Incineroar Mousehold, Sinistcha, and that Vivian. Lots of disruption, lots of support here around those 2 centerpiece Mega Pokemon. The Mega Delphox has a way of setting up with that nasty plot.
Yes.
Once it is, it's naturally a very fast Pokemon. And then the Floette, a bit slower, a bit bulkier, but able to set up through the Calm Mind and really reap the rewards of that hospitality on the Sinistcha that helps keep that HP to a respectable side. And then the Incineroar that can cycle in support with a Fake Out and that Intimidate.
3 redirectors is a lot of support, and it's for good reason when you've got 2 varied Mega Sweepers that have that setup potential going for themselves, and that's clearly the name of the game when it comes to Arash's strategy, as we've seen Sajun Park a couple of weeks ago do so to get a top 4 in the Korean Nationals. So Arash 1 step away from being able to meet that expectation.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with that amount of support, the redirection, like you say, it will come in very useful going into this match against Meteo, where they are going to be using those the Mega Frostlass, the Mega Scovillain that we're going to get to in a minute. And the Mega Delphox feels very strong into that team, especially with those lines of support. If you can protect the Mega Delphox and keep that constant redirection in play, I feel like the Mega Delphox has the resources and the tools to get through all of the obstacles on Mateo's side of the field.
Yeah, and talking about Mateo's side, we have been talking about these 6 couple of times already across the weekend. Frostlass in a very good point where he came off from some strong results last week in Indy, clearly following suit. You've got the 2 options of Megas being that Frostlass and the Strovillain, depending on what the priority is with regards to your main damage sweepers. The Basculegion Citrus Berry, something that isn't as common, but it has been rising in popularity.
Yeah, and a very slow Basculegion at that, so its defensive capabilities are incredible compared to what you would normally be used to with a max attack and max speed variant, so able to take those hits a lot better and reap the rewards of that Citrus Berry recovery. Now, you would say the Lycanroc here is something we haven't actually seen on the broadcast, even though it's been a big talking point of this team, but it could come in quite useful in this matchup, in particular if you are worried about that Mega Delphox, because the Frostlass, yes, you've got the Shadow Ball, but you're going to be hitting after the Delphox, so in turn, to get the Shadow Ball off, you're going to have to take a Heat Wave, and the same could be said with the Mega Scovillain, that, you know, the Spicy Spray is not really going to be affecting the Delphox, so you're pretty free to go for those Heat Waves, and then the King Gambit going to struggle to hit it with the redirection. Lots of interactions going on. We'll see how it plays out.
Here we go. Our 3rd top 8 match. Make some noise. Mateo starting game 1 with the Basculegion and the Strovillain right by its side versus Arash's Delphox and the Sinistcha.
Yeah, here we go with the Mega Delphox in a position where it can start to set up here. You've got the Sinistcha to give that protection against the threat of the Basculegion there with that Wave Crash, so pulling it in. Sinistcha's not going to mind that too much, but you can't really rest too easy because the Scovillain has got access to that Overheat, which would, in turn, put the stoppers on that Sinistcha and then open the door maybe for the Delphox to be a sitting target the next turn. So do you leverage the Sinistcha here to try and get that nasty plot off and then go on the offensive the next turn?
And it's sort of really key at this point to be able to make sure you don't lose any momentum in terms of that resource, which is so key. One misstep may be the end of your game, especially when it comes to the hyper offense potential from both sides. Mega Evolutions now proc from either.
There we go, that spicy spray. We've said it's not really going to affect the Delphox too much, but this turn, after that Mega Evolution, if the overheat is into that Sinistcha, we do see the Rage Powder redirection, and we'll be pulling all attacks from the 2 on Matteo's side onto it, protecting the Delphox as it does go for that nasty plot. +2 in that special attack, and the next turn it will be able to threaten both of these targets on Matteo's side.
Overheat into the Sinistcha, picks up the KO. Already redirection support. Number 1 is off the field for Arish's side. Bastion Legion now moves, goes for the wave crash, picks up another KO. Wow, so much momentum lost from Arish's side. This may well be what we were talking about, Lee. It could go either way. If you lose that momentum, this is probably game over for you.
Yeah, normally situations here you would see.
Oh!
There it is, locked in, that forfeit, Matteo.
Wow!
Wow.
Woo! Insta forfeit because there's just no coming back from that. Arash tried to capitalize off of a read there, but Matteo matched him with the immediate overheat and, most importantly, the speed interaction of the Scovillain going first, getting the KO.
That's what I was going to say. This Bastion Legion's very slow, and this scenario here isn't something that you commonly see. Normally, you're pulling in that redirection, the wave crash first, and then the overheat afterwards, and that's the sacrifice for the nasty plot setup, but not this interaction, not how Matteo's trained their team. The Basque Legion going last was at the cost of that turn where the overheat was enough to get the Sinistcha, open the door up for that Basque Legion to take a clean knockout onto the Delphox, giving Arash everything to think about to pull this game back.
And that was such an immediate upset. I don't think we've seen a quicker forfeit, at least in the current season. Arash just wanting to say, right, let's just get to brass tacks. I know the game's over. We need to go back to the drawing board, and I need to really reevaluate what to do against that now that he knows the speed interaction of the training.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at other options here for outside of that redirection, right? And you've got to really kind of keep in check that Basque Legion if you suspect the Scovillain Basque Legion lead. Well, a Pokemon that could help you out in a few is that Vivian. But the problem is the Rage Powder on the Scovillain can then free up that wave crash to then go in to the Delphox. So it doesn't really help you in a lot of ways, especially if Matteo sees through that. It's very, very difficult to get around this Pokemon. Maybe you're going to have to play the Mega Flow. It might need to come. It is going to be able to take the attacks a little bit better than that Delphox just because of the super effective hits. But is that going to be the Pokemon that is going to get you over the line?
We're going to have to find out. Game 2 is already here. What are the leads going to be? Is it going to be the same, or is it going to be changed up? It seems to be the case. Matteo now leading with the King Gambit and the Sneasler. Bit of a change up from Arish's side. Rather than the Sinistcha, you've got the Mousehold, which isn't going to go down to an overheat from the Mega Scovillain.
Now you've got that nice active fake out from the Sneasler, so you'll be able to prevent that follow me from the Mousehold, at least for this turn. It puts a bit of a hold on Arash being able to go for that redirection and then the nasty plot setup, which you're craving to get in this match because you need that extra damage to be able to get through these opposing threats. Now, the Kingama in a spot as well where it is going to be threatened by a heat wave from the Delphox, but probably not likely to go down. So you've got an option where you could go for the double up into the Mousehold if you suspect that protect that we see from the Delphox.
Yeah, wanting to play safe, especially after that game 1, turn 1, that, was the only turn that played out, really. And you want to make sure that, obviously, you don't allow any openings from Matteo's side with that fake out. It is a Swords Dance King Gambit, so if he wanted to get a bit frisky there, he could have gone for the setup, but no reason because he knows what the priorities are. Get rid of the redirector.
Yeah, and now this Mousehold in a position where it is going to be staring down at the Sneasler. Now, the Mousehold does have the Chopple Berry, so it's got a little bit of alleviation from the close combat that would otherwise be so threatening, which could then open the door for the Delphox we're seeing in Mega Evolve, and of course it will naturally outspeed the Sneasler and be able to pick it off with one of those big, powerful Psyshocks.
Yeah, and that may invite the protect from the Sneasler. Doesn't seem to be the case from either Pokemon on Matteo's side. A redirection option, nasty plot, so it seems like it's a read upon a read upon a read from both of our trainers trying to scout each other out. Nasty plot just not trying to prioritize the obvious protect on the Sneasler. Close combat, like we said, because of the chop pull. Not enough to pick up the KO, but this may well be a double-up focus here. There's no reason not to go for it. You need to start getting rid of the redirecting support on Arish's side. Kowtow, it's going to come through.
Yeah,
and now we have got a Sneasler, which, worth noting, is gonna be able to outspeed the Delphox because of the close combat into white, her proc of the unburden ability.
Yeah, now the Sneasler in a position where it doesn't really need to worry about being knocked out before getting too much value. The Sinister coming onto the field now. Now this King Gambit is in a really awkward spot, especially after that nasty plot, because a heat wave coming out here will be very detrimental, but you've got to be very wary as well about the fact that if you do allow the Delphox to take a dire claw, then there are going to be consequences potentially to secondary effects there. That's why their Sinister is there to try and redirect. But we're seeing the Sneasler just protect, wants to stick around for an extra turn.
Ooh, all right. You want to be able to make sure you have that speed advantage against the Delphox. And if there's any sort of opening like a heat wave miss onto the King Gambit, then it gives you so much more room to be able to essentially adapt with. And King Gambit has no chance is going to be able to survive the +2 from a Mega Delphox. So it's more so Mateo saying, I'm willing to drop the King Gambit piece in order to be able to bring in a cover or at least some sort of strategy against this Delphox, which is running away, or should I say flying away.
Flying away, yeah, it's on the broomstick. But now the Basket Legion coming onto the field, it's going to have the same issues what that King Gambit did. We know how slow it is. It's not going to be able to act anytime fast other than that Delphox, but it is going to be just pulled and redirected away, any of those attacks into Sinister. Of course, Last Respect's going to be a little more powerful than it was the last turn because of the King Gambit going down. But are you going to be able to dispatch of this Sinister? And if the target is the Basket Legion with a size shock, it is +2, remember, it might have a chance to take it down.
Gonna have to find out very shortly. Rage Powder redirecting all of the shots except of the gunk shot, which does miss. Another miss. Heat wave on the Sneasler, but it does connect with the Basket Legion. This is very huge because there's a very good chance the Heat wave actually at +2 would have been able to pick up the KO onto that Sneasler. Cassie Berry activation though, at 100 base power, more than handles all of that offense.
Yeah, no, that's really unfortunate. The Heatwave miss allows the Sneasler another shot at the gunk shot. So the Sinister really in a situation where, yes, it can pull away an offensive threat from that Sneasler, but when you do that, and if the Sinister goes down, you open the door for that Delphox to be susceptible to a wave crash. So do you then make the decision, I Rage Powder and Size Shock into the Basket Legion, just to remove it to get around the potential knockout here on the Sinister?
Mateo, what have you locked in? You've gone for the gunshot. You've been able to connect this time. It might, it's not enough to pick up the KO from that range, but the Size Shock, it does go for the Basket Legion. Of course, picking up that KO. This is an insanely powerful Pokemon, and it's got +2 of its special attack to boot. So now, Mateo, final 2 Pokemon, but it's the Focus Sash Lycanroc.
Yeah, which makes it very difficult because you're going to have to commit hitting it twice. And the Sinister's not the Pokemon that you need beside you to help get rid of that Focus Sash, or break it at least, so the Delphox has a freer in. And in the process, you can't redirect that Rock Slide that is inevitably going to come out from this Lycanroc here. Even the Sneasler, if it feels a bit threatened, could potentially just protect this turn, and you allow the Lycanroc to get that Rock Slide off and potentially pick up a knockout onto the Sinister as well in the process, because, yeah, Lycanroc can hit very, very hard.
And this may be the case that I think that both of our trainers are going to be hoping for both their opponent's moves to miss and theirs to connect, because you've got Heat Wave and the Rock Slide to contend with. Sinistra respecting the potential of an Accel Rock, or even the Gunshot brings that Incineroar in revealed to be able to lower the damage output of both the Sneasler and that Lycanroc, as we've got the defensive play from the Delphox.
Yeah, really nice preserving of the Incineroar, but caught the switch in there. The close combat into that Incineroar. What a great pickup.
Here we go. Now the question is Rock Slide or close combat. Goes for the Rock Slide, hoping at this range you're going to be able to pick up KO, but I don't think so because of the Intimidate. It survives on 8 hit points. And it's tough because what chance do you have if you make a read double CC into the Sinister and there's no Ensign there?
No, yeah, really risky to go for that there. The Delphox protecting, and now you've got the active fake out, so for at least one turn, the Delphox can be protected, so to speak, from and break that potential Sash on the Lycanroc. But both of the Pokemon, more importantly on Matteo's side, have that protect. So all you can do is just burn a turn of this fake out. And then we're back in the similar situation the next turn where the Lycanroc still has a Sash intact. Now that Incineroar in a much worse position where a Rock Slide will knock it out. And then the damage from the Delphox. Of course, if it's taken damage already from a gunk shot, then it's probably going to be in range for that Rock Slide to pick it up, even at -1.
But you're going to have to make sure you are burning that fake out potential from Arash's side. There could have been a scenario where Arash could have tried to bring that Sinister in and preserve the fake out option later on, but I don't think there's room to be able to do that at this point because you need to have the Delphox allowed to get a move off.
Yeah, and you can see how valuable this White Herb proccing was just to put the unburdenability active on this Sneasler to allow it to put this pressure onto the Delphox. It is threatened from the knockouts, but all it needs to do is get a little bit of damage onto it so that then the Lycanroc can, in response, go after it with that Rock Slide, pick up potentially a knockout, and yeah, dwindling resources left on Arash's side. You're going to have to hope for a miss from Matteo's end.
Sinister now comes back onto the field. Incineroar remaining at such low health in the back. Delphox following suit with the protect. Like we said, Sinister is willing to go down now for the team. Question is, does Matteo let it and instead put it in an awkward spot where it cannot? If there's a Rock Slide miss, this might be good for Matteo, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Although it survives, that actually works against, I would say, Matteo, right? Or should I say Arash? Apologies.
Yeah,
Because there's no fake out available. Delphox is already protected.
Yeah, now you're in that awkward spot, but the Sinister can at least pull in. This actually works out a bit better for Arash, I think, because now you can utilize that Rage Powder to detract the damage from the Sneasler, which is the one thing that you're really worried about, right? Because I think Delphox will be able to take at least one Rock Slide, but probably not two.
No. Okay, all right. It's gonna have to come down to this right now. Is there gonna be a gunshot? Will it be able to put it within range? No, the Delphox surely goes for the side shock or tries to risk a heat wave. It has gotten poisoned. May put it within the range. Heat wave double connects. Sneasler is out for the count, but the Lycanroc, and there was a critical hit as well. I don't think that would have mattered at that point. Lycanroc, 42 hit points. This is looking like Arash surely is gonna be able to bring this back unless there's a double KO. There isn't. Delphox survives, but because of the poison, maybe put in an awkward spot. But let's not forget, actually, Sinister comes back in, has hospitality, right?
Yeah, which might just put it...
Oh, it just survived.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very close. We'll see. The hospitality will restore 25% of the health on this Delphox. 2 ticks. And it might be down. A double protect might do it for Matteo here. Very, very close. But if you're protecting, though, there is the life due on the Sinistra for Arash. So you go protect. You just attack in life due, I think, and hope that the Lycanroc does protect there. So Psyshock, life due. Arash should have this locked up.
There's actually quite a few mind games here. It just depends on what risk each trainer is willing to take, and more importantly, Matteo in this scenario, because you need to commit with one of them. Lycanroc, there is a slight chance for you to be able to run away with this and get a 2-0 and not force a game 3.
There is the Accelerock as well, which you've got to worry about, and the Rage Powder there to pull that away.
All right, so that means it's done. Arash has been able to push it through to a game 3. He didn't want to mess about there. The fact that the Sinistra was still on the field for the redirection, and there's no additional need for a read from the Delphox is key.
Yeah, and that survival on the Sinistra really crucial in the end there, because bringing it in with that hospitality just to get that HP topped up, but more importantly, like you mentioned, Costa, to redirect that Rage Powder there and be able to pull away the potential threat of an Accelerock, which was present on that Lycanroc.
It really did come down to the wire in so many ways. At some point, I started losing my mind in terms of like, oh wait, who's this good for? Oh, who's it bad for? It just worked out in a way where there was also RNG potentially to factor in, and obviously Arash needed to make sure there's no Dark type on the other side of the field so he can lock in with that 100% accurate side shot to finish off the game.
Yeah, of course, and You know, I think that the Sinister sticking around for that one turn was the thing that you wanted. Obviously, it'd be great in that scenario if it goes down, you get the Incineroar back on the field, you've got a fresh fake out to go forward with. But I think at the same time, being able to have the resource where you could have pulled away that initial damage from the Sneasler would have been valuable to allow you to take at least one rock slide whilst you remove the Sneasler and did that chip onto the Lycanroc that then allowed you to secure the game. But worked out all right in the end for Arash. A much better adjustment from that game 1.
Now, game 3. What do we see? Do we feel Mateo is confident still? Or has it been a bit bruised because of what happened in that game 2?
I think you still got to feel confident. I think it was so fast-paced that first game. I think Arash really got caught up by the speed interactions there, definitely not allowing that to kind of play out like it did in game 2 and adjusting way, way better. So I think it's going to be right down to the wire again. Matteo, very bold in some of the calls that they're making, so Arash has to be careful not to overextend themselves or put anything in a risky position or make risky plays, because I think that's when you could get punished. And with a team like Arash is playing, where your centerpiece is so important to your game plan and victory or not, then I think you've got to protect it at all costs, which he did so well with that Delphox in that last game.
Game 3. This is where our final semi-finalist will be decided. We're going to change up from Mateo's side. The Frostlass is on the field next to the Basque Legion. I'd say very aggressive start, but potential Aurora Veil setup versus the Delphox and Incineroar yet again from Arash's side.
Yeah, really nice adjustment here from Matteo. Going to be able to make all that Frostlass, like you say, get the Aurora Veil, which is going to be so useful, especially if this Delphox goes for another nasty plot. Now, the Basque Legion positioned quite well because it is going to have the immunity to fake out. It is also like its Frostlass partner, going to be able to move without having to worry about this Incineroar stopping it in its tracks and put on a lot of offensive pressure immediately onto that Delphox, which makes it harder to go for something like that nasty plot. Is it worth the sacrifice here? And you can't ignore the threat of the Shadow Ball as well on that Frostlass.
Yeah, it's a lovely little situational pin in terms of I could get one trade-off as opposed to another, but it could be risky if the Delphox wanted to go on the offensive and maybe try to outpace that Frostlass, go for the Heat Wave, anticipating a defensive play from Mateo, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The Aurora Veil has been set up, and that adds a lot of sustainability for Mateo's Pokemon.
Yeah, and especially when you go into the next turn where the Delphox is still on the field. Parting Shot, very useful, but that Aurora Veil going to pay dividends for the next few turns, especially knowing how already defensively built that Basque Legion is on Mateo's side, and it's now in a position where it can, this next turn, go for that threatening damage alongside maybe a Shadow Ball into that Delphox, but smartly done by Arash, using the Parting Shot, lowering the attack power on that Frostlass, so it's not going to be hitting or be as much of a threat this next turn. And also you've got the Intimidate to cycle in again this next turn to further reduce the attack power of that Basque Legion if you need be.
And we do have Mousehold on the field. It's going to be able to provide friend guard support in terms of allowing Delphox to sponge up those attacks quite handsomely. However, the Basque Legion is still wanting to get damage, even though at -1 attack.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think even at -1, it's still going to be hitting like a truck. And now we do see Arash commit to the Mega Evolution, not switching the Delphox out, wants to keep it on the field and start that momentum shift.
Follow me, redirection, making sure the Delphox does not fall victim to any sort of powerful water-type moves whilst getting its sort of plotting going. +2 special attack. Blizzard hoping to be able to deal good damage onto the Mousehold, followed up by what I'm assuming going to be the Wave Crash. You want to try to get rid of that redirection support. Mousehold survives on 25, and this so far is going according to plan, I'd say, from Arash's side.
Yeah, being able to get the Mousehold in, that Follow Me, and getting that nasty plot set up, it kind of supersedes almost the Aurora Veil, where you can start getting that big damage onto the opposite side of the field. And now the Mousehold is in that position where it is going to leave the Delphox vulnerable to the Basque Legion here. If it stays on the field, goes for another Follow Me, it will go down to a Blizzard, and then that Wave Crash becomes active into the Delphox. So Arash needs to readjust their position here. Do you bring maybe something like the Incineroar back onto the field? But no, Protect's coming out and just a Follow Me.
Oh, wow, this may be very crucial. It depends. Heat Wave does double connect onto the Frostlass. It picks up the KO. This means the Basque Legion will not be able to hit the Mega Delphox in anticipation of the Mousehold going down previously. Wave Crash will get rid of the Mousehold, but is this too little, too late? The Mega Delphox has been given that room to be able to get those very powerful moves off.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to stop now, especially if the Incineroar comes in, drops another Intimidate, or if we've got that Sinister in the back for Arash, which you would expect it to be there. It's going to be able to come in and just sulk up those threatening wave crashes with no trouble at all. And now you're +2. You can see the damage even to the Basculegion that does resist. It's still doing a lot through that Auroraville, and that has only so many turns left before it does expire, and then you really become susceptible to taking the full brunt of those nasty plots.
Yeah, I think you are forced to bring in your Incineroar from Arash's side, further lowering the damage output of Basculegion, but most importantly, the Lycanroc, which is clearly there for a check against the Delphox, now susceptible to a fake out.
Yeah, and that you want to go down into that slot, but again, do you really want to take maybe unnecessary damage here from the Basculegion in the process? You're going to have to take a Wave Crash, and even though it's -2, it still will be doing respectable damage and putting it closer in range to maybe a Rock Slide the following turn. So I don't know if Matteo's going to allow the Sash to be broken, so freely suspect maybe a Protect there. You could switch your Incineroar out to Sinister, get a little bit of health back, protect your Delphox, and then if we see what we're seeing now, then you've got a really good situation where you've got that redirection for the next turn that is going to be pivotal.
This could be quite detrimental as well. Exposing your Sneasler could be quite bad if there's no defensive play from the Delphox, but seems to be Arash wanting to play safe. He doesn't want to risk it. Matteo, at least in that interaction, getting the advantage as the Protect is technically back online from the Basculegion due to it being the final Pokemon using Protect.
Yeah, that is very useful. But you've got the opportunity now. I think you can go for the fake out into that Delphox here if you're the Sneasler to at least slow it down this one turn. But is a Last Respect going to be enough to get the Sinister? You would say no, it's not. Is it worth then switching it out to get rid of those Intimidate drops? That could be an option. And then get the Lycanroc back online on the field, so it's got that Rock Slide active the next turn, which doesn't care so much about that redirection.
Okay, fake out onto the Delphox, dealing a bit of chip damage, which may or may not prove to be quite vital in the end phases of this Game 3. Basculegion going for the Last Respects will, of course, be proccing the Cassib Berry but dealing so little damage because of the Intimidate drops, as well as the halving of the damage output. Snow finally expiring, but most importantly, that Auroraville too.
Yeah, and unlike the previous game where the Sneasler was able to activate that White Herb, this is not the case now. This Sneasler will be slower than the Delphox and is in a clear position to get picked off by a Psy Shock into that slot. You've got no switches if you're Matteo either, so it is pinned almost at this point. It's an easy target here where the Basculegion isn't really offering too much. You can just redirect those attacks with the Sinister and just keep it around on the field, that Delphox for another turn to allow it to take and make the most of these nasty plots that it's got set up.
Yeah, I think ever since you can guarantee a nasty plot setup and then put on so much pressure because of the speed advantage on your side, it should be so good for himself. But we see Arash actually celebrate with the Protect, which may be an indication of a Psy Shock going into the Sneasler, getting rid of that slot, outpacing it. That is so crucial for Arash's win conditions. Matteo now down to his final 2 Pokemon. Yes, Lycanroc does have the Focus Sash intact. However, this Delphox is remaining unchecked. It is the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, now a Psy Shock into that Basculegion, probably going to be enough to pick up the knockout from this range. And you've also got the player as well, just to protect your Delphox this turn. Switch out your Sinister into the Incineroar, take the Basculegion down to -3, take the Lycanroc down to -1 on its attack stat, and then you'll have that active fake out. The next turn you put the pressure on the Lycanroc, and then you can dispatch of that Basculegion a little bit more safely than you've got at the minute. And also, at any point, you can bring that Sinister back in that can help top up any health lost along the way. Arash doing so well.
Okay, going for the Protect again. We've got the Psy Shot trying to focus down. This may give Matteo a lifeline. Rock Slide! Picks up the KO! Was that a critical hit, or was that just the amount of damage it deals? It seems to be the latter.
That is huge. What a huge turn. The Machigotcha coming out. It is going to break the focus sash on the Lycanroc, but is it a turn too late?
Oh, we're going to have to find out. 30 HP remaining for the Lycanroc. He gets burned. Ash, what are you doing? That was filthy. And they may have just given him the progression in to the top 4.
Wow, what a turn. Did not expect the Delphox to just go for the attack and sit there, take the rock slide and go down. But now the Incineroar coming back onto the field. It is going to drop another all-important Intimidate. That active fake out. The Lycanroc is on a timer because of the burn. And the star of the show, the closing up Pokemon, is going to be that Sinistcha. You would believe now with the Machigotcha. Going to be able to hit super effective damage onto both the Basculegion and this Lycanroc.
Basculegion, technically, with the Lycanroc, there could be an out, because there's no Trick Room on the Sinistcha. I was going to say, if you really wanted to risk the Protects there with the Rock Slide subsequent turn, but Lycanroc flinching, trying to go for the attack. Last respects, this is lower damage output, not quite enough, even with 2 Pokemon down to bring it up to 150 base power. Machigotcha does connect, it does get you the Lycanroc. Basculegion survives on the 20 hit point threshold, but this seems to be all over, Lee.
So close to being over. It looks like the headset's done from Mateo, and it might be Arash progressing here. We're going to have to wait for the turn to play out.
Oh,
but so close. There it is.
There it is. The forfeit is in. Arash Amadi, our final semi-finalist.
Wow.
Highest capability on the highest levels.
Yeah, and we can take a look at Lou's team again. Once again, the Mega Delphox, the Mega Floette, then accompanied by the Basculegion, the Incineroar, Sinistcha, and the Sneasler, the supporting crew. Double fake out there from that Sneasler and the Incineroar, which allows room to set up those Calm Minds on the Floette to power up those big Fairy-type attacks. Or that Delphox, if that is the chosen Mega, with that nasty plot. And we've just seen Arash pilot and feature that Pokemon in particular, and we know the potency of it. And then the supporting cast, Sinistcha there, really, really useful with the hospitality and the speed control as well, which can be useful in certain situations, especially when you're coming up against Tailwind teams.
And that's one of the key differences as well with, against, I'd say, Arash's a team of 6. You don't have the third or even second potential redirector there in favor of an additional fake-out user and additional changes in terms of more brute force options to get those crucial KOs needed, especially going up against a team like Davide's. You're going to be able to take advantage of them completely.
Yeah, exactly that. So I think all for Davide to do really coming into this, because if you look at their team, they've got that Mega Charizard Y. That's going to bring the Sun. It's great against the opposing Mega Floette, but essentially you're powering up the Delphox, which you'd prefer not to do, because that can cause you all sorts of issues, especially with the natural speed of it and not having really anything with a Choice Scarf on your side to supersede it. Naturally, you're going to have to rely on your own speed control in that Whimsicott. The nice thing that you do have with Whimsicott in particular is that Prankster Encore, so you can catch out those set of Pokemon if you can check the partnering Pokemon correctly, because you don't want to be encoring into a Rage Powder or anything like that, you know.
Yeah, and Jolly Garchomps have been all of the rave this entire weekend. Just being able to capitalize off that additional speed and add a bit of disruption potential, maybe with a cheeky little Rock Slide into the opposing Char Y matchups. But it's no Protect for attack Chomp with that Poison Jab in order to be able to have some sort of direct answer towards opposing Floette. So I feel like Garchomp, Lee, may actually be one of the key pieces from Davide's side.
Especially with that Roselli Berry that it's got as well as its held item. It gives it a bit of alleviation to at least take one of those big, powerful Fairy-type attacks from that Floette.
And here we go. Our first semi-finals is kicking off. Louis with the Delphox and Incineroar leads versus Davide's Basculegion Whimsicott. We have got Mystic Water Basculegion dealing or threatening so much damage even at -1.
Yeah, and to both of these targets here, they cannot rest easy. The fake-outs there, you can go for it into that Whimsicott to at least slow down any sort of disruption or support lines this time around. And, you know, that Davide probably doesn't want to allow the fake out into that slot anyway because it's got the focus sash, so you want to keep that intact. Do you switch that out maybe into something else or just go with a protect here? But you've got to readjust because that Basket Legion is threatening so heavy with a Rave Crash into your Delphox. Staying on the field.
All right, this is a big read coming out from Louis' side. Let's see if Davide is going to be able to catch them out. Tailwind means there's a good chance it might just do that. Mystic Water Leap Predation, or should I say Wave Crash. Basket Legion, where do you go? You go into the Sinister. Louis making the call, anticipating the Delphox to be respected with a defensive play. Heatwave misses on the Whimsicott and the Basket Legion. Wow, Davide got away with that completely.
Oh, so unfortunate for Louis here. The Heatwave suspecting that the Incineroar might be the target because there's no protect there, but taking advantage of a little bit of room that you might have and just not getting any joy with that. Really unfortunate because it would have taken that Whimsicott at least down to that sash, making it a lot easier to deal with. Now you're in a position where, yes, you can use the redirection with your Sinister, but with the Whimsicott being a grass type, it's going to ignore that, so it is going to be able to fire off subsequent attacks into the Sinister. It is threatened at the minute, and the Whimsicott in a position where it could potentially get its, just those big damages off, or just switch out for maybe the Garchomp to come in and start getting a little bit more offensive pressure on the board.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. It's a great way to be able to cover for it, and Louis has to make that immediate adaptation as well. Due to the speed interactions of the Tailwind now being set up, at least the Incineroar is going to be able to get that intermittent alpha onto the incoming Garchomp. Wave Crash still dealing so much damage at lowered damage output stages because of the Mystic Water.
Yeah, -2 doing so much damage there. Incineroar really appreciating the Citrus Berry and the Sinister. Oh, so close. Really, really key turn here to get that Machikotcha off onto that Basket Legion. So it's so close to going down now, but it's still sticking around. It's going to be able to utilize that Wave Crash one more turn. But you've got the perfect partner next to the Incineroar here. You can go for a fake out into the Garchomp to prevent it from moving this turn. It's going to help burn those Tailwind turns. And there's a potential here where you could even go for a Trick Room of your own with the Sinister to counteract that Tailwind that is in effect right now.
And you need to be very cautious about how many turns of Tailwind remain if you're going to try to go down the path of a Trick Room setup, because you don't want the Delphox to be caught out of place in terms of the speed interactions, as it's the fastest thing, genuinely speaking, across the both teams at a neutral board state with the speed control.
Yeah, exactly that. I think you do need to be careful because that Delphox is not one of those Pokemon that really appreciates. It's not a Trick Room appreciators. We do see that setup now. Great switch here from Davide to get that Charizard on the board because it's so healthy and it instantly puts a lot of pressure onto that Sinister where it isn't able to act as freely as it would like to. Now the Charizard from Davide can go for the Mega Evolution, can throw out a Heat Wave. The Incineroar is probably in range of a Heat Wave now. It's taken so much damage, and the Garchomp really not threatened by anything immediately. It probably doesn't want to take too many Machikotchas, but it's in that spot where it can just do a combination, maybe Earthquake, maybe Heat Wave come out to cover any switches that could be coming from Louis' side of the field.
And this is a great case scenario to be able to observe. Even though you've got the Trick Room set up and the speed advantage, it doesn't necessarily mean you're in the best board state to your advantage. And Charizard absolutely unleashing the sun, undeterred of what is going to happen here. I can see a Party Shot going into it to lower the damage output, but it's actually going to be into the Garchomp instead. Louis has to be very cautious on which Pokemon is going to be switching in and on the receiving end, nay, the mercy of both the Garchomp and that Charizard.
Yeah, here comes that Heat Wave. It's going to hit both targets, not doing massive damage. Really nice switch here from Louis just to take that, but it is the Rock Slide in response. And because of that Parting Shot, the initial Intimidate, not really going to have much of an impact, or not as much of an impact as probably Davide would like to.
And this is a scenario where we just said, once Tailwind does expire, you no longer have the speed advantage, at least with that Delphox, and the Trick Room turns still remain, 3 of them specifically on the field. And Garchomp, it's in a good spot to maybe threaten with a double up into the Delphox, maybe giving incentive for Louis to bring that Sinister back in, but it's going to be at the mercy of the Charizard.
Yeah, the Charizard's kind of preventing that hospitality cycling right now, and the Basket Legion's not in a bad spot. It is Focus Sash, it isn't got the Mystic Water on Louis' side of the field, so it hasn't got the potency, but it hasn't taken the Intimidate drops either, so it is going to still do a lot of damage into that Charizard despite the Sun setup, so, and probably will go before it in the Trick Room. Not wanting to commit to anything just yet, because there is the threat of the Solar Beam as well.
Yeah, and that is exactly what's going to try to come out and catch the Basculegion. Not quite doing so. Rock Slide in Trick Room against Delphox. Not only does it threaten a KO with a critical hit, but the flinches is the important thing. Delphox, will you be able to move and unleash that damage? In retaliation, you can. Psyshock into the Charizard will be dealing thereabouts half of its HP, but we've got a situation where it may be within range of that Basculegion.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about that. I think it was worth the risk there to keep that Delphox out on the field. It did take a lot of damage from that last Rock Slide, but just enough of a survival to allow that all-important Psyshock into the Charizard. Like you say now, the Wave Crash probably in range to take that down. The Basculegion quite smartly protected that previous turn, and because of that pressure, we are seeing a switch out from that Charizard. Whimsicott forced back onto the field.
This is a great switch in, however, it could be read by Louis. Going for the Protect, oh, that's going to be susceptible to the Encore. Not trying to go for any sort of reads, trying to play true down the line to ensure better board state for themselves in the subsequent turn. Rock Slide will most likely connect on the Basculegion, deal a tiny bit more chip damage, but now Trick Room turns are starting to expire. One remains.
Yeah, and the problem for the Delphox is it's just protected in front of an encoring Prankster, Whimsicott, that can go for that and lock it into that Protect, rendering it useless this next turn. And then it leaves the Garchomp to kind of just get the damage it wants with this Rock Slide onto the Basculegion and the Delphox if it does stay on the field. Now, if you're Davide and you expect that Delphox to switch out because of the threat here of being locked in, you could take advantage of that with your Garchomp and maybe even your Whimsicott and just go for a double attack.
All right, Sinistra will be bringing the hospitality support onto the Delphox, but will it be able... Oh, wow, read into no Encore from the Whimsicott going on the offense. Earthquake, because of the Levitate, it's going to be able to completely ignore it thanks to the Mega Evolution from the Delphox side. This is a catch-up from Davide, an attempt that is with the Incineroar switch in, completely capitalize off of the Delphox if it's going to be able to connect, whittle down the damage onto the Garchomp. Clearly, both of our trainers in half a mind in terms of getting that additional board state improvement going.
Yeah, now the dimensions flip back to normal, so that Delphox will now be the fastest thing on the field. It will be threatening a knockout onto that Garchomp, and more importantly, the Whimsicott this next turn if there's no speed control from Davide's side, where they can now click that Tailwind button and immediately put the Garchomp ahead of the Delphox. But you risk doing that in front of a Sinistra that's now active on the field. You don't really pressure a knockout there, and it can just flip the switch once again to that Trick Room and put the favor back on Louis' side of the field.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that may well be what Louis was looking for. There's not a lot of times that we can say Trick Room gets set up, not once, but twice. However, Heat Wave absolutely punishing the Whimsicott switch out. Garchomp's able to survive with 3 hit points, not pick up a KO onto the Delphox, but Sinistra, will it be able to get the Trick Room set up or flinch? It does! Louis back in the driver's seat and has those options of switching more Pokemon in and out in favor of the Delphox.
Yeah, the Charizard a really nice switch in here because you say, oh, immediately puts the pressure onto the Sinistra. The Delphox, the slowest thing out of the 2 offensive threats on Davide's side, but right now that Sun is gone. The Heat Wave is not powered up. That Sinistra in a much safer spot than it was previously, and now the ability where Louis can switch out that Delphox into the Incineroar. We've already seen how little damage that Garchomp's got, and with how much HP it's got remaining, a match of Gotcha is going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto that Pokemon and remove that big threat, taking Louis one step further forward to hopefully closing up this game 1.
Whimsicott switching back in, hopefully wanting to be able to get some mileage, but the Life Dew ignoring the obvious matcha gotcha KO onto the Garchomp, wanting to get a bit of recovery now onto the Delphox. Heat Wave outside of Sun is not enough to pick up the KO on the Sinistra. Delphox under Trick Room operating, picking up the Heat Wave KO onto the Whimsicott. 10 hit point survival with the Charizard, which, even though it's quad blood resisted to the Sinister may even go down to that match gotcha.
Yeah, I think you're right, Costa. It's so close, and that Garchomp, we know it's got 3 hit points left, so that will definitely go down if it re-enters the field now. So the options are looking pretty limited. Louis controlling the field and doing it so well in a really obscure way because the Delphox doesn't really like to operate in these Trick Room environments, but it's doing such a good job now. The Basque Legion comes onto the field.
Wow.
Is there enough in the tank to be able to take down this Sinister? Could an Aqua Jet take it down?
22 hit points. You know what? Because of the Mystic Water, it just might.
And because there's no Sun active on the field as well, that could definitely be a factor here.
But surely you switch in the Incineroar, right? Do you have a reason not to?
No, I think you could switch it in here, get that Intimidate, get the Matcha Gotcha, just clear both of these Charizard and the Basque Legion, and there's not really much option for the idiot to switch in that Garchomp either, because if that comes onto the field, yeah, you could maybe get your Charizard out to get it back onto the field and get that Sun in effect again, but you're just giving...
There it is. The attempt.
Oh,
it's unsuccessful! 2 hit point survival. Double connect with the Matcha Gotcha means Louis has been able to pick up the Basque Legion, but not the Charizard. 1 hit point survival. Invisible Focus Sash, clearly accompanied by that Megastone, but even though it's happened, will it be able to give a lifeline to Davide in this endgame Heatwave? Double connect, picks up the Sinister, but the Delphox, it still survives. 14 hit points. You got the Incineroar on the back and the Garchomp on its way in with no protect. Charizard is down. Delphox proving to be the better fire type in this game 1.
Wow, what a turn here for Louis. The survival after survival there were key, and now it comes down to that Incineroar, like you quite rightly said, can come onto the field, can really easily just click that fake out support, allow the Delphox to get a big, important Psyshock into it, and then get one step closer to closing up this game 1.
Mate, I don't know how Louis has been able to just masterfully craft this matchup with 2 Trick Rooms set up and Delphox absolutely operating and succeeding under when the Trick Room, when, you know, obviously being the fastest thing naturally.
Yeah, it's always surprising, isn't it? You just think,
that's it.
How have you done it? But with so few hit points left on the Garchomp, even a fake out there is going to be enough to take it down. And yeah, utilizing the Trick Room. Who would have thought? Delphox.
Yeah, flying under the radar, clearly.
Literally, yes.
Yeah, that is so impressive. Like, I can't explain how impressive that is. And just understanding what needs to be done and the certain win conditions and board states that you need to be able to advance through and somehow getting out on top of it. So going into this game 2, where do we go from here? Like, if you're Davide, do you feel like that was good enough for you, but maybe there were a couple of turns that you could better optimize?
It's really difficult. I think if you're going to bring the Garchomp and rely on that so heavily, I think you need to get it off the field quicker too, or you need to try and get around the Intimidate cycling, because that really hindered the ability of the Garchomp to effectively get the damage it needed to onto that Delphox. Whereas unintimidated, you're going to have extra damage. You're going to be able to at least pressure a bit better.
Yeah.
But the way that Louis is able to cycle the Incineroar and the Sinister pretty freely doesn't make it easy to get around. Maybe leveraging the Charizard a little bit better and maybe foregoing your own Tailwind here, because yes, you want the Tailwind to get ahead of the Delphox, but at the same time, each and every time that you had that active, the option of the Sinister was on the opposite side of the field to just counteract that.
Yeah.
And then for the next few turns, you're really at a disadvantage. And then when the Tailwind ends, you're still at a disadvantage because of the slower options that Louis is able to take advantage of.
That is so tough to be able to essentially go up against right now. The Basque Legion, who would have thought in Sun, under Trick Room, being able to put on so much pressure over on Davide's side, but we have got the leads going and a Sinister actually being brought ahead now next to the Delphox versus the Charizard and the Garchomp on Davide's side.
Yeah, now you got the Garchomp in a much more comfortable position, I guess, with the Rock Slide. It's not intimidated, so it can go for that right now and double up with a Heat Wave. So that combination is really nice. Heat Wave really threatening that Sinister as well. Knockout when that combined with the rock slide. So likely going to see it switch out. The Incineroar, the obvious play to come in here, and maybe a protect from this Delphox. But I don't know if we're going to see the Charizard. It is, yes, going to commit to that. Mega Evolution.
Yeah, I was going to say this could be a potential bait as well in order to get the Charizard to immediately Mega Evolve and just go on the offensive, bring that Focus Sash in and not even going for the Mega Evolution as well. And yeah, it seems like Davide may have actually fallen to that idea. However, it could be a potential of just lowering the HP of the Incineroar to be quite crucial.
Yeah, and you're not really too worried now about the Garchomp. On -1, you know you're going to be able to take these rock slides pretty comfortably from it. And if we do see a Mega Evolution from the Delphox the next turn, if it stays around on the field, then it is going to be able to get ahead of the Garchomp, get some all-important Psyshock damage off onto the Charizard, which then, like we saw in that game 1, puts it in range for the Basculegion whenever it does enter the field to be in knockout range of a Wave Crash.
Yeah, and this is such a beautiful play, that turn 1 from Louis. Like we said, the bait in order to set up the Sun and now go on the offensive as well. There's a good case that just going for the Heat Waves may be great, but you are in prime position to go for the Nasty Plot.
Yeah, and that's it. If you can get a Nasty Plot off, you really supersede the ability to lay the damage that you require down on these. You turn, you know, 2-hit KOs on the Charizard into 1-hit KOs, and then the same can be said with the Garchomp as well. There's not much that can take a +2 Psyshock, but in response to that threat, Weather Ball coming out, doing some respectable damage, but nowhere near enough at this stage. Now that Delphox +2 special attack, it is going to be able to pick either target here, and whichever one it does land into, it's likely going to pick up a knockout alongside it. You've got to be wary that you don't pick a target that switches out for the Incineroar, but no switch!
Oh, no switch! Psyshock! Oh, wow! It survives on 4 hit points. Rock Slide now being dealt damage onto Louis' side, but the question is, Heat Wave is going to be able to capitalize. Goes for the Heat Wave. Delphox! Delphox! 2 hit point survival. Parting shot into the Garchomp slot. Getting that pivot action going. Now lowering it to -2 of its attack. And what a crucial survival.
How did the Charizard survive the +2 Psyshock? That is incredible. And then the Delphox to survive. The Heat Wave gets another shot now, of course, making it even more difficult. You feel like Davide had pulled it back. That Charizard was huge there. But no, the Delphox saying, if you're going to survive, I'm sticking around too. Let's go for round 2.
And hospitality, going ahead and getting your copper whilst you're at it to make sure that you can deal so much damage on the other side of the field. But I was going to say at -2 attack Garchomp, I don't even think it can pick up a KO with a Rock Slide on this Delphox. So this may well be attack Delphox Trick Room setup.
You could go for that. You could just go for the Machigotcha as well if you don't want to set the Trick Room up, because remember, at this stage, the Delphox has got the speed advantage, right? There's no immediate threat of that Whimsicott setting a Tailwind up, so you don't need to worry about it so much. Do go for maybe a bit more of a supporting role with the Sinistcha here. Maybe go for a Life Dew if you're confident in being able to fire off a Heat Wave here, or just use it as bait like we're seeing, and pivot in that all-important Incineroar and Intimidate.
Absolute MVP alongside that Delphox. That double connects. Heat Wave. Oh, wow!
What?
That was like 70% on the Garchomp that resisted. That is absolute bonkers. Garchomp hoping to be able to pick up a K on the Delphox, but stopped at -3 attack. 6 hit point. Delphox is running away with this game, giving so much momentum for Louis to make it into the finals.
It's right down to the wire each and every turn as well. And now, so beautifully done by Louis, able to switch that Sinistcha back in this next turn, get that hospitality going again, so you can get a little bit extra HP. Exactly. But now, in response, they got that Basculegion onto the field, which is going to be non-intimidated. It is going to have the pressure of that Aqua Jet priority. It's going to be able to pick its target this next turn.
Yeah, and at this point, you just need to make sure that the Sinistcha is well, safe, positioned in terms of the Delphox being right by its side, dealing all of that damage, the ferocious damage. And at this point, Incineroar even going down is okay, because Garchomp is not a threat, but Davide may be trying to catch a subsequent encore turn later on.
Yeah, and this could be awkward here, because now if you And a really good play from Davide, because if you expect to protect on the Delphox, which is likely to come out now, you're going to be able to trap it in this next turn with the well-timed switch to that Whimsicott. Really well done. Yes, you get your Sinister, but just covering in case we see no protect. Really covering all bases, showing why Davide is at this stage of the tournament not done yet, not ready to go down, and in a prime position to punish that protect on this Delphox. Does Louis switch it out? Because you have got the Rage Powder, but Whimsicott being a grass type, able to ignore that and goes directly onto the Delphox, lock it in with a protect, and then utilize, leverage your Basculegion that can go after that Sinister.
There's a beautiful level of foresight that Davide was able to put on show there, but it's not over. Delphox has to be forced out. It cannot protect itself. Davide at this point has the momentum, but he needs to keep it up, not slow down, and that is why he's going on the offensive. Moonblast into the Sinister, maybe a double up with the last respects is enough to be able to get the deal done. Kassim Berry most likely not going to allow it, but at that range, it is definitely not enough. And so much value to be able to lower its HP, but the Machagotcha is going to double connect. It goes ahead, breaks the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott, deals half damage onto the Basculegion, and gets all of that luxurious steamed tea back into its belly.
Now, yeah, what a great play there from Davide, saying, I know how much of a threat your Delphox is under. I know it's going to switch out. I'm going to concentrate all my efforts onto the Sinister, but the Intimidate, so useful there to allow the Sinister to be able to take that Last Respects. Now, it is going to be threatened this next turn. Last Respects still threatening it pretty hard. The Incineroar as well, in a real pinch, because a Moonblast into that slot will be enough. A Last Respect into the Sinister will be enough. How do you get out of this situation? You've got the Delphox in the back, but you can't switch it in on either of these attacks. It's taken so much damage so far. Davide looks like they might be able to pull this game back, take us maybe to a game 3.
We're going to have to see how it unfolds. Delphox may well be the sacrifice in the peace exchange of a trade-off. Fake out into the Whimsicott, making sure you deal a bit of damage. Last Respects will finally get rid of Luis's Mega Evolution piece. Now, this is in favor of Sinister, or even potentially the Basculegion in the back for Luis to wrap this game up.
Yeah, and then you got to remember that there could be the Basculegion there as well, so it's not down and out just yet, and there it is. And it's got that security of the Focus Sash. But the one thing that Davide has the advantage of is they can put their Basculegion ahead of Louis with the Tailwind here, and you've still got the Garchomp in the back. So you get that in, you get ahead of the opposing Basculegion, you get it down to its Sash, and then try and get around the pieces remaining that way, but a lot easier said than done, of course, in response. If your Basculegion takes one Last Respect from Louis, then it is game over, and you are down to just your Garchomp and the Whimsicott. And by going for the Tailwind, you ignore the fact of taking down the Incineroar. That's still an active threat. You don't want to allow that to get any damage off unnecessarily here.
There might even be the case that Davide goes for the double up onto the Basculegion if they feel confident that their Basculegion will be able to outspeed to make sure they can cover for that slot, but no, targeting the Sinister now, actually getting that read, but the Last Respect, it does go into the Whimsicott, gets rid of the potential of a speed control affair from Davide's side. Basculegion on Luis's side has not moved just yet, has absolutely broken the Focus Sash, and we're in a scenario where either Pokemon can go down to any hit, and the Garchomp in the back for Davide is going to be the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, now without that Tailwind in effect, it's not even a question here. The Garchomp, is it going to be able to take an Aqua Jet? You would imagine it's going to be very close, isn't it? There's no Mystic Water on Louis' Basculegion, but it could be an option here. Any hit onto the Basculegion on Louis' side, it's going to go down.
Yep.
The Sinister does have the redirection, but a spread attack from this Garchomp here, a Rock Slide, an Earthquake will be enough to take it down, but there's still room to maneuver. There is still the Incineroar to come in and that Intimidate to drop.
and Incineroar is on such low health. Protect from Louis' Basque Legion in order to make sure that the board positioning is set to a point where you have a bit of HP recovery in the subsequent turn via the hospitality from the Sinistra. Incineroar is essentially the sacrifice piece, whilst being able to still get a lot of profit because of the damage reduction.
And what might be a big game changer is this Sinistra coming back onto the field. Yes, you've dropped an Intimidate onto the Garchomp, onto the Basque Legion, but the Sinistra now getting that hospitality activated once again, giving that all-important, vital HP regaining to the Basque Legion on Louis' side, which puts it out of range from an opposing Aqua Jet, giving it a freer time. And we know the speed interactions here, which Basque Legion is going to hit first, but you've got to worry about that Garchomp before anything else.
Yeah, mate, this is an absolute nail-biter. There's still some outs for Davide to go for the rock slide. Flinch potential if he feels that he's just not going to be able to get a lot of traction. It's all building up to this. No protect from the Sinistra either. It's really going to come down to the focus or the spread. Davide has one shot now to force that game 3, and it's going to unfold. Aqua Jet trying to focus down onto Davide's Basque Legion, not dealing any sort of damage. Dragon Claw not even going for that potential of the flinch. Gets rid of Louis' Pokemon, but Machagotcha, do you double kick that? You don't, because you have no opportunity. Last Respects is going to force that game 3. Davide is not out of contention.
Wow, incredible comeback from Davide. And again, the margin's so fine, right down to the wire. You couldn't have said it would have been any closer. Woo. But keeping that Garchomp, keeping the Basque Legion in the positions for the very end goal. Davide saying, I'm not done yet.
No.
I want to go forward. I want to go further in this tournament. And this is going to go right down to the wire. The survivals we've had so far have been absolutely crazy.
I know.
And I imagine it to continue even further into game 3.
Yeah, if you thought it wasn't thrilling with the first and second games, guess what? We have got a third delicacy at this point. An absolute treat between both of these fantastic trainers. Now, so many mind games, so much of a log to review from those first 2 matches. Louis wasn't able to get out on top of it. Like we said, came in very close. Davide trying to focus down on just getting the damage quick and easy. Where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here, Costa? That is the question. I think both of our trainers are probably feeling exhausted after those 2
as are we
sets.
And the audience.
But you've got to nail it down now, because it's all coming down to this next game. I think that the Delphox is obviously the big problem for Davidian, and being Louis able to get that nasty plot up was so advantageous. So you've got to go for that, try and get that up again, utilizing the Incineroar, and maybe, does a Sneasler make an appearance for that double fake out support?
Ooh,
I think that the sacrifice, though, it's hard because you're sacrificing either the Basque Legion or the Sinistra there, which both feel very valuable pieces, and I don't know if you can afford to do that going into this game, because the Trick Room we've seen, if the Tailwind is opted for, they didn't really go for it in the last game, and it paid off.
Yep.
So, do you need the Trick Room so much in this scenario? Maybe you could go down that, but the hospitality is so valuable.
It is, and for a good reason. We've said time and time again, this is the best redirector in Regulation Set MA. It will most likely make another return in the back this time round. Incineroar and the Delphox has leads from Louis' side, and we saw the interaction of the game 2. The Tailwind was set up, but the Mystic Water Wave Crash did not focus down on the Delphox. It went for the Incineroar. Are we expecting a flip on that scenario?
Yeah, you could do, and you go after it, because if you get that Delphox, I think the pieces around it start to fall, the offensive threat is gone, and your game plan becomes a lot easier, but I don't expect Louis to give it up so easily. I imagine a Protect here as that Sinistra makes its way onto the field to help counteract the threat of that Basque Legion, but has Louis left it open to take a devastating Wave Crash from this Basque Legion?
We're going to have to find out, unless this is just a safe Mega Evolution into Protect in order to cover your ground, but Protect from the Whimsicott, no setup in case the Sinistra does come onto the field and get that Trick Room scenario going. Now, Wave Crash was trying to target down the Delphox. You wanted to keep it honest. At the same time, you've got a dual sort of scenario of a pin with the Encore potential, as Rage Powder will not redirect that Grass-type Whimsicott's Encore.
No, so I think you are in a position where if you are Louis, you're going to have to switch that Delphox out this next turn. The Incineroar is a nice bring here because you can drop another Intimidate onto that Basculegion. You can Rage Powder to protect it as well from the threatening wave crash, while the Whimsicott maybe sets up a Tailwind, and seeing through that and the back of that, Davide bringing in the Charizard, which if the Tailwind sets here, it's not, but can be set the next turn, could be in a really dominant spot.
Oh, Matcha Gotcha trying to break the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott, failing to do so because of the miss. Deals a 12 hit point damage onto the Charizard, but there had dual purpose. Break the Sash and also deal good damage onto the Basculegion.
Yeah, really nice play here to get the Incineroar onto the field. Now you've got the Fake Out, so you can slow down that Charizard this next turn. Maybe reposition the Sinister here to keep that Hospitality in the back, get it away from harm's way, get the Delphox back onto the field so you can pressure that Whimsicott the next turn. And as we see, the Charizard Y activating, getting that Drought ability, you can then take advantage of that yourself the next turn.
Even though these are going to be resisted Fire-type moves into either of the Incineroar or Delphox, you need to get as much damage as possible. Encore trying to catch out that Sinister. Louis one step ahead. Double connect with the Heat Wave, dealing thereabouts 20-ish% to both the fire types. But Incineroar, parting shot, has now dropped the Charizard to -1, and you've got that free pivot action going yet again. Options are the Sinister. You could easily go for a Trick Room if you really wanted to.
It's a bit risky going for the Trick Room, I think, in front of the Heat-Waving Charizard. I think you've got an easy switch from that Pokemon back into your Incineroar, though, because then you've got that active Fake Out the next turn to further support your Delphox, especially if you feel like you're in a position where you can go for a nasty plot here, which I feel like the Delphox can. And by bringing that Fake Out in with the Incineroar the next turn, then you protect yourself against the potential Encore threat that could be there, and then Delphox is essentially good to go.
I think that's, like, you were definitely in the flow there, and I completely agree, because it's such a great way to be able to be 2 turns ahead, essentially, and ensure such a clean board state for yourself, and that's what we're going to see, at least in the form of the Incineroar. There's no reason why you don't want to go for it, but the Delphox just going for the raw damage here. If the Focus Sash would have been broken from beforehand, the Whimsicott would have been down. However, it does proc now. It doesn't seem like there is a burn. The Charizard going on the offensive, most likely after the Moonblast focus, into that Incineroar. 93 hit point remaining. The Citrus Berry proc. Weather Ball is its strongest fire-type move that it does not opt to go for. Heat Wave is once again the option, even at -1 special attack.
Yeah, I really do actually like the play of just going for the Heat Wave there. You could have went for the nasty plot. It puts you really far ahead, but I think just getting the initial damage onto the board is really valuable, and you've not got the reliance now to have to click that Fake Out option. Now you can go for a potential parting shot into one of these targets if you would so like to. Heat Wave again, it's going to pick up the knockout onto the Whimsicott. What does it do here? Does it switch out? Does it protect? Or does it go for a last touch Tailwind? Which then could be counteracted turns down the line by that Sinister, so it is risky. What do you go for? What do you value? And do you see this Whimsicott being a part of the end game? Because right now, if it stays on the field and tries to attack, it's just going to go down to another Heat Wave, and the Charizard's also not going to appreciate that either, and probably get a parting shot as part of its trouble. So Davide needs to make some adjustments here. Maybe the Garchomp coming in could be a nice option.
I could easily see Louis trying to go on the offensive in terms of the setup potential with a cheeky little nasty plot, but switches the Basculegion in. Now in favor of the Incineroar, and there it is. The plot has been set. You've got so much damage potential on board right now. Heat Wave trying to slow it down, bringing it to 67 hit points remaining because of that critical hit. That was a lot of damage, but you've got the speed advantage. No Tailwind has been set up, and this Delphox is absolutely skimming through the sky.
Yeah, it is. I think it's a little bit in danger now of a Rock Slide. You're going to have to try and pivot the Incineroar onto the field to drop an Intimidate onto it, just to kind of keep that Rock Slide from getting the knockout onto the Delphox here. So then you obviously can pick up the Charizard with the Psyshock here. You've got to be careful with your targeting, of course, as well. Davide could have the Incineroar on the back. You can switch it in on the Psyshock, waste your turns, and then leverage the Garchomp with the Rock Slide, which would be detrimental. So like we're seeing here, probably just the Intimidate, Protect play, and then you've got that Fake Out support the next turn as well.
It's so much safer, and Davide is going to have to risk a lot if he wants to try to be one step ahead and maybe get the subsequent subsequent encore due to the switch in of the Whimsicott, which isn't this case. 62 hit point survival so far with the Incineroar. We've already seen its Citrus Berry being proc. Solar Beam actually trying to focus down on that Basculegion, sticking true to that option of making sure the piece is removed. But Louis, with that swift, smart little switch in there, is in such a prime position to go back on the offensive.
Yeah, now you've got to wait to stop that Garchomp in its tracks this next turn, target down into the Charizard with that Psyshock, or if you prefer, you could go after the Garchomp, double into that if you don't expect. There's no protect option there, so it's an easy one to say, okay, well, I can stop you. Can I take an attack from this Charizard, though? That's the problem. And as we see, the switch out coming out from Davide.
What's the focus going to be? Fake Out was trying to go for the Chomp indeed. The Charizard most likely not going to be able to deal that much damage. Heat Wave does double tap. It picks up the raw KO onto the Charizard. It was at such a low range to be essentially picked up by a +2 special attack in the sun. Double target Heat Wave, which is madness, but that is why this Pokemon is so good. That is why there are 2 of these Pokemon in the semis.
Yeah, and the Whimsicott making his way back onto the field now. Sunlight has ended, so that Heat Wave not going to be as potent as it was before, but the damage, I feel, has been done. The Basculegion, it takes a +2 Heat Wave, it's going down. The Delphox in a position, though, where it will be susceptible to getting knocked out by an Aqua Jet. The Incineroar, anything water-type, will knock that out. A Moonblast even into that slot will knock it out. And now you've got that Tailwind that can be activated from the Whimsicott to put that Basculegion ahead of both of these Pokemon.
All right, defensive switch up from Louis, wanting to preserve the Incineroar for a future turn, whilst also getting a bit of HP recovery onto the Delphox. Such a beautiful synergy between them. Aqua Jet says no! Davide made the read, did not expect the Delphox to slow down the momentum, and this may well be a winning play to force Davide into the finals. So much momentum lost from Louis in that particular interaction.
Yeah, really punishing turn here from Davide, and really well done, because saying, if you don't protect it, I'm just going to go for it. I don't need to overextend myself here. I don't want to take any risks, because the next turn, I'll still be in the same sort of situation. I'm going to get this knockout if you don't, and that's exactly what's happened. And now that key piece is fallen. The main piece of the puzzle has gone for Louis, and got a lot to do to pull this match back. Remember, they've got key pieces left, but Davide feels like they're in the driving seat right now.
And that's what he's going to have to make sure he doesn't lose the focus on the grasp of this game, because Louis, he ain't no stranger to high-level VGC play. If he's going to try to find a way out of it, you can bet that he will.
Yeah, and exactly that. The Sinister in a good position to protect that Incineroar for at least one turn. But the threat of the last resort, the last respect, and the Moonblast there are really present. I mean, the Whimsicott going to be threatened by a Fake Out here. You don't want to just carelessly let it go down, so probably protect here from the Whimsicott. Do you protect the Basculegion, or do you just pick a target and say, I'm going to go after something and get a return? Because we know the Garchomp's in the back that could come in. The big key piece that you want to remove, though, is that Sinister before the Garchomp could really activate.
All right, so Whimsicott wanting to make sure it could better position itself, remaining on the field, because it is such a crucial piece in order to not only go on the offensive, but potentially lock Louis' Pokemon in with Encore. Last Respect, not enough to pick up a KO thanks to the Cassib Berry, resisting or halving the damage received, and there it is. Trick Room has been set up, and that is why Davide wanted to protect the Whims. Now there's a direct threat of the Encore reversing the Trick Room.
Yeah, and you can go for that now and quite freely go for an Aqua Jet into the Incineroar slot. If it stays in, it's going down. If it switches out, then you just get additional damage onto the Basculegion that is in the back, right?
I feel like the Rage Powder priority bracket being +2 may be able to redirect the Aqua Jet at +1, right?
Yeah, so you have to be a little bit more careful with how you play this out. Maybe preserving Basculegion here is the better play. Switching into the Garchomp might not be a bad idea, and then you're on the field in front of the Intimidator, and you can get that key important damage onto the Sinister the next turn if you do manage to lock it in too. The Rage Powder.
Rage Powder at +2 is going to be able to trump the Encore potential, but even before then, the Aqua Jet, due to the speed interactions, the Basque Legion is technically the faster thing under the reverse scenarios. Encore is now dealt onto the Rage Powder for a couple more turns. Throat Chop is the most important thing here. It picks up the KO onto the Basque Legion. There was nothing to stop the damage being dealt onto that slot, given Davide's focus now. Garchomp is going to be able to find a way around this within Trick Room conditions. There's so little HP on Louis' Pokemon.
Yeah, I think you've got the option here if you're Davide where you can protect the Whimsicott. Just click Earthquake. You know the Sinister's locked into that Rage Powder. You can't really switch out into anything. Nothing really wants to come in an Earthquake. And Incineroar is in a spot where any Earthquake damage onto it is going to be enough. So Davide in a pretty strong spot despite the disadvantage of speed, but if you switch the Incineroar out to whatever's in the back, the Sinister can survive. Then you've got the Incineroar to cycle in with the Intimidate, depending on what is in the back.
It's Basque Legion.
Basque Legion to come in, yeah. How much health has it got left as well? That's a big question because you need to get the Intimidate cycling. Has it got enough in the tank to be able to take multiple Earthquakes?
Yeah.
This Garchomp's pretty healthy. It's going to take a lot to take this down.
All right, the fact that we're going to be seeing it make its way onto the field surely suggests it's going to be able to have enough in the tank. Throat Chop finally gets rid of the Whimsicott. No critical hit needed when you've only got 1 hit point remaining. But the Garchomp, it's now trying to go for all of the focus and the pressure in order to save Davide's chances of making their way through to the finals, but not enough. Not enough at all, I don't think. The Sinister comes back onto the field. You have got so much pressure because of this Trick Room now already still being in play, and the Basque Legion going for a free 150 base power last respects.
Yeah, it's going to be too much, I think, at this stage. With 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, it just feels too many. You could go for the double protect here, and I think you have to, really, at this stage, to try and get yourself into a stronger position. But even then, have you got enough in the to be able to remove that Basque Legion with 1 hit? Because that is all that the Basque Legion needs, 1 hit. And especially when it's combined with this Life Dew, it is going to put it out of reach and in a position where it can just close this matchup for Louis.
Very safe play from Louis, and it's looking like he's going to be able to push his way through into the finals. Earthquake, no chance, even with a critical hit on being able to pick up the KO on the Basque Legion. Davide was hoping for a throw that Louis is refusing to give. He's our first finalist.
Got a little bit of a sneak peek as to what their opponents are using, but if you've just joined us, let's recap it for you all at home. Here's Marco with Gengar, Floette, Incineroar, King Gambit, Sneasler, and Komodo team. This is a semi-trap team composition, semi-perish trap composition, where you use that perish song in some battles, but in other battles you use the Floette and the big offensive pressure of the Gengar. Maybe you set up with a Komodo, maybe you set up with a King Gambit. You've got lots of different avenues to try and take some key KOs. If you get those key KOs early, maybe you click the Perish Song button in the end game, or if you've got a matchup that's favorable, go straight for the Perish Trap. Use that Shadow Tag ability that Mega Gengar has to be able to lock in your opponent and then to be able to get that trap down.
Earlier on today, we saw Marco lead the Floette mode in Game 1, and then in Game 2 switch things up into the Gengar mode. No stranger to using all of the tools at their disposal. There is no data about Marco Silva and Arash Amati playing together ever before. Now, they are both, of course, from Italy, so the chances are at least maybe on the local level they've faced each other. But in terms of major events, this could be a first time. Fascinating to get the read on how these trainers get their read into each other. And in a moment, they'll be exchanging their team sheets and seeing all of the information that we're showing all of you lovely people at home. There you go. The sheets across, the fist bump is exchanged as well. Now, let's take a look at Arash Amati's team.
Yeah, this is the Mega Delphox, Mega Floette composition that Arash has been running. The Choice Scarf Vivian that we haven't yet seen on stream, but I'm sure it's an important part of the composition. And in terms of the way that it works, you've got Nasty Plot on the Delphox, you've got Calm Mind on the Floette, you've got 4 Pokemon that make sure those boosts come up and that your opponent cannot easily take a KO on either of those Pokemon. You've got the Draining Kiss for a little bit of recovery on the Floette. No spread damage, actually really important to note, only the Draining Kiss and the Moonblast there on the Floette. Probably not going to be as relevant in this match where Mega Delphox matches up into Mega Gengar, pretty well outspeeds it, and Psyshock is, of course, super effective.
We've seen it previously on stream where we'll have one big powerhouse like a Floette being led, and then the other 3, the Incineroar, the Maushold, the Sinistcha, just protect the VIP, the very important Pokemon. Make sure that it can hit as hard as it wants. Everybody in the venue, make some noise! It's time for Marco Silva versus Arash Marty in our second top 4 game at the Turin Special Championships. Sinistcha and Delphox coming out for Arash. It's going to be King Gambit and Gengar for Marco.
This is a classic lead for Arash Marty that we've seen over and over again when he's been on stream, leading out a redirection Pokemon as well as the Sinistcha. Now, the Sinistcha is quite important in this board state, not only because it offers that redirection that protects the Mega Delphox against the Shadow Ball and the Gengar, but also the Sucker Punch of the Kowtow Cleave on the King Gambit, but also it's a Ghost-type Pokemon. It can switch out in front of the Shadow Tag ability, and so could be really pivotal if Marco is going for his Perish Trap mode.
But this time around is going to be the Incineroar switching in and the Delphox going for its Mega Evolution. It's on its broomstick, it's soaring in the air, and maybe it'll soar Arash through into the finals. Here comes Marco Silva going for their own Mega Evolution. Yes, the Shadow Tag is now in play. The Delphox on Arash's side, trapped in the field. How is it going to shake out? After Gengar will just keep itself safe. May as well Mega Evolve, trap the Pokemon while you scout out from behind your Protect. Sinistcha is going to become the center of attention with the Rage Powder. Incineroar will not be able to target this Delphox, even though it's the powerhouse, even more so. Now it's setting up a Nasty Plot, rubbing its hands together in glee, having a light bulb moment.
I feel like Arash never misses that opportunity to get the early Nasty Plot going with the Delphox, but it's so pivotal in this matchup where you really do need to, if you're Arash, make sure that you have the damage potential to get through the Pokemon on Marco's team as quickly as possible. But Marco adapted really well. Here's the Vivian coming onto the stage. We've finally seen it fake out onto the Delphox. No protecting turn. Now this Gengar gets the opportunity to get that Perish going, and the trap is in play.
You might be looking at that Vivian thinking, well, what on earth can that possibly do? And I'll tell you, my friend, those Choice Scarf, Compound Eyes, accuracy boosted sleep powders means that you can just shut down one opponent on the other side of the field. Wakey, wakey, Benny boy. It's the excitement of the semi-finals that we've got here for you. And the Choice Scarf means that the Vivian is going to be outspeeding most things in the game here. But of course, that's not all it can do. But it must be said, whatever move it locks into, it will have to go for that until it switches back out.
These Gengar-based Perish Trap teams really do like to be able to protect for a little bit, then switch about, and then protect again to make sure that the trap remains in place for all 3 turns of the Perish Song, and your opponent faints, and you don't faint. So there has to be some protects weaving around, some fake outs, some disruption weaved into Marco's game plan after this double protect. And that's really important because with the Sleep Powder coming out from the Vivian, that's going to stop whatever disruption that Marco wants to come onto the field. The Gengar or the Incineroar or both have to switch out on this turn to maintain the trap so that the Vivian, so that the Delphox go down at the end of the next turn.
Exactly that. Yes, you can try and chip damage away and get the KO, or you could just set Perisong and hope that after 3 turns, all of the Pokemon that hear it will be going down. But it does pave the way for some telegraph plays. For example, Marco switching out the Gengar on its final turn of the Perisong, so it doesn't go down itself. This is information that Arash can use to their advantage. This turn around, though, it's going to be the Gengar switching out, as Kommo-o is going to join the fray. So cool to see this Pokemon joining. The Sleep Powder heading into the Incineroar. The Kommo-o is not the Overcoat variant. It's going to be soundproof, as Incineroar now will be snoozing, but calling the Psyshock now onto the Kommo-o. It's just going to be enough for the big one-hit KO. The Gengar would have taken super effective damage from that as well, but of course, it is the linchpin for Marco's strategy here. So the Kommo-o, its sacrifice, hopefully, will not be in vain.
And sometimes the best way to play these Perish teams is to not switch out one of your Pokemon. And if you're playing against them, if you're in Arash's shoes, you're like, well, if the Gengar's switching out and I can stop a Pokemon pivoting out with something like a Parting Shot, as we saw there with a Sleep Powder connecting on the Incineroar, then the Gengar's not on the field for one turn. But now, because the Komodo went down, because Arash played offensively on that turn, then Marco now has 3 Pokemon, the opportunity to just go for a Protect on the Gengar, maintain the trap, and then maybe switch out the Incineroar, or maybe let it go down to the Perish Trap. Set up a board state where the last 2 Pokemon have to hear that Perish song.
It's a nasty strategy that Arash has to play around here, but they are the 2013 World Champion for a reason. Gengar, of course, going for the Protect here. No damage coming into that slot, and Incineroar can shrug off any of the moves that Delphox can go for in this situation. It doesn't mind snoozing. It's hopefully not going to be Arash that's losing from their perspective. Here comes the Heat Wave. At least it's going to be connecting. This Incineroar brought down, losing about a quarter of its HP here. Incineroar does get the wake up. The Parting Shot now onto the Vivian, just meaning that it's able to pivot out successfully and get something else in. And now switching in from the bat, Marco will only have 1 Pokemon remaining. It's going to be the King Gambit, Dark and Steel. Hate to see a Delphox, but of course the Delphox is off the field alongside this beautiful Butterfly. The Butterfly, winter has come. It's now, time has ended. Delphox, this one is going into hibernation. Goodbye to the flying witchcraft broomstick mage. Gengar here back on the field alongside the King Gambit, and all of a sudden Arash is down to their final 2 Pokemon.
And now Marco's kind of got everything on that turn. The 1-turn wake there, allowing the Incineroar not to go down. And yeah, Arash rightly clicking in the 4th bit. Let's take ourselves to game 2, where we need to think about the adjustments coming from both of these players. But Marco played that so well. Arash knows that he gave the opportunity for the Mega Gengar to come back in after the Sleep Powder connected with the Vivian. But if you don't go for the Sleep Powder into the Vivian on that turn, then the Parting Shot happens. The Gengar switches out, the Parting Shot happens, and then the Gengar comes straight back in. So, yeah, one of those weird scenarios where actually not attacking for a turn is probably one of the more optimal plays in that situation. But hey, you know, it's pressure under the lights here, and it's really a call between these 2 players.
And that's exactly the thing. Arash just wants to play the honest Pokemon we have grown up with, but Marco is saying no. We are turning the way Pokemon works on its head. We just want to empty the health bars here. And I'd always be fascinated to know how many Shadow Tag Perish Song teams Arash has gone up against in their practice, what their plan is, because it's something that you have to do, especially when Mega Gengar is around. Arash is looking like their back is a little bit against the wall here, just racking their brains as the best strategy as how to deal with Marco's tricksy team.
Well, we've seen this situation before, Arash coming back from a game 1 loss, figuring things out. I mean, in game 1, the first set we saw him in game 1, he took a really early trade between a Mega Floette and a Mega Scizor against his opponent, and then the battle still lasted for about 12 turns where Marco was still trying to win. And so, you know, Arash, don't ever count him out of this sort of situation. Marco knows exactly what he needs to do. He was able to execute a strategy this time. Will he be able to make that read to punch his ticket into the finals?
Well, Marco, if he wins this game, will be progressing to those finals. If Arash wins this, then we're going to a game 3. Everything on the line in our second semi-final here at the Turin Special Championships. Vivian in the lead this time alongside Delphox, Gengar and King Gambit once more for Marco.
Love this lead. You've got now the mind game of the Vivian really comes into the fore. It can go for the Sleep Powder, try to stop the Gengar from being able to, 1, go for its Perish Trap, but also 2, not be able to protect itself from the Delphox later. But it has to lock into that move, and in the meantime, there's a King Gambit there saying, hey, I'm here too. I'd like to put some big damage down onto the Mega Delphox. But equally, it also has the opportunity to Rage Powder, redirect any attacks away from the Delphox, allow it in its Mega form to just go on the offensive.
And that's exactly what Arash is aiming for here, going for its Mega Evolution. And exactly as we saw in Game 1, Gengar becoming Mega Gengar as well. Mega Evolution all around on the field right now here in our first ever Pokemon Champions EU regional level event. The Sleep Powder actually going down onto the King Gambit here rather than the Gengar. Arash deciding to target the more offensive Pokemon in this situation. Delphox can get this nasty plot set up on the next turn. It could well be that Arash could just sleep cycle Marco, put asleep the Gengar, but how much is the Shadow Ball going to do? Delphox going to take it with 31 hit points. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but clearly trained to be able to hang on through that.
Yeah, now the Heat Wave could be in a position where it could knock out the Mega Gengar at 2+, certainly knocking out the King Gambit if it's able to connect. But most notably, yeah, you switch the King Gambit into any other Pokemon, you're falling under risk of that Pokemon falling asleep. So Arash really calling out exactly what Marco was going to be going for in that turn one. Not a Sucker Punch is the critical part of that. And saying, well, no, I'm going to get that King Gambit to sleep, and that's going to allow me the space to play on the offensive with my Delphox. Take a Shadow Ball as well. We've got to call out the massive special defense boost that the Delphox gets when it goes for its Mega Evolution.
That's a very good point, Ben. Incineroar is coming in. There is no Pokemon on Marco's team that is immune to sleep. Of course, the safety goggles not in Pokemon Champions at this point. So the Pokemon on Arash's side of the field are trapped in, but
he's got it.
Have the Perisong, and the Sleep Powder is going to be connecting once more onto the Incineroar. Let's not forget, with the Compound Eyes, it is about 98% accurate, so all the more likely to hit. Incineroar will be dodging the Heat Wave here, but it was the protecting Gengar that Arash would have wanted to hit anyway.
Yeah, now there's a little bit of a mind game going on now, because Marco could easily switch the Gengar into the King Gambit to be able to take a Psyshock from the Mega Delphox. It's like, great. Kind of what next, because the King Gambit's still asleep. And so the onus really is on Marco to try and find a way, depending on what's in the back as well, to try and bring this game back. Maybe has to fight through the sleep turns. King Gambit has already taken its mandatory turn, but also then the Incineroar has yet to take its mandatory turn.
Okay, but this is going to be the Kommo coming in place of the King Gambit, but the Sleep Powder, the call, and now the Kommo is asleep as well. Arash went back to the drawing board and decided, how do I take down Marco's team? I just give them a lovely nap. And the Heat Wave, Kommo is going to dodge, but Incineroar is going to take it this time around. Heat Wave not 100% accurate, and Arash is going to have to start hitting these if he does want to take us into a Game 3. Incineroar snoozing away, and look at that. 3 of Marco's Pokemon now asleep. This Vivillon is more than proving its worth. We haven't seen Arash bring it on stream yet, but right now it's having a show of glory.
Well, it looks really difficult for Marco in this spot, but what we got to remember is that Incineroar is not going down in a hurry, and certainly would be able to do the requisite damage to Mega Delphox to be able to knock it out quickly. If the Delphox is going for a Psyshock to be able to knock out that Kommo, then it's not going for a Heat Wave and not making progress on the Incineroar. Vivillon with the Choice Scarf locked into Sleep Powder as well. So although it looks like Marco's really on the back foot, things could really flip into his favor in the next couple of turns.
And it's the Mousehold coming in for Arash here as Delphox keeps itself safe. This is just giving Marco's Pokemon the opportunity to wake up. Kommo stays asleep, of course, mandatory. Incineroar will be waking up here at least. The parting shot now onto the Mousehold. Mousehold doesn't mind that. It's there to be a supportive piece in this situation. And yes, we've got to remember that with Gengar off the field, Arash can certainly switch around these Pokemon. They have that leeway, and King Gambit is going to be coming back on the field. May as well burn the turns of sleep where you can. Marco is trying to get their Pokemon into a position where the Vivillon isn't there so that they can cleave through, so the sleep is not going to matter.
I think that what Marco's been doing in this situation is actually really, really nice. Conditioning the 2 Pokemon on the field to make the Delphox have to choose which offensive move that it comes in, predicting what that move is and switching the appropriate Pokemon in.
Absolutely that. Switching in is exactly what Marco goes for here with this Incineroar, the Follow Me Mousehold, the center of attention. This mouse family looking oh so sweet on the field, but it can be a menace. Going for the Side Shock, but of course the Incineroar totally immune to that. Really good call there from Marco. King Gambit stays asleep, but it could well wake up on the next turn.
The thing is that at some point Marco needs to deal with this Mousehold, and I suspect there might be a Sinistcha or at least Incineroar in the back for Arash, at least one of the supportive pieces. There's at least 2 redirectors that we know of in this game, and right? So at some point, Marco has to go a little bit on the offensive, find a place that they can get maybe a fake out or fake out the Delphox, and then the King Gambit tries to knock out this mouse hold in one. But that's so difficult to come by because there's no reason for Arash not to just go for a double protect or at least protect the Delphox and reposition with his supportive Pokemon.
And the Mousehold and Gengar interact in such an interesting way. They can't damage each other at all, although the Gengar can go for a Perish Song. But it's going to be Vivian taking the Mousehold spot. Delphox is going to be protecting now. Of course, it was the Side Shock. Not effective. Into the Incineroar on the last turn. King Gambit is waking up and it's able to get this Swords Dance off. Marco sees the nasty plot and says, I want to match that special damage with physical damage here. This Delphox has been sat on the field at 31 HP for multiple turns now. It just goes to show, again, that a sliver of HP, infinitely more than zero, and applying the pressure.
This is exactly how this team is meant to operate, and Arash is playing this so well in this game. Always having the piece next to Delphox that he needs to make sure that he's not taking any damage on this turn. And I think targeting down the Pokemon that can do the spread damage is a really nice way to be able to keep the pressure on there. There's the Rage Powder from the Vivian, and we'll have to see if it's the Side Shock into that Komodo, if it wakes up.
It is the Side Shock, and it's not staying asleep right now. It's going to be the KO here, so we're not even going to get the chance to see if the Komodo wakes up. The one-hit KO, and that Dragon is roaring all the way back to Alola. Now the Kowtow Cleave in this Vivian is great support, but it's not the bulkiest. I mean, you can tell that frail, beautiful butterfly, unfortunately, now has been felled. So that's a KO apiece on both Marco and Arash's teams. But this Delphox is still here, and the redirection of Vivian no longer there, but the Mousehold can come in and go for those follow me's.
I feel like the main out here for Marco is just a Heat Wave miss on the King Gambit so that you can knock out that second redirecting Pokemon and then land a Sucker Punch or try to land a Sucker Punch into it. Mousehold as a redirector in this spot is so critical because there's only Shadow Ball on the Mega Gengar, and so Mega Gengar can't ever do any damage to the Mousehold. Yes, it can disable a Follow Me, but you still have to open up the Gengar to be knocked out by that Delphox in order to get the disable off, in order to stop any Follow Me and redirection. So it's really tricky situation that Marco finds himself in. Arash just making sure to keep on that redirecting pressure, make sure that the Delphox gets the opportunity to keep going on the offensive.
The brain boggles as to what Arash's fourth and final Pokemon might be. If it's something like that Sinister to provide all the more support to the Delphox, then how do you break through this Incineroar other than Super Fangs and Heat Waves racking up and up and up? So maybe it's one of the slightly more offensive pieces. I guess you could bring the Floette without megaing it, but it'd be a bold call. The Incineroar, again, not matching up too well into the Incineroar. Delphox keeping itself safe once more. Gengar is switching back in, so Delphox and Mousehold are locked onto the field. The Fox and the Mouse, who is going to be claiming victory for this house. Mousehold keeping itself safe. Fake Out was targeted down into the Delphox slot. Double protect over on Arash's side of the field.
And now, this is where it starts to get dangerous again for Marco. The Heat Wave is the likely move of choice here. The Gengar, again, cannot damage the Mousehold at all. But also, if the Gengar is able to survive a Heat Wave and Arash doesn't commit the Psyshock into that slot, doesn't make any progress with the Incineroar, then maybe disabling the Follow Me could be a route forward for Marco.
Well, Follow Me is exactly what Mousehold's locked into here. The Psyshock this time, it's going to go into this Mega Gengar, and it is down. The linchpin for Marco in Game 1 is down and out of contention. It's running back to its Spooky Spectres as the parting shot enables Incineroar to pivot out here as well. Arash, now that Gengar is done, is looking like a pretty mighty position, and the towel is thrown in. Arash is the winner of Game 2. You love to see it, trainers. Our second semi-final in Turin, and we're going to a Game 3.
Yeah, really tight set between these two trainers. Whether or not they've played before, I think this one's going to be going down in the books as one that they'll remember for quite a long time, because it's so intense between the two of them. Delphox is probably the one Mega Pokemon that Marco probably didn't want to face up against, because the Floette, the Gengar, and the Komodo all don't like seeing that move Psyshock, and so Arash being able to get that nasty plot up in at the start of turn 1 put on all of the pressure, make sure the heat waves are also threatening those big KOs is really, really telling. And I love the lead of the Vivian in game 2, putting on that sleep powder pressure and Arash making the call out. But if he does it again, he's got to make the call out again, because if you get that early game wrong against a team like Marco's, you can be in a real pickle real quick.
There is not a thing that Marco's team can do to avoid being put to sleep. They're not grass types. We've got soundproof on this combo. At the same time, it's good that Marco's Gengar has the Shadow Ball over the Sludge Bomb in a situation, so at least can threaten down the Delphox. The temptation, of course, is so there to put the Sludge Bomb on the Gengar, given all of the Mega Floette running around. So at least maybe that's exactly why Marco put Shadow Ball on this Gengar. But again, once Vivian is there, it is cute, but do not let that fool you. You can see the antics it can get up to.
Yeah, it's like even the combination of Rage Powder as well. We haven't yet talked about it, but its ability, Friend Guard, also coming in clutch here, making sure that Arash can survive those big attacks, survive the Shadow Ball from the Mega Gengar as well. And so there's a lot of really great support that Arash has. Probably all of the best redirectors that we have in the game. It's like check, 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 as well as one of the better fake-out Pokemon in Incineroar in the format.
Oh, goodness me. Everything is on the line here, trainers. Whoever wins this next game will be our second finalist here in Turin. It all comes down to this. Here comes Delphox and Sinister coming out of the gate for Arash. And for Marco, once again, it'll be the King Gambit and Gengar.
So Marco, again, just digging their heels in and saying, I must put some pressure down onto this Delphox in the early game. And even if I don't put the pressure directly down onto the Mega Delphox, then I can put pressure onto those supportive pieces and start to try and carve out a little bit of an advantage there. The trouble is that unless maybe you find a way to get a Clanger Assault going on your Komodo and it's trained fast enough to be able to outspeed Mega Delphox when it goes for its Mega Evolution, it's really tough for Marco's team to go before the Mega Delphox is able to attack, and King Gambit's Sucker Punch is the only thing that can do it.
It's really interesting to see Vivian not being led here for Arash. It was so crucial in that previous game. Now Marco can switch in this Incineroar, and the Gengar isn't as threatened as it was before. Here comes Delphox going for its Mega Evolution once more, astride its broomstick, and let's see if it can blaze a trail all the way through to the grand finals. It's got a big old boost to its special defense here as well. It's a tale as old as time. We've seen it turn one of all 3 of these games, both the Delphox and the Gengar going for their Mega Evolution. Now, the Gengar is just going to be scouting out. This is a play that we've seen Marco do time and time again, going for the Protect. Rage Powder, Sinister, the center of attention. Do we by any chance have a nasty plot coming out onto this Mega Delphox? Something that Arash has done many times. We certainly do. It's Pokemon that sat on the field for so much of Game 2, and Arash is hoping that the same could be said of Game 3.
But this is like what happened in Game 1, right? Marco was able to get the trap going, get the fake out on the board at the right time to make sure that this Mega Gengar was able to click the Perish Trap button. And yes, even if the Mega Delphox is not necessarily going to be going down to a Shadow Ball, unless Arash decides to try and go on the offensive and a fake out and a Shadow Ball goes into that slot when there's not a Pokemon with Friend Guard on the field next to it. If that Sinister stays around, it's not, but if it did, then maybe there's an opportunity there.
Here we go. Here comes the savior from Game 2, Vivian. Delphox is protecting, of course. The thing is now with an active fake out on the field, it means that the Gengar is all the freer to go for this Parasong without worry of a Psyshock or a Heat Wave. So a lovely pivot in from Marco there, the Perish Song. This Gengar is crooning, but which one of these Pokemon will be going down? Will potentially all 4 of them save some switches? But yes, that Perish counter is now racking up and up. This little butterfly has a big burden on its shoulders.
Okay, and we saw this in Game 1. This is exactly the same way that Game 1 went. And so the next turn, we're likely to see Marco go for the double protect. Just weight down that Perish Song counter. It's the turn after that where all of the action happens. That is where this game is going to be decided. Does Marco get the opportunity to keep the trap on the board in turn 2? Does he switch it out? Does he not switch it out? Thinking that maybe this time round Arash is not going to play on the offensive, not going to try and take a KO, get a sleep powder on the Incineroar, and then, oh wait, Gengar wasn't friend, just protect again.
Incineroar will be switching out and coming in its place. This time, here comes that King Gambit. If this Delphox did go for a Heat Wave, then that King Gambit is in for a rude awakening. The Vivian attempting the Sleep Powder and connecting now into the King Gambit. Again, 98% or so accurate. King Gambit immediately falling asleep. What did Arash do? It was the Psyshock into the Gengar. Yeah. So this King Gambit is in for free. Save the sleep.
Save the sleep. And now, yeah, this is the critical turn. If you go for a Heat Wave, if you're Arash, onto that King Gambit and knock it out, then well, the Gengar will be able to come back in. If you don't go for a Heat Wave, you go for the Psyshock on the Gengar and say the Komodo comes in, then the Gengar comes back in again. We get the repeat of game 1. But if the Gengar stays in and Arash doesn't go on the offensive, then the Gengar stays in, manages to protect next turn, and the trap stays in play.
It'll be the Komodo coming in. The mind games are real in this set, trainers. So the Komodo is now going to be snoozing as well. 2 Pokemon sleeping over on Marco's side of the field. The side shot into the King Gambit slot, predicting that the switch would be over there. But of course, King Gambit, a Dark type, immune to that move. Marco has really been clawing the advantage here. Arash was predicting, and you can see now, looking up to the skies, wondering, okay, is there a way I can turn this around?
Okay, this is great for Arash in this turn. It means that he's broken the trap. It means that he can switch out the Vivian and switch out the Mega Delphox, but then what? And that's the real key here. There's 2 Pokemon asleep on Marco's side of the field, but the Gengar is still in the back. And we've got to find, Arash has got to find a way to go through this sequence again, where the next turn Gengar's going to be on the field, but there's not too many offensive Pokemon that can knock out a Mega Gengar on the next turn. And so the trap can still go in play.
Okay, well, this Parasong has been averted for now. The Sinistcha coming in Delphox's place. The Vivian is going to be staying in. Arash deciding to sacrifice that slot. We salute you, Vivian. We saw your hard work in game 2. Vivian is down and out. We still don't have the reveal of the 4th Pokemon for Arash in this game. Thank you for your service, Vivian. Sinistcha, there's no hospitality there for you to provide, but the Delphox is now coming back onto the field. Shiny to boot as well. But, of course, now its ear defenders were on. It didn't hear the Parasong, and it's back in safely.
Yes, really great play there for Arash, noticing that it's like, well, I've got enough of my opponent's Pokemon asleep. Now I can just let the Vivian go down and get in the Pokemon that really matters. Keep the pressure onto the Mega Gengar that could be on the switch-in.
Okay, it's not the Gengar, it's going to be the Incineroar. I was going to say, do you make a massive read and Psyshock that slot just in case? It's going to be the Gengar.
Psyshock that slot.
That could still happen. Where has Arash Psyshocked? If that has been the move they have clicked, have they gone for a safer Heat Wave? The Rage Powder Sinistcha is now the center of attention. This is going to be huge. Nasty block though from Delphox, meaning that it can get back set up. Okay, so special attack is now at +2. Of course, it lost that boost once it switched out before. Do we now have a tale as old as time, a deja vu, and Gengar once more going for a Parasong?
Yeah, that's right. Well, Gengar's not in a position to really get the Parasong going very easily on this turn. I mean, there is the fake out from the Incineroar, but again, we find our position like we did in the start of this game, like in the start of game 1, but this time round, the switch-ins are asleep. And so that does open up a few of the doors there for Arash. But Marco just playing so well, just getting the second opportunity for this Perish song to go into play.
Oh, goodness me, the Delphox has to protect once more because, of course, the Incineroar will be faking out that slot anyway, so it would have flinched. Gengar is indeed going for its Perish song. Let's not forget, the Sinistcha is immune to that. It can switch out, being a Ghost type, and we'd have to reveal Arash's 4th Pokemon. Magigotcha is good for a little bit of chip here. Potentially, there's a burn on the Gengar and puts it on a timer, but looks like that's not going to happen. So, Delphox, everyone on the field, their Perish count now down to 3. We've only got a few more turns to play with.
The Sinistcha being a Ghost type is actually really critical here because one of the downsides of this sequence of events that we've had is that Arash doesn't have the opportunity to switch out to both of his Pokemon if he manages to break the trap. Only the Sinistcha can switch out, and then if he manages to break the trap on the next turn after any protective turns from Marco, then he would be able to have to find the last Pokemon to be able to switch in, get the Delphox out of there again. But if he sacrifices another Pokemon to break the second trap, then he won't be able to switch ever again.
Exactly that. And then you are well and truly trapped. Finally, we have the reveal of Arash's final Pokemon, and it will be the Mousehold, with the Friend Guard ability online here as well. Incineroar switching out, Marco deciding it's time for one of these Pokemon to burn some turns of sleep. This Kingambit is, of course, snoozing, as Gengar will be keeping itself safe. But where did this Delphox target? Just another nasty plot. Is now at +4. This means that even though Marco has trapped the Delphox onto the field, and now the Mousehold too, is not going to want to be on the receiving end of any of the damage. It should be able to one-shot most, if not all things. Save that Incineroar.
This is so tough. This is so tough this turn. We've already seen that Arash was willing to not attack or to attack into an immunity in order to not pick up a KO. And then does Marco now take advantage of that, not switch out the Gengar here? If he does that, this would be game. But if Arash is able to break the second form of trap, then he has an opportunity to carry on playing.
It all comes down to this. The Gengar is switching out. The Kommo-o is switching in. And let's not forget, this Pokemon is asleep too. Mousehold uses Follow Me just in case the Kingambit is waking up on this turn, which it could well do. Delphox is side-shocking into the Kommo-o, and it's going down. Marco is fist in the air, celebrating. You might be wondering why, but of course, these trainers, especially with a Peritrap mode, you have to stay one step ahead. The Kingambit, Kowtow Cleave, the Mousehold here. It takes a hefty amount of damage. Delphox's Perish count fell to 1, but it looks like Marco knows he's already got this on lock.
Sometimes when it's worked the first time, sometimes when it's worked the second time, you just got to click the button the third time round. Marco just knowing exactly what he needed to do now with Double Protect will mean that this Delphox and the Mousehold are going down to their Perish Song, and only a Sinistcha would be in the back. And Charlie, if you didn't already know this before, Sinistcha is not a Pokemon that wants to be in front of that Gengar, nor the Kingambit.
Let me just take a note of that. Thank you, Ben, as Incineroar will be switching in its place. Marco is dotting the I's and crossing the T's here, because at the end of this turn, both the Delphox and the Mousehold will be going down to the Perish Song. Of course, the Gengar is protecting, attempts the feint, of course. Gengar is a Ghost-type Pokemon, but it's cute. It's a nice little laugh they're sharing on the stage here. Incineroar will be dodging anyway, and here comes the Delphox, plummeting down from the skies on that broomstick, going back to its Pokeball. The Mousehold is going to be following suit soon as well. Arash is down to just the Sinistcha here. Alrighty then. The battle has ended. The towel is thrown. Arash has lost. Marco Silva is our second finalist in Turin. Us were seniors and juniors once, and Louis Fonvier is bringing all of that experience right now into the finals. Let's just remind ourselves of Louis' team.
Delphox, Floette, Basculegion, Incineroar, Sinistcha, and Sneasler. So a few little observations here. No defensive option on the Sinistcha, opting for no protect in favor of Life Dew or Trick Room, depending on the composition that you're talking about. There's also 2 attacks on the Incineroar that can be important for any disable shenanigans in this matchup with Omega Gengar. There's a Focus Sash on the Basculegion, making sure that Marco is going to have to commit 2 attacks into that slot, the nasty plot that we just seen Arash try to pilot against Marco that he was able to overcome. And that Floette, I don't think the Floette is going to be the important part of this matchup at all, but it's been there for Louis all tournament long, and this composition, it looks so strong.
How much practice do they have against a team like Marco Silva's that we've just now seen in action against Arash Amati, our 2013 world champion? Marco Silva, of course, running this semi-trap team. Gengar that can Mega Evolve, Floette that could also Mega Evolve, Incineroar, Kingambit, Sneasler, and the Kommo-o.
Yeah, so again, if you hadn't joined us for our top 4B, there's a few little things here. Only Dark-type moves on the Kingambit, that Black Glasses ability. Only Ghost-type coverage on the Mega Gengar that will Mega Evolve, get that Shadow Tag ability going. You've got the only Flare Blitz as an attacking option on the Incineroar, but it does have the ability to protect itself, which is pretty unusual for an Incineroar. It really does change the way that you can pin that slot, and so something that Louis will be aware of, will want to think about going into this matchup. But all eyes for me are on that Mega matchup between the two of them. There's the Delphox, there's the Gengar. and they match up in the favor of Louis. So it's down to Marco to figure out what of his pieces can make sure that Louis does not get to just go for his Psyshocks into the Mega Gengar.
Who's ready for the grand finals? Let's get into it, everybody. Marco Solo going up against Louis Bombier here in the Turin Special Championships. Gengar and Incineroar staring down Delphox and Sneasler. Let's do this.
Fake out in play straight away for Louis here, trying to neuter that fake out that Marco has been using to try to suppress this Delphox from going for any of its offensive options. And with that White Herb activation, the Sneasler has not been intimidated at all. This Gengar is feeling certainly very under threat from a Mega Delphox, but is Louis gonna expect the defensive play, or is he gonna go straight on the offensive? Does he in fact need that nasty plot to make sure that Heat Waves are knocking out the King Gambit in one? But no, Marco bringing back a fake out Pokemon of his own for next turn.
The immediate Mega Evolution from Louis, a Rashamasi we saw constantly going for those nasty plots. Is that exactly what Louis is considering in this situation as well? Now, the Gengar also going for its Mega Evolution. This is classic play from Marco here, switching in the Incineroar with a fresh fake out, heading into the next turn, or the Sneasler in this scenario. Now, Gengar will be stalling out, as we've seen Marco do relentlessly. The close combat attempted down into this Protect from the Mega Gengar. Delphox attempting the Psyshock as well. So Louis going for a pin on that slot if the Gengar were perchance to be switching out there.
This is the read that Louis feels the need to make in this situation, thinking that there was going to be either a Sneasler or a King Gambit swapping in for the Mega Gengar, while the fake out pressure from the Incineroar that was on the field on Marco's side is pressured by the Sneasler of his own. But now the Incineroar can come back into the field and put the real Intimidate down onto the Sneasler, while there's a fake out pressure from Marco's side onto the Delphox, stopping that being a threat for the moment. But with these two fighting type Pokemon here, if Marco has the King Gambit in the back, there's got to be a little bit of maneuvering to make that safe a little bit later on.
And exactly what we expect from Marco here, just a fake out down into the Delphox. But do we have a status onto the Mega Gengar that could change everything? And we don't. The Delphox will be flinching. Gengar now is going for its Perish Song. It loves to bellow that all around the field. And all of a sudden, all these Pokemon are put on a timer.
And now there's a real opportunity for the Incineroar to come back in for Marco. The double protect, then the switch into Incineroar, something goes down, and then the double protect is the line that Marco is going to be trying to manufacture in some way, shape, or form. Doesn't matter exactly how it works, but Marco's going to have to come up with a plan to make sure that he's got his Mega Gengar in a good spot to be able to get through the rest of this game. And this is the turn where Louis can start thinking about what read he wants to make. How aggressive does he want to play into a potential switch from Marco, or in fact, just try to knock out that Sneasler, take away one of these supportive pieces from Marco.
With a Rash, they had the option of the Vivian to put things to sleep. Louis has no such option. So how are they going to pilot their way through this grand final? Gengar protecting again. Now the Perish Song is up. Marco can take all the time in the world. But a close combat, nice call there onto the Incineroar. Super effective, bringing it down to about a third of its HP. Sneasler will now be suffering those defensive drops. Its White Herb already consumed the Heat Wave. Will we have a little bit of chip damage onto the Incineroar here? Yes, we certainly will. And it all adds up. Look, that Incineroar already brought down to the red.
Yeah, doing really well to get that Incineroar in, but not be taken out. And again, this is where all the magic happens. Turn 2 of the Perish counter. What is Marco going to do to maintain this trap? And can Louis find a way to stop it happening? In the last match, Arash was able to win a game by not attacking in this spot, but that's going to be fresh in both trainers' minds. And so, does this Gengar switch out? Does it not? Those are the questions that these trainers have to answer. I've got no answers for you, Charlie, unfortunately, but there's everything to play for in the line. These trainers, it all comes down to this call.
Whereas Arash had that Vivian, Sneasler does have the cheeky Diaclaw, but it will just be the close combat taking care of the Incineroar, meaning that it can't be pivoting in for more fake outs. But that's exactly what lands down into Delphox. It will not be acting on this turn. Yet another defensive drop onto Sneasler. Delphox not moving. Gengar goes to the disable now, onto the Sneasler. It cannot go for any more of those close combats, and that could be a tell that a Kingambit is lurking in the back. A Pokemon that hates to be on the receiving end of any fighting type moves. The Perish counter is down to 1. You got no Ghost that you can switch out over on Louis' board here, but the Gengar surely will be switching out and presumably into that Kingambit.
Yeah, Sneasler coming back in, and now with a fake out into the Delphox, there's a nice, safe switch into the Delphox, or even a Kimoo, if that's the last Pokemon on Marco's side of the field. We're going to be seeing it right now. Mega Gengar going out. It is indeed that Kingambit. A fake out going into the Delphox. No reason to go into the Sneasler with only the option to go for a Dire Claw, but maybe the Dire Claw could be doing something good here.
Okay, paralysis at least. Sleep would have meant that it wouldn't be able to do anything. With paralysis, it'll be slower, and it means it might not be able to move. Now the Perish counter is at 0. Sneasler down and out, running back to the caves of Hisui. Delphox down and out as well, flying back to Kalos. And now Louis down to their final 2 Pokemon. But on this turn, the Gengar is not on the field. This is where Louis might just be able to turn something around.
Well, it's going to be the Incineroar coming in and giving that Kingambit a defiant boost. There it is, the Basculegion, the other choice remaining there for Louis Fonvier. And a great option into the Mega Gengar, but the Mega Gengar has the ability to go for a Shadow Ball. So any damage into this Basculegion to try to break the Focus Sash will allow it to go down to a Shadow Claw. I think really, for me, all eyes on the Incineroar as to whether or not, with the paralysis on the Sneasler, it's going to be able to get a close combat into that Incineroar before the Incineroar knocks it out.
Sneasler will just be protecting here. So Marco again scouting out. Kingambit also protecting. This is probably the move that Marco has clicked the most throughout their tournament run. You sort of have to when you're running this kind of team. Fake out attempted to make the Kingambit flinch. Last Respects also attempted. It's a move that can certainly turn some losing situations into winning ones, but will it be enough in the grand finals here in Turin?
Yes, like it's so difficult here. I think whether or not Marco's game plan comes down to a final Perish Trap at the end of the game is really critical here to how he wants to approach this. There's the Sucker Punch into the Basculegion, taking it down to its Focus Sash. Will the Sneasler be able to move through its paralysis this turn?
It could well do. It's not that likely that it will be fully paralyzed, and here it is, the close combat. Boom! Immediate KO onto the Incineroar. Louis is wondering how on earth they're going to turn this around and claim a victory against Marco heading into Game 2. Remember, it's always best of 3. Last Respects at least will be hitting at full power, but at 1 HP, and a Kingambit that can easily just threaten you with a Sucker Punch. The towel is thrown in, and this means that Marco is 1 game away from becoming your Turin champion.
What a great game. What a great way that Marco has of controlling this board. Just always seems to have the pieces in the right place. Has had practice dealing with the Mega Delphox that really is quite a thorn in his side. And I feel like the Kingambit putting on the pressure, as well as that double fake out core, is something that Marco's probably been using time after time after time. It's one of the main strategies that he's got to be able to put some damage down. I really did think, actually, turn 1, game 1, that there was a Shadow Ball following up the fake out into the Mega Delphox to try to knock it out on that turn with a little bit of extra chip. But going into game 2, I feel like it really does come down to a lot of the calls. Louis and Marco bringing all of the right options. It's just how you sequence those options to manufacture a win.
And the lead is so crucial as well, but it's looking at Louis' team, it's pretty tough. You can at least lead the Sinister, so you have an option to switch out against the Shadow Tag ability, but then whatever comes in will be trapped on the field. Of course, you could lead the Basculegion as well. You have a couple of ghosts that enable you to cycle things around, but Basculegion prefers to come in the late game when its Last Respects move is boosted up to its fullest. Well, trainers, this could be it. This could be our last match of our EU 2026 season. So we want to hear you, Louis Fonvier and Marco Silva. Could this be the concluding battle of our 2026 season? It's going to be Gengar and Sneasler. It's going to be Delphox and Basculegion.
Marco says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Bring in the Sneasler and the Mega Gengar in the lead. Delphox there putting on some early game pressure into the Gengar. And now Louis kind of funneling where this fake out is going to be going in turn one with the ghost type Pokemon next to the Pokemon that can be hit with a fake out and flinched on this turn. But it does call into question how Marco is going to deal with this Basculegion. Could it be the opportunity, the Delphox playing on the defensive on turn one, and the opportunity to just double tap the Basculegion, knock it out on turn one? Not this time round. Marco playing on the defensive.
What I really like about Louis' Basculegion is it's running the liquidation over the Wave Crash. Of course, Wave Crash with the recall damage, it would break its focus sash in return. Liquidation will be doing no such thing. Delphox, of course, going for its Mega Evolution. Gengar is going to be doing exactly the same. We've seen Marco do this over and over again on our stream, especially in our previous semi-finals against Arash Amati. Louis Fonvier or Marco Silva, it will all be determined by this. Gengar protecting, of course, as we've seen Marco do religiously, and now the Heat Wave, at least for a little bit of chip. Coupled with a liquidation, is there a chance that the Incineroar could be going down here? Where has Louis been targeting?
Yeah,
it's going to be close, especially with the Intimidate, but no, it was the liquidation going into the Gengar instead.
Seeing the Dark type coming in as the defensive pivot for the Gengar, doing it game one, trying it again in game two, and now I can see the vision, right? You know that the Incineroar is likely to switch in turn one. The question always is, where is it? And Louis saying, well, the obvious place for it to come in is for the Sneasler. So maybe Marco's trying to get the better end. I know you know that I know that this is going to happen. And so trying to take a little bit of advantage of it. But there's the fake out. No protect on the Delphox.
Gengar is, of course, going for its Parasong once more. You may as well not protect because it's pretty telegraphed that Marco's going for this Parasong. A Shadow Ball would have been nice, but again, big old boost to your special defense on the Delphox. Louis identifying that the Gengar is such a thorn in his side, so just doing as much damage into that slot as they possibly can. And now the time is ticking.
This is the, again, the turn two, or turn three. Nope. I'm going to count right this time. Turn one of the Parasong, where Marco gets to play a little bit defensively, but can Louis take a little bit of advantage of that? Both of these Pokemon on the field do have access to protect and can use it, but the Basculegion utilizing its Ghost-type prowess to be able to switch out, so only the Delphox has its Perish counter ticking down.
Gengar is once more protecting itself. Delphox is going to be afforded the opportunity to go for a nasty plot here. Its special attack is sky high now. The parting shot is going to be connecting onto the Sneasler, so that won't be using its physical attacks with as much prowess. Incineroar switching to the back, and thanks to the White Herb, the Sneasler will have the parting shot stat reductions boosted back up to full. And now Marco has to decide which one to switch in. Will it perchance be another fake-out Pokemon, or could it be something else? But if it's that Kingambit again, obviously you don't want it in front of a Sneasler.
Yeah, it looks like the Sneasler is coming back in for Marco almost certainly, but yeah, the question is kind of what next, really. The Gengar isn't under threat from the Sneasler in the next turn unless you're trying to cover as well, not just for damage, but for all of those Dire Claw procs as well. I feel like that liquidation into the Gengar looked a little bit odd, right?
Yeah.
You kind of think, well, you want damage onto the Incineroar, the partner pieces, but actually I really like the foresight here from Louis, trying to get that Gengar into a position where it's going second after the Sneasler with its Unburdened boost active, and might be just that little bit closer to being knocked out to a combination of Dire Claws. Maybe if you get some secondary effects on top.
Yeah, absolutely that. It was really interesting to see Marco take so long to decide to switch the Sneasler in there. Is it the Kingambit in the back, or have they switched things up? Often, however, we have seen Marco just go with the same for tried and tested Pokemon. They know their matchups like the back of their hand. That is how you become a 3-time international champion.
Gengar here switching in, out. Switching in on out of there, bringing the Incineroar back in to get its Intimidate down onto that Sneasler, onto that Delphox. Most notably, only the Delphox would be going down to a Perish Song here. Sneasler using Fake Out here. And actually, this does mean that the Perish Trap has been broken.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Gengar coming out as the Heat Wave connects onto the Incineroar. And yes, as you say, Ben, Delphox and Sneasler can now switch out on this turn, but Marco can use that information to their advantage. It's only the Delphox that are affected by the Parasong, of course. But then if you switch in the Basculegion, then you're really threatened by Dark-type damage from this Incineroar. And what would be the final Pokemon for Louis? Would it be that Incineroar of their own?
Yeah, there's a fake out coming from Marco, and I suspect he's going to try to use that to bring the Gengar back onto the field. But this is the turn where you know that the Delphox is going to be going out, and it's Marco's capability to now try to punish that switch in, try to remove some of the resources that Louis has available in the back, so that later in the game, this Mega Delphox isn't as problematic.
Incineroar attempts to fake out, but of course Basculegion fresh on the switch in. It's a ghost type, not going to be flinching. Close combat, super effective onto this Incineroar already at about half HP. Marco is going to be sacrificing that, and for Louis this could be huge to be able to break the fake out cycle and only have one fake out Pokemon remaining in Sneasler. That could be the opening they need to take us to a game 3. The close combat on the Sneasler, 23 HP. There's no critical hit there, as the Sneasler on Marco's side will eat out those defense drops, but being returned immediately to full with the White Herb. So now Marco has to switch something in from the back. There is one Pokemon down. This is looking like a better start for Louis.
Yeah, it's like now the liquidation damage onto the Mega Gengar really starts coming into its own, right? No Pokemon have gone down for Louis. That Last Respects is the lowest base power that it possibly can be, base 50. But with the adaptability and with that extra damage that the liquidation has into the Gengar, now the Gengar is in range of being knocked out by a Last Respects. The question is can this Basculegion get any damage down onto a Gengar in the back, especially with the King Gambit and an unburdened boosted Sneasler in front of it?
King Gambit is going to be here now. Of course, does not want to take one of these close combats. Do you preserve your Basculegion? Do you afford the opportunity to switch out while you can without the Gengar on the field and keep the Basculegion in the end game in order to threaten down the Mega Gengar? Again, even if Louis wins this battle, the job is not done because he'd be taking us into a game 3, and then it would all come down to that. The Sucker Punch now onto the Basculegion. That's that Focus Sash well and truly broken. So that is some wiggle room not afforded anymore to Louis. 1 HP in a Dream as Sneasler gets this Diaclaw. And speaking of Dream, that's going to be the knockout onto Louis' own Sneasler. Now, one Pokemon lost apiece here. Louis is going to have to switch in something from the back. We have one Pokemon unrevealed. The Last Respects could be enough now onto that Sneasler. That's the opportunity cost for knocking out Louis' own Sneasler. The Last Respects gets an immediate boost in power, doing more damage the more of its allies have been knocked out here.
And of course, the defense drops from the close combat can't have been helping either on this Sneasler. But now with the Basculegion's Focus Sash broken, that was the key part of the Basculegion being so strong in this matchup. Now it's going to fall foul of a Shadow Ball and a Sucker Punch. Any combination of those two things, any other move that Marco wants to dish down into that Pokemon will be able to pick up the knockout here. Incineroar comes in, getting that Intimidate down, but also getting the boost onto the King Gambit. Now, this is where, again, Disable comes in as a big part of this matchup. I don't think Marco is going to be thinking about how to get the Perishong up just yet. In fact, I think probably thinking like, hey, 2 of my Pokemon have gone down, that Incineroar is at full HP, how am I going to get my way through that? And I think disabling of Flare Blitz would be a good start for this King Gambit to remain active in this matchup.
Every time I see that Gengar emerge on the field, I get shivers down my spine. Yes, it's a ghost type, but also the strategies it goes for, they are just so tricky to deal with. That chip damage from the liquidation earlier onto the Gengar is so huge here, but no more damage is coming that way after the Protect coming out from Marco's Mega Gengar. Basculegion is also going to be protecting. Where did Louis target? Where did Marco target? The Throat Chop attempted onto the Gengar there would have been super effective, of course, and a Kowtow Cleave down into the Basculegion just to immediately get rid of the threat that it provides.
Really clever, because now the Disable would disable Throat Chop, not Flare Blitz. And Flare Blitz is enough to pick up the KO either on the Gengar or, if not KO, put a lot of pressure down onto this King Gambit. King Gambit, only with Dark-type moves, doesn't have a quick way to be able to dispatch of this Incineroar. And so you see the benefit of Louis having 2 offensive options on the Incineroar as opposed to 1.
Fire and Dark, they have such good coverage in this matchup. Marco has lost both of their other Pokemon. It's just Kingambit and it's just the Mega Gengar. There's something Louis can use to their advantage. The Aqua Jet, of course, to get around any sucker punches, followed up by the Flare Blitz. Super effective on the Kingambit, but it's going to be hanging on here. It's brought down to just 19 HP. Incineroar takes a hefty amount of recall in return. Kingambit now can get this Kowtow Cleave off onto the Basculegion, and Delphox is going to be forced back out onto the field in the next turn.
Yes.
Now we head over to the Gengar.
And now, again, this is great targeting here from Louis, not wanting to fall foul of a double protect going onto the Gengar, but more importantly, now the Flare Blitz can be disabled, but the Throat Chop is good enough because the Kingambit has taken so much damage from the combination of Aqua Jet and from that Flare Blitz, and so regardless of which offensive option, that targeting down of the Kingambit, if it knocked it out, brilliant. If it didn't, it was going to get mighty close and make Throat Chop so viable. So this is how top level the strategy is at this point in the tournament, and Louis is giving us an absolute showing here, proving that he's got what it takes to stand up against one of the greats, Marco Silva.
Delphox going for the protect. I am on the edge of my seat, trainers. Actually, Ben and I are standing because we cannot contain our excitement. Gengar will be keeping itself safe as well. Where are the targets going? The Sucker Punch, of course. Well, seemed like it was attempted down into that Delphox. The Throat Chop, will this be enough? Yes, it certainly will, given it is on such low HP. So now Louis has pinned this Mega Gengar. Marco, after such convincing victory in the first game, it looks like now Louis has shown us why their Seniors Division experience has been coming to the fore, and we are going to a Game 3. Ben, this is the perfect finale to our 2026 EU and NA regional calendar. Everything on the line, and what two fantastic trainers to prove it.
One game stands between either of these trainers and a two-time regional and special champion this season. What a way to do it. One game. We could have played this game at the start of the weekend, but it wouldn't have been as exciting as this. Louis Fonvier versus Marco Silva here, battling it down under the lights on the stage in front of the crowd that have been showing so much support. Give them another cheer out there in the crowd.
And you should see the crowd out there that's gathering. The masses very much in favor. There they are, seas and seas of people, and you could be one of them if you attend one of these events. I just think Louis deserves so many props for turning that Game 1 loss into a Game 2 win. Just showing what they're made of, showing that even though Marco is running such a tricky strategy, they have what it takes. It certainly wasn't easy, but you've got to keep your head in the game, and no one expected the Masters Finals in Turin to be easy.
I can't believe that it was some innocuous liquidation.
Yes.
At the start of, near the start of Game 2, putting a little bit of damage onto that Mega Gengar that was the decider for all of the sequencing that we had for the rest of the game. Absolutely crazy. We're going to be getting into Game 3. Louis Fonvier, Marco Silva, who is going to be our champion?
This is it, everybody! Marco and Sneasler and Gengar, and it's going to be Incineroar and Delphox coming out for Louis here. This is a tried and tested lead for both of these trainers, but which one is going to be the one coming out on top?
A fake out a piece, but it is Marco this time that has the faster fake out, bringing the Sneasler where Louis is bringing the Incineroar. Where last game, Louis' strategy revolved around having a Ghost-type Pokemon that was able to switch out from the trap. This time, having a Pokemon that can use a pivoting move like Parting Shot to escape the trap. Now bringing in that Ghost-type Pokemon.
Right, now Mega Gengar has gone for its Mega Evolution, switching while they could. The Shadow Tag is active on the field. Fake out attempted, but of course, Basculegion freshly switched in. Gengar, the Shadow Ball, channeling that spooky energy, calling a big switch there, of course. The Basculegion brought down to 1 HP. The Delphox would have taken super effective damage as well. No Perish Song.
Throat Chop.
Throat Chop, is it going to be following up? Incineroar, Throat Chop onto the Gengar. It's brought it down to about a third of its HP. This damage is crucial, and this couldn't be a more different playstyle from what we've seen from Marco. And this is exactly where you want to do it. Catch your opponent off guard in the final game of our 2026 regional season.
But without Mystic Water, I doubt this Gengar trains so defensively. We've seen it taking attack after attack after attack on the stream will be enough to knock it out. And Marco doing such a great job. If it wasn't the Mega Delphox, it was the Basque Legion on the switch-in, not trying to get the Perish Song up just yet, trying to find a way on Marco's side to carve a little bit of an advantage, reduce Louis' resources before he tried to go for the Perish Trap. And now, of course, the close combat as well, or the Dire Claw would be enough to put a lot of damage down onto Louis' side of the field, so Marco taking a real early advantage.
Sneasler will just be scanning out for this turn. It's going for his Protect. Now the Gengar also going for its Protect, so Marco gets a read on where Louis' head is at. Liquidation attempted into the Gengar, and the Incineroar, where was that one targeting? The Flare Blitz going down into the Sneasler, just covering their bases. Such a nice advantage early on for Louis.
Marco trying to catch Louis out, going for a defensive play on the Basque Legion so he could take advantage of it next turn, but Louis not falling for it whatsoever, just playing on the offensive, saying, hey, if you knock out my Basque Legion, maybe I've got a Mega Delphox waiting for you in the rear.
1 HP, you've got to do everything you can to protect this Basque Legion. The close combat into Incineroar, that's going to be enough for the big one-hit KO here. That White Herb coming in absolutely clutch, and now Marco has punched a big hole in Louis' fantastic strategy. The Shadow Ball attempted now into the Basque Legion. Louis down, but he's certainly not out.
This is a perfect example of that semi-Perish Trap kind of team that Marco is running. Yes, it's a primary part of his strategy, but no, he does not need to go for it every turn. If he's able to get that damage down, to get that pressure on the board, just start to chip away at his opponent's team, he is able to take those key KOs and then click the Perish Trap button. Now Mega Delphox comes in, but the advantage for the Sneasler is because Louis brought that Intimidate in turn one, the Sneasler is going to outspeed the Delphox and be able to get a Dire Claw off into the slot that once was a Basque Legion.
You can see the pressure that Louis is feeling on the stage right now, and I don't blame you, my friend. Delphox now going for its Mega. Let's see how this turn will unfold. The Dire Claw coming out into Louis' Sneasler. Do we have any status conditions? We do. We have the paralysis. Louis does not like to see that. It is moving slower. The Heat Wave connecting, though, and it's going to be removing the Gengar. The Sneasler is brought down solo. The script is being rewritten right here. This is a different strategy, and the burn coming out on the Sneasler. Now, not only is the Sneasler not hitting as hard, it's on a timer. Benny boy, this could not be a more exciting way to wrap up the season.
Just when you think that this match has been decided in any way, shape or form, our traders make some crazy reads, make some crazy moves, and everything changes on the board. We get to find out exactly how this match is going to unfold. The King Gambit is in the back. It's going to be a big deal. Here it comes out for Marco. It's going to be able to put that second punch pressure down onto the Delphox, but has Louis trained that Delphox to be able to take a sucker punch with the black glasses? You'd kind of think not, so Louis got to skirt around this Delphox this turn. But does Marco take advantage of that? Yeah. Does he go for the sucker punch in the close combat into the paralyzed Sneasler on this turn? Does he open the door for maybe the Delphox to go for an attack? Everything comes down to these reads that these trainers are making. There's so many different options. I can't imagine what's going on in these trainers' heads at this point in the game. Marco's thinking like, no, I need a bit more time. Deflect it to next turn.
Give me a minute. The close combat now coming into the Sneasler. Of course, it's burned, but the chips will add up. Sneasler will suffer that defensive drop. Delphox is going to be going for the Heat Wave here, pinging off King Gambit's Protect Shield, connecting here with the Sneasler. So now, Louis, at least, if the Sneasler is fully paralyzed this turn, this is a turn where you'd want that to happen. Of course, this King Gambit going for the Protect, but it's going to be the close combat here. So could that paralysis come back to bite Louis on a future turn? This is unbelievable, Ben. I don't know how much more I can take of this, but I am glued to this battle as Incineroar is coming in and dropping this Intimidate down onto the Sneasler. White Herb, though, restoring that offensive stat.
Louis done so well at being able to not protect on the turns that Marco wants him to. When he brings in the next fake-out Pokemon, once you protect it, gets less likely to succeed, and Marco trying to take advantage of that with a double fake out, keep it cycling in for those turns that he wants to go on the defensive. Now the Sneasler is at its normal speed overall after the Intimidate from the Incineroar coming in, but just the question is this Sneasler in KO range from this Black Glasses King Gambit?
Oh, goodness, and can the Sneasler even move? The Delphox is going to be going for its Protect. No damage headed that way. Sneasler also is going to get its Protect off. Okay, good. So there's no full paralysis here. Of course, you want to prevent this fake out from making your Pokemon a sitting target on the field. King Gambit attempting the Sucker Punch here onto presumably the Delphox for that big, super effective damage. This turn is going to be huge.
Right, so if the Sneasler is able to knock out the King Gambit this turn, there is a liquidation waiting in the wings for Louis to be able to get through this Incineroar. But the King Gambit did not protect last turn and could protect this time. Marco could be playing on the defensive, keeping it safe. But then would a combination of a Heat Wave from the Mega Delphox and a close combat from the Sneasler, if it gets through the paralysis, be enough to knock out the Incineroar? So another close combat can go down into the King Gambit. It's all on the line. That Sneasler is the most crucial piece of the puzzle here.
Very nice.
And now switching out into... wow, the Basque Legion, nasty plot going on. So KOs can come in to this King Gambit from the
Flare Blitz. 1 HP on the Basque Legion. It's going down immediately, of course. Its Focus Sash already broken now. Both trainers are brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. And Louis has a paralyzed Sneasler in the back, everybody. Incineroar literally 1 HP in recall damage after such a weak Flare Blitz. Delphox and Sneasler, Incineroar and King Gambit. What a way to wrap up Pokemon Champions for a regional season here. There's not a Mega Charizard Y in sight, but we're returning to Kalos. We're returning to Legends ZA. This is the last Mega Pokemon standing.
Oh, and the other part of this is Incineroar on Marco's side of the field only has Flare Blitz. So if this King Gambit goes down, then the Incineroar's not gonna be able to face down this Mega Delphox here. But Louis has still got an uphill battle to climb.
Okay.
There's the next nasty plot.
Of course, Louis can just keep going for that and not get around a Sucker Punch, and then we have the mind games.
Completely right. Not about the boosts here, all about avoiding the Sucker Punch without having to go for Protect after Protect after Protect. It's all coming down to this. Does Double Target come out? Does Delphox go on the offensive? Does Marco Sucker Punch into that, calling out that even though Louis has played defensively with the Delphox so far, that now is the time that he's going to go on the offensive? Let's see.
Delphox is protecting. What's the Sneasler going to be doing? The Sucker Punch into the Sneasler here, and that is going to be enough for the KO.
It's enough.
It's resisted, but that doesn't matter. Sneasler is down. It's all coming down now to this Delphox. The Flare Blitz, of course, will be resisted. The King Gambit threatening down a big Sucker Punch.
And now it is all down to this Incineroar and King Gambit. Sucker Punch and Flare Blitz in combination will be enough to knock out this Delphox and take it down. Louis, head in his hands, knows where this is going, but just enjoying the limelight a little bit longer, trying to play these Sucker Punch mind games just that little bit longer. There's the Flare Blitz going into the Protect there, and now we get another opportunity. There is still a chance that Marco technically uses up all of his Sucker Punches before this game is over. And so when do you change to Kowtow Cleave, and when do you just keep going on the offensive with those
Sucker Punch, the Delphox, and it's going to be enough. We have our Turin champion. It's going to be 3-time international champion, one of the greatest players in the world, Marco Silva!